Right, another Saturday night. Another Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. This is the 100th episode of Shoot the Breeze. I'm actually doing this from my office because my internet is out at home. So if you guys can hear me, drop a one. I guess I could check it myself. Let me see. Yeah, so I'm coming through. Um, so you know what I like to do? I like to hop on early in the show and give a preview of what we have in store tonight. Tonight, amongst other things, we are going to be looking at the traditional wife. Um, we're also going to be looking at multiplicity in roles and function among men and women from an African worldview. We're going to talk about white women weaponizing their tears. You guys by now have seen that story with the white woman in New York, physician assistant quarreling with some black kids about a bike, and then she pretends to be crying. In fact, I did a short about it because word came out that the lawyer put out that she did indeed have receipts, but I think it's questionable. But one thing I'll say early: don't cry wolf, folks. Let's be serious about this situation that we're in. So we're gonna talk about that tonight. We're gonna talk about how to raise a family of champions. I actually like this story. I kind of stumbled across it earlier this week. Kind of fun, and I'm a b-ball fan too. So I know a lot of y'all probably ain't gonna be here tonight because basketball on tonight. LeBron and them playing. Um, so you'll catch the playback hopefully. We're also going to talk about Warren Buffett got scammed by a low-level mechanic. We're going to talk about what happens when you give up sugar for 2 weeks. We're going to answer the question: can religion and science live in the same home? This one is for Lero. We're going to talk about. We're going to look at a video, or actually read an article, and answer the question: is this Pan Africanism or Western governance? And then lastly, we're going to talk about that black female therapist who seems to be spiraling completely. We're going to talk about her, time permitting. I see I got instead of ones, I got hundreds. I appreciate that because it is the 100th episode. Lero's in the chat. She says, "Hey, 100 motherfucking episodes. We did it, Joe." Pro Black Perspective is out there. Real Black Gentleman is out there. If you want to join the panel tonight, the link for the panel, the link to join the panel is pinned to the top of the chat. So by all means, all are welcome. All black folks are welcome. So what I'm going to do now is officially start the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one. So you guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, I have to update that too. I'll be dropping the new spot for all the shows tonight. Finally, yeah. Let me welcome in my early panelists so far. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm good. 100. It's over 99. You know what I'm
saying? 100, absolutely. Let's welcome in the lovely Lero. Lero, how are you this week?
I'm great. Glad to be here.
Thanks for coming through. So without further ado, again, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Anyone who wants to join, any African who wants to join can join. I dropped Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Let's get into it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is, what is this in 2023? This came with a link, of course. Let me share it with you guys. Okay, here we go. Let me unmute.
Eat the banana. It's going to be okay. Eat the banana. Eat the banana. Stick it in your mouth. 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 Stick it all the way in there. Get it in there. Get it in there. Get it all the way in. As deep as it'll go. Okay. All right.
Kind of gerbils eat into the cheek.
That's good. Keep eating it. Suck on the banana. Oh, don't drop the banana. Keep sucking on it. You're not finished yet. All the way to the finish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just have a banana. Just eat the banana. Eat the banana. It's going to be okay. Eat the banana. Eat the banana.
So I'm going to play this one more time, unfortunately. But this is apparently Blaze TV host Alex Stein feeds a black man a banana while his co-host sits there uncomfortably. So again, I usually play these short videos twice. I'm going to play it a second time, and then we'll talk about it.
Stick it in your mouth. 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 Stick it all the way in there. Get it in there. Get it in there. Get it all the way in. As deep as it'll go. Okay. All right.
Kind of gerbils eat into the cheek.
That's good. Keep eating it. Suck on the banana. Oh, don't drop the banana. Keep sucking on it. You're not finished yet. All the way to the finish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just have a banana. Just eat the banana. Eat the banana. It's going to be okay. Eat the banana.
My God, enough of that. So the prompt says, what is this in 2023? Yeah, I agree with a few of you in the chat. Yana B is here. She says, what the fuck is this? Keta says, unbelievable, shaking my head. Yana B says, what a way to start the show. Wow. Yeah, what a way to start the show. By the way, let's welcome in Buana this week. Buana, how are you?
Good night, brothers, man. Sorry I'm late, but yeah, I can't believe what I'm watching, man. What the fuck is this, Goku?
That's kind of the question we're trying to answer here. What is this in 2023? There's a black man in the back there killing himself laughing. What is this really and truly? And I guess just as importantly is, why is this? Let me start with Oni this time. Oni, what say you to this?
Shit. What? Like, why in the world? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, this is probably a sign of things to come, you know? Like, this is not the worst thing you're gonna see, unfortunately. I mean, I've seen a lot of, you know, young black folk like imitating crimes or something, which a lot of people say that's not that good, but yeah, it's just gonna get worse from here, man. You're gonna see, like, don't be surprised if you're gonna start seeing people like putting themselves in cages, rattling them themselves. So yeah, it's just I not to be the religious guy, but they say Babylon's fallen or something like that.
Yeah,
This
my
is
God.
it.
Only before you go, though, I want to ask this question. What do you think is the psychology of this black man who's being fed this banana? If you had to guess.
I did, I don't even know, man, because I don't know why a person would do this. I mean, maybe like I want to say he's getting a check or something. I don't know though, or you could, yeah, sure. I'm at a loss. So your guess is as good as mine, man.
Yeah, I'm just curious, man. Like, what is this, and how did y'all come across this? By the way, for the person who posted this, how did this come across your feed? Lero, what do you see here? Beyond just what you see, what do you interpret here?
Um, a black man offering himself up to be a monkey for these crackers. I mean, I don't really know what's going on. I'm wondering too, like, is Buddy like mentally and like intellectually like okay? Like, is there some like a disability going on as to why? I just really don't know. It's not enough context in this video for me to really say like everything that's going on, but is definitely some weird stuff. I'm not sure why he would offer himself up like that. Like, that's just kind of crazy to me. I'll never let a white man feed me no banana um, on a podcast or wherever in any setting. So this is actually really crazy. Yeah, who posted this? So where did you get this from? Like, I don't know. It's nuts to me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's insanity. This is insanity. What's interesting is when you read the comments to the side, you guys can't see all of it because how the screen's set up. But a guy here, or someone here named Baxter4374 says, "Why'd he stoop so low to humiliate himself like this? Not even as a joke would I do that." I mean, absolutely. J_love says, "How is this show not canceled?" He says a black guy makes a comment about how the Jews ain't actually Jews, and he loses his business and endorsements overnight. Yeah, that's the thing. Black folks in America are largely here for the entertainment of these white folks. Man. Buana, what say you?
No, bro. Big bro. I offer freedom of speech. You know what I mean? I just think that maybe this one could have been vetted. You know what I mean? I think that you could have thrown this one out, man. Because it's like, what can I say to this? What can I? It's nothing here. It's nothing here. Maybe the person who provided the prompt could come on and explain and give us some context. But I really get nothing to say to this bro. Really. Sorry for this one, but I'll read to the next one.
No problem, no problem. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, "Good evening" in the chat. Real Black Gentleman says, "Yeah, no." Yeah, it's a wild thing to do. Who's this man's family? They need to be contacted about this stuff, and dealt with too. Him especially, unless he's mentally ill or something like that. But also, this white boy needs to be dealt with too. Let me say that first. You know what I mean? I get it that you guys ain't had too much to say on that. So, Yana B in the chat says sick shit 100. So let's not.
I understand. I understand that many of us in the Western world we for profit. We for profit. And if you on TV, you have to do things that are almost outrageous to get people to actually watch. So we are stooping to the lowest denominator now, just to put eyes on videos for clout chasing privileges. And I feel like there's other ways to entertain people. If you have to appeal to almost like the base level of human beings to get them to watch and excited and and turned on to what you're doing, maybe you should be doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I would, if I can't take the video or something that I doing and sit my mommy down and put my mommy in front of it and say, watch, let's watch all watch this together. And in her watching that, she will feel a little bit of pride within her own self, like, look what I produce. Then I shouldn't be doing it. You know what I mean? This black man, he seemed to be an older man. He should know a little bit better. But I know where many of us are in our mentality. But this ain't it, brother. You know what I mean? I like I say, I know a lot of us for profit. But if you're gonna do this, you might as well go out in a porno with white men, you know, getting down on you. You might as well do that. You know, there must be some limit to what you can do, even if you put yourself out there for profit. But
I'm glad to hear you say that too, Bonner, because I think that's I think it was a Trump last week. I was trying to get that point across. I get that, you know, capitalistic system. Yeah, we were talking about Tiwa Savage. We were talking about that lady and stuff. And I get like you know, you want to get the bag, but at some point there's a limit that there's a point where you just don't cross. You know what I mean? Shout out to Gas them up out there in the chat. What's going on with my thing? He said that some of us eat fufu, some eat banana from masa. Get that bag, black man. We gotta take care of our women, high value banana eaters. All right, guys. If there's no other last thoughts there, let's just don't belabor the point. Let's go to Shoot Breeze topic number 2. Shoot Breeze topic number 2 is, and is he correct, especially in our communities? Let's see if we can figure out what that post is referring to. This takes us back to Instagram. Let's check it out.
Major theme that I'm seeing in the divorce industry as a divorce lawyer, as I do consults these days, I am seeing working moms doing it all. And I'm seeing the husbands step back and say, Hannah, I got to do a thing. She's got the kids, she's got the groceries, she's got the laundry, she's got the meals, she's got the work. And by the way, she's making all the money and she's paying for the house and doing everything else. I'm going to go to the firehouse. I'm going to go play this. I'm going to go hang out with my friends. That's the theme. And women are tired. Do you want to know the major theme that I'm seeing in the divorce industry as a divorce lawyer, as I do consults these days? I am seeing working moms doing it all. And I'm seeing the husbands step back and say, Hannah, I got to do a thing. She's got the kids, she's got the groceries, she's got the laundry, she's got the meals, she's got the work. And by the way, she's making all the money and she's paying for the house and doing everything else. I'm going to go to the firehouse. I'm going to go play this. I'm going to go hang out with my friends. That's the theme. And women are tired. Do you want?
Interesting. Very interesting. Now, this post is from, I guess, the same guy. He's called Dr. V Law. And his post says working moms are doing it all, it seems, and they are, capital in all caps, tired. And then he has a bunch of hashtags for divorce moms, divorcee, divorce coaching, blah, blah, blah. So it seems like he's kind of advertising. And in some respects, he might be pandering too. Let me start with Buana this time. Buana, what say you to what you just heard?
well, he is speaking to. I'm thinking he is speaking to a particular demographic. Only his clients. He's speaking to what he sees in him working in the divorce industry. You know, based on his clients. But there are men with gripes too. There are women with gripes. There are men with gripes. You know, we have relationship issues. There are some women who like to do the 110s because they do it for their own personal, selfish aggrandizement. It's like, look at me, look at me. I want to be this empowered person, whatever the hell that means. You know, and then you have some women doing it because they must do it. They have no alternative. They have no choice. You know, they've been put in a precarious situation where they got to do the 110s, in particularly when they are alone or with a partner, who chooses not to do anything. But I say, if you are with a partner who chooses to do nothing for himself, then you have a decision to make. I can't slight you for leaving a man who's a waste man. A waste man, you must leave waste man alone. You know, and you must find somebody who is compatible. But I find that in our relationships, you know, there's a whole lot of competition going on because everybody wants to be, you know, the head Negro in charge. Yeah. Even in the household now, you know, it's competition. A brother said to me, and I don't want to misquote him. He said to me something that's interesting. He said that the Western black woman is raised not necessarily to be a wife, but to be an employee. And I never thought about it that way. I never thought about it that way. Because if you look at the situation, then an employee, he's just looking at the relationship, any relationship that they are engaged in based on a transaction. A wife and a mom carry a different hat. An employee carries a different hat. So ultimately, when our employee gets upset, when our employee get mad, the employee is more likely gonna quit. Whereas a wife or mother will be slower to say this arrangement ain't working out. Let me try to fix this. Our employee just gonna find another job. He just gonna find something that's more advantageous. He or she is just gonna find something that's more advantageous to them. So I just think that our dynamics need to be worked out. You know, we need to get some understanding of what the relationships we bear has to carry. You know, you have to define what is a wife, what is a husband, what are the conditions that need to be met if we engage in these relationships. And men, women, when they engage in these relationships, should stick to these terms. This is what I looking for in a man, a husband, a father. This is what I looking for in a wife, whatever, whatever, whatever. Give me something. We men sometimes we need it to be sketched out. We can't imply and we can't read minds. You need to be very specific in what you're looking for. And if some men are able to meet them conditions, they say we're ready to go. You know, and with men, I think that sometimes we need to be clear too. You know, because the women need some understanding, and really with women, it's showing proof. You know what I mean? Not for that talking bullshit. Her babies can't eat off her promise. You know, you need to show me you can do certain things. And I can't call a woman a bad woman because she want you to be able to materially be able to meet certain things for her or her children. I can't slight the woman for that either. So I think
But
I
but
think that
but Buana,
yes, sir.
shouldn't
Yes, sir.
shouldn't she have chosen a man who you don't even have to tell he has to be a provider and whatnot?
Yes, but
Really.
the
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
problem with that sometimes is some men. This is what I heard from some women. Men come in masks, just like women do. You know, just like women do, men come in masks. So what may be, on the facial appearance, first appearance, after a while, people change. I remember a woman tell me, say, her husband didn't like to take showers. That is called after they've been living in a relationship and being in a relationship for a long time. Hygiene is important to women. You know what I mean? So sometimes you don't know. People change, during the course of a relationship. All these things need to be met. You have to meet certain conditions. Women come in a certain way. A woman will present herself like she know how to cook, she know how to clean, she know how to do certain things. And when they get her in the house, she don't even know how to freaking iron a shirt. These things are important to me. So I think that some things need to be sketched out and very clear and understood. So I think that we need to talk. We can't in every relationship we get into, we always in the beginning of the relationship try to present our best self. And then we get relaxed and comfortable. We really show them we take off the mask and really show who we are as people. And I say you should be upfront and unmask in the beginning. I know that's not gonna happen, but men need to know what they're dealing with, and women need to know what they're dealing with. You can't just have a job in the first 6 months and meeting a woman, and then when you get in a relationship with her, quit and never get a job again and rely on her income. These things need to be very, very clear. But that's just my spiel. I'll let y'all sisters and brothers rock.
Buana, before you go, let me ask you one last question.
Yes, sir.
How come it's seemingly the case, at least? How come it's seemingly the case that men get much more flack for this mask that you are referring to than women do. Like a man
No,
will get pulverized, but women is like, okay, fine. Why
in
is
our
there that difference? I'm sorry, go ahead.
in our culture, in our culture, in the society that we grew up in, if anything goes wrong within the home, they are not looking at the woman. Even your own dad or mom or granddad or grandfather, mom, whatever, they come into you and say what happened. They ain't getting her. You know what I mean? Because we supposed to run the house, not run around the house. So we have the privileges. We have certain privileges in a relationship, you know. So therefore, we have certain obligations in a relationship. We know that going in. We know that going in. You know, that's just the way the world I grew up in. Now, the way the world is going right now, you know, everything is down the middle, equality, equality. That's what they push it. You know, I don't believe that bullshit. You know what I mean? I personally don't believe that. You know, I think that men have their rules and women have their rules. But I think in case of responsibilities, that in line in the house and family and things like that, there should be a primary rule. And I believe that men should have that rule. So if you have the obligation, there are certain privileges you have as a man too. And you know, let's not forget that. But there are also certain obligations that need to be met. And if anything that goes wrong in that home, the family is gonna come to you. That's how I grew up in my culture. And you know that very well. But that's just the world that I live in. Maybe that may be cavemanish. I just know that's the rules coming in. You know what I mean? That's the world that I was born into and I meet it here and I just follow in that format. Maybe that's backwards. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? But it's working for me, so I can work with that. You know, even women expect these kinds of things. You know, younger women. But I know it's changing now. We living in a different kind of atmosphere, in a different kind of way, where the woman want to run the roost and telling you to shut up. Shit, I can't live in that world.
I'm
Can't
telling
live
you.
in that world. I can't live in that world. You know, some men, yeah, some men can feel very comfortable living in that atmosphere, in that world, telling the man, shut up or go in the room and go lay down or go sit down. Let me, I on the phone right now. You know, it's hush up, hush up. That's not the world that I come from, you know, so maybe someone else, some of the more modern brothers, may be able to better inform me in the better way of doing things.
I appreciate that, Buana. In the chat, gassed them up, said, let the women lead themselves to where they want to be. Just step back and let the train wreck take as many to the grave as possible. KW Don 7 is here. I haven't seen in a minute KW Don 7. He says, this is social engineering. Joe is here, saying good evening, everyone. Brother Bakari is saying peace and black power. Ketter is saying, in the West, women are the ones initiating divorce over 80%, right? Yana B says equal rights. Kyle Hezekiah is here. Shout out to Kyle. Kyle says 80% of divorces are filed by women, so he is pandering to his potential clients. Money is the primary reason for divorce. Gas him up, directs us to Buana. He says, Buana, no such thing as waste man. You just attacked that black man for eating a banana so he could feed his family. Pick one. He goes on to say, you all sound like suckers. Let the
You
train
think
wreck.
you think I into you do really think I into gas? Gas don't even know if this man have a family. Stop it, gas. You're trolling.
Ketter says feminism. Ketter says feminism sold a lie. Women don't want to compete. So marrying and getting divorced and getting half is an easy way out. Trigabi 262 says all of our ideas of what is husband or wife is completely Western. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in a bit, Trigger Happy. Ketter says in the West, men have reduced women to their vaginas and women have reduced men to their wallets. With that, all of that said, Oni, what say you to what you heard from Buana and seeing the chat?
Well, yeah. Well, you know, based off of the prompt, I guess. Yeah, I feel like he's like you guys said, he's like a divorce lawyer pandering to white women. You know, I don't necessarily see the connection here. But you know, as far as I can see, yeah, if a woman is doing everything, um, like you might be in trouble, you know, as a man, you know. like like if you're like, let me play some Call of Duty, for 10 hours a day, and then your lady is cooking, cleaning, doing the laundry, all that kind of stuff. That's where you're going to run into trouble. I think generally money is a stressor. Okay, like a lot of stress comes from money. Um, the lack thereof, or just the devaluing of money. um I personally run in situations where people don't value money, because obviously when you work for money, it's a lot out of you. you know like when I have my job, my just over broke, right? I'm like, yo, I just put 40 plus hours into this job, not counting the commute, right? I'm only getting so much money, obviously, right? Notwithstanding that, I put 40 hours. I can't read books. I can't study languages. I can't do my programming. I'm doing my work. So if I'm working my ass off and somebody else is using my money, right? It's something, and they're not even working their ass off. It's like, all right, come on, like, like I'm hustling for this. Um, that said, because of that, it's like, yeah, if you're in a situation when you're in a relationship, even as a man and a woman, but like at least when the woman isn't working, right? And she's doing the cooking and cleaning, at least you can say, oh, at least she can say, I'm cooking and cleaning. I give you booty when you want booty, right? But in the situation of a woman, if she's also cooking and cleaning, it's like, yeah, like there's a phrase that says that the husband is the first son or some shit, right? But it's like, realistically, you know like there's two reasons to get married, right? Obviously the main reason is to have children, obviously, right? But the other reason is for your personal happiness, you know and obviously working is not going to make you happy, right? But you would expect, and then yeah, so if you're working outside and you're working at home, and then the other person is doing a bunch of fun shit, yeah, no, I mean, like, it's obvious. And so I don't know too many people in that situation, but I'm guessing there are people in that situation. And because there's a bunch of situations in the world, and because there are people in that situation, I'm guessing that's why this man is trying to appeal to them, because one, they have the money. Two, it's an easy ass divorce, because if they have the money, the guy doesn't, right? The guy's not working, he gets an easy ass divorce. You're not really getting half of his shit because he don't got nothing. But it's like, if you don't want to do it, like, like he has a point, so I don't know how much it applies to our community, but yeah, generally speaking, um if you're doing everything, it's not, it might not be the relationship for you, and I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but this guy just seems to be giving you the opportunity to say no, it isn't. And I don't, like, again, he's a lawyer, back when I was younger, lawyers weren't good people, so it is what it is.
Right, right, right. I feel you on that. And I like some of the points you made. Like, you can't be a total slacker. You can't be a total slacker. Um, although I will say, I think there should be some privileges, because as a protector, even if your providing is low, as a protector, and to me, that's where the line should be drawn most times. If you don't have the capacity to protect this person, and you're a slacker and all this kind of stuff, then yeah, you got to go. But if you're a protector, I think some leeway, I'm not talking about being a slacker per se, but some leeway should be given in these relationships, because this man here, if someone comes through that door, this man is prepared to lay down his life to protect you inside. I think something needs to be um, I think that needs to be kept in mind too.
Well,
So
let
I
me let me
say,
let me let me
go
get for
ahead, go
that.
ahead.
Just this, the thing is this: that one of the issues with that is that the woman's not even going to be in the home. She's not even going to be home. So it's like if she gets attacked on the streets, and she probably is getting harassed on the streets or whatever, right? And you sitting, well, not you, but and the dude is sitting home, playing Call of Duty, like, yeah, like that's going to just add to the dismay, you know. And that's the thing about, like, that's the modern woman situation, and I kind of didn't like it personally. I remember one time I visited this woman. I'll say it this way really quickly, right? I visited this woman, in another state, and she went to work, and then she was like, "Why you ain't clean anything?" And I'm just like, "What?" And I was just visiting, like I was looking for the clip, but yeah, she was pissed because I'm like watching Netflix and playing Call of Duty, not Call of Duty, but watching Netflix, whatever. And then afterward, I just left, like just left the plate on the table because I don't really pick up the plate like that. When I'm at my house, and she's just like, "Come on, like, can you like pick up a broom? Can you do this? Can you do that?" And it's just like, I get it because she was there working, and I was just chilling. But of course, that was my full vacation. But imagine it on a long term in a marriage, if that was the situation. No, she wouldn't want it. But I'm just, and it's like, yeah, but like, yeah, I would protect her, sure. And I fix some stuff around the house, obviously. But like in the situation of the woman just leaving, and you just at home playing games, it's like maybe like, and it's like, as a man, I don't personally want to clean, but it's like there was a reason why the woman would stay home and the man would go to work, and then when you flip it and you continue to make her work at home and outside, it's like you like she's obviously not for that.
Right, right. Yeah, I appreciate that, Oni. So I saved Lero for last for obvious reasons. I want to hear her thoughts based on everything she's seen in the chat and heard on the panel. So, Lero, what's your thoughts?
Um, I think black folks kind of insert ourselves into these like marriage conversations. And it's like in America, at least, majority of us are not married, have never been married. And will those numbers increase anytime soon? I can't really say. I think Buddy, in this video, he's talking about his own clientele, the people that come to him, um, seeking divorce and whatnot. And, just broadly speaking, when it comes to divorce, I think a lot of people just like, I think like Ketter mentioned in the chat, marriage is about romantic love and, not so much about like objective and about, what you and this person that are going to co-inhabit with are building together. And it's just about, lust and money. And, not that those things aren't important, attraction is important, finances are important, but that shouldn't be like the sole thing. Another thing too is like, I remember growing up, uh, you know, um, when people in the community were having issues within their marriage, they would go talk to the elders. It's like when people have an issue within their marriage, like, oh, I'm not happy, it's like, so you run to the lawyer to get divorced, like, um I'm kind of iffy on like going and seeking a marriage counselor, but like for my parents, as an example, we went and talked to our elders within the church. I grew up AME, so everything was pretty much tight knit because it was like both sides of my family were in that dynamic. And they talked to the elders, you know what I mean, and sat down with them. Our parents, their parents had a great involvement in their marriage, and it's like, were any of those options exhausted? I think that's just one of the faults of like the nuclear family, and a lot of people take that sideways, like, what do you mean you don't support the nuclear family? But it's just got to go broader than that. And the nuclear family really supports just that being, the father and the mother and then the children, and that's it, you know what I mean? And everything else is extended family. When our concept of family is more than just your mother and your father, it's your community, it's your elders, it's your parents, it's your siblings, and whatnot. And so I think, because we have these just like Western conceptions on what relationships are and whatnot. And then also too, the financial strain to it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of women talk about, oh, I don't want to pay any bills. I need a man that's gonna pay all my bills. You don't live in that kind of economy. Like, you know what I mean? Especially black folks. It's like, really, like, come look at our economic situation and you're talking about who's gonna pay all your bills. I mean, some people can't even pay their own bills, let alone paying yours too. I don't know. It's just very unrealistic. I think like the overall thing is that for Black folks, we need to have like a clearly defined concept of marriage, like for ourselves. You know what I mean? Community has to be involved in our marriages. That's not saying, oh, we should have like arranged marriages or whatnot, but that it's not just me and I'm choosing this guy because I love him. You love him, okay? You know, I mean, I love myself. I love a lot of people. That doesn't mean that I should get married to that person. You know, what is my father going to think of them? What is my extended family going to think of them? You know what I mean? And then the community we have. But the thing is that we don't have a lot of that community. So there's none of that input going in. And that's really, to me, why I think there's a lack of marriages in our family. I mean, and our demographic within the U.S. You know, I can't speak for other parts of the diaspora and whatnot, but in the U.S., I really think that plays a big part. It's just that our lack of community, you know, and which is, it goes beyond marriage, but because you know lack that community in regards to, you know, our safety, our economic well-being, and so many other areas, our education, you know, of course, marriage is just it's just one of the it's just one aspect of that lacking. So yeah, I think we just get too far ahead, just inserting ourselves into other things. Like I said one time, you know, and this may rub some feathers wrong, you know, but I was like, you know, Black men kind of sees the white manosphere like Black women sees white feminism. And it's like, for what? Does that really apply to you though? You know what I mean? If we truly have that like African worldview, if we truly see ourselves as separate from outside of America, you know what I mean? And that's why I struggle to see ourselves as like a nation. Now I don't want to get too far, you know, off topic and whatnot, but I think the overall thing really just comes down to um, us respecting our agency and, you know, looking to be solution based. You know, we kind of point out these statistics and these kind of inflammatory videos, and nobody really has like a solution to it. It's just, oh, look at this and what's happening. Okay, well, now what? You know what I mean? So yeah, that's kind of all I have to say on that.
What's going on with this mic? Yeah, no, that was good. That was good. I'm reminded earlier, Vano was talking about something that he heard, or something that someone told him. Earlier this week, I saw a video with a Black woman, and I thought she made a good point too. She said that it's strange how she was talking about Black women in particular. It's strange how Black women can, you know, have a problem, you know, cooperating and listening to what the husband says at home, but you'll go to church and listen to what the pastor say. You'll go to that job and listen to what your employer says, but the person you supposedly are in a relationship with, you know, you don't want to hear anything this person has to say. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting thing. Let me read some stuff from the chat. Let me address gassed him up. He said, Koku, you just chided the banana eating man. Yet what if that is his way of getting money? So he is not a slacker. Like Yana B says a little later on, all money ain't good money. Find a different route. Have some dignity about yourself. You know what I mean? Have some dignity about yourself. You know, don't do that shit. My uncle, I remember a story my uncle had. This is when he was growing up in Nassau, a young guy. And back in the day when tourists would come, it wasn't uncommon for tourists to have like a bag boy, like a boy walking behind them. This is before independence, of course. A young boy walking behind them with a bag, carrying all their shopping bags from like John Bull and all that old shit. And my uncle's friend, who just recently passed away too, as a matter of fact, he saw him doing it one day, and he said to him, "Hey man, I know you need money because y'all, you know, we from over the hill, poor, this stuff, but don't make it that way, man. Don't make it that don't look good at all." And I understood that. Someone was about to say something.
Yeah, Coco, you know, it's a slippery slope argument. It's a slippery slope argument because you could say, okay, this man is feeding his family by eating a banana. Fine, if you want to go with that. But there are some men out here who are gay for pay. They act in pornos.
Mhm.
You know, they act in pornos, suck sausages all night, and then go home and kiss their wives in the mouth. You know, and uses that money to support his family. So I'm supposed to say, okay, well, he's making an honest living because in some states that's legal. It's a very slippery slope argument. You know what I mean? If there must be, for me, you know, I can't tell no one else how to run their ship. Let me make that very, very clear. But for me, there are some things that I would do for money. There are some things I can say, nah, I'll pass on that. For my own personal reasons of self-respect in my eyes, what self-respect is, for my own personal dignity in my eyes and what that means to me. You know, some women and men justify their actions and say, hey, I'm making an honest dollar. Who's to criticize? Only God could judge me. Some men look at the world like that. Some women look at the world like that. That's their slippery slope argument that they are able to look at themselves in the mirror and function just fine in the world. For me, if I have to suck a Johnson, you know, to pay a bill, a private bill when I go home, to pay my light bill, nah, I can't look at myself in the mirror. Because that is for me, I that's beyond the gate for me. So it is a very slippery slope argument and how you decide to feed your family member. Some people sell dope on corners because they need to feed their families. It's a slippery slope argument, man. You know, but like I say, I am not telling no brothers how to run their ship, how to run their women and what to do. But for me, I have certain limits to what I am, I within myself, what I would do and what I wouldn't do for money.
Yeah, you could best believe that man feeding that white man feeding that black man a banana, that was symbolic of what you're talking about, right? It's a banana on film, but it means something more. That's basically what he was doing with that guy there. In the chat, Kyle Hezekiah says lowest marriage rate, highest divorce. Trigger Happy says Lero makes a great point. I agree when she said we dump all our emotional needs on one person when you need men and women around you who have been there before to help you. Let me skip some of these. Gas says we got to stop giving men this BS advice. Women in the West have no one to answer to but the corporate state. Further on down, Gas was like, how did this get into conversations about sausages? You're following the conversation, Gas. You know what it is.
Wasn't that guy eating a banana like a sausage just now?
Yeah, that's basically what that white man was doing.
I mean, he's simulating. Okay, never mind, man.
No, you're correct. I agree. That's basically what the white man was doing. Do we have any more comments on this prompt here? All right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is a part 1. I did something different tonight. I usually don't put 2 different posters prompt together, but they kind of aligned. So this is a part 1 and a part 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is part 1. When we say we want a traditional wife, do we mean this or do we mean the Wazungu arrangement we've been indoctrinated with? This came with a link, of course, taking us to Twitter. So this is from, you guys probably can't see this. This is from Shakara. Shakara Speaks. I think I'm going to interview him maybe next week, by the way. He says, husbands obey your wives, ? Exclamation point. Them not go like the one, yeah. A lot of infantile conversation on relationships revolves around the term traditional, as though traditional is a universal concept. So let's check out the video. And then
I'm quoting here from John Jackson, and he's quoting Diodorus Siculus. He says, among private citizens, the husband, by the terms of the marriage agreement, appertains to the wife, and it is stipulated between them that the man shall obey the woman in all things. Right? Right. And there are Egyptian marriage contracts that say this.
Okay.
Yeah, they really are. Brifo, there's a scholar called Robert Brifo who did a book called The Mothers. He reproduces the marriage contracts. Right. So what Diodorus quotes it as saying is actually what they say. Yeah. So what it is then is that there's a level of matriarchy that's greater than what the black world is used to seeing today. I'm quoting here from John Jackson, and he's quoting Diodorus Siculus. He says, among private citizens, the husband, by the terms of the marriage agreement, appertains to the wife, and it is stipulated between them that the man shall obey the woman in all things. Right? Right. And there are Egyptian marriage contracts that say this.
Okay.
Yeah, they really are. Brifo, there's a scholar called Robert Brifo who did a book called The Mothers. He reproduces the marriage contracts. And so what Diodorus quotes it as saying is actually what they say. Yeah. So what it is then is that there's a level of matriarchy that's greater than what the black world is used to seeing today. I'm quoting.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Should read topic number 3 says, or part 1 says, when we say we want a traditional wife, do we mean this, or do we mean the Wazungu arrangement we've been indoctrinated with? Let me start with Lara this time. Lara, what say you?
I think there's kind of a point to that, because when we do say tradition, I mean, like, everybody around the world has their own concept of what, tradition is. So, in America, we do kind of get our concepts of traditional wife based on, the nuclear family dynamic, the white patriarchal nuclear family dynamic. And to say that all of us as Africans didn't come from a culture that was maybe similar to, patriarchy, matriarchy, whatnot, it's just, let me put it like this. Like, I think in America, we do definitely see traditional wife as, like I said, white, patriarchal, nuclear family. You know what I mean? And how the woman fits into that dynamic. And I think that is also a reason why we see kind of, our marriage rates are low, within our demographic. But I don't necessarily think it's wrong per se. I think things are just kind of subjective. I'm of the opinion that, what you like and what you want in a partner is what you want. I don't think there's any universal right or wrong. I think what works for you works for you. What doesn't work for you doesn't work for you. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm gonna simmer on that a little more, but that's all I got for right now.
No, I appreciate that, Lara. Interestingly enough, in the chat, Yana B earlier said, like the earth follows and spin around the sun, so does us women. Women follow the man, but unfortunately, not many righteous black men. Interesting. Let me go to Oni next on this one. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me go to Buana. Buana, when we say we want a traditional wife, do we mean this, what we just saw here, or do we mean the Wazungu arrangement we've been indoctrinated with?
I don't. So when we say, I don't know who's this we. When we say we want a traditional wife, I don't hear a bunch of black men clamoring for a so-called traditional wife. What I hear is black men want a woman who is best suited for them in particular. This is the reason why I agree with Lero's comments. I agree with Lero's comments because in terms of what is best for any individual man or woman, that is extremely subjective because one man might not mind his woman not being able to know how to cook and always go out to eat. Where another man, he want home cooking. One man may want a woman who know how to wash dishes and clean clothes and do things for him. Where another man might say, it's fine, we could split the chores down the middle. So what is good for one man may not necessarily be what's good for another. In terms of this Wazungu arrangement, well, if what you mean by that is this whole 1950s Ozzie and Harriet relationship dynamic that used to exist, I wouldn't put that on the Mzungu arrangement. There has always been in our relationships, from what I have seen, there's always been a dynamic between man and woman long before the so-called Mzungu arrangement. The addition to our relationship, to how we used to carry it, you used to see grandmom, granddad come around all the time. There was an interplay with that. Then sometimes the aunties used to come around, and they have a big interest in the so-called family dynamic and how we set it up. So and even in that scenario, even in that scenario, you have outside cousins. My cousin who was from Andres, she was from an island. Well, a lot of people don't know where Andres is, Koku, but she is from a different island within the Bahamas, and she lived with us, our so-called nuclear family, growing up, as she was my big sister. And I still refer to her as a sister. I don't refer to her as a distant cousin. She went to school. She was in our dynamic. She was an older sister to me, still is. So, in our arrangement, how we relate to one another, we always had a dynamic where we include what the Western world would consider to be outside family members within our dynamic itself. Now there are some people who clamor for this completely nuclear family. This nuclear family people talking about, where it's devoid of outside external relationships, where you don't see granddad, where you don't see grandmom if they're alive, where you don't see cousins and aunties coming in giving advice, saying don't do this, don't do that. I have never seen that practiced. So I don't know. Maybe there are other Black people who clamor for that kind of arrangement. I have never seen that within my culture or cultural arrangement. There's always been cousins, aunties, uncles. We have good formal and informal relationships too, and we had to give these people deference. They played a part of our so-called familial structure. So, like I say, when you get in a relationship with a woman, understand it's not that woman by herself. She comes along with who is with her family. You have to give them deference. So you have to taper how you treat her, because you not only have to answer to her, you have to answer to her dad. You have to answer to her mom. You may have to answer to her brothers and sisters sometimes, and even cousins if you mistreat her. You know what I mean? So these are things that need to be considered in with our familial arrangements. I can't speak to this so-called nuclear family. I don't even know if these things ever really existed. But I know that our arrangements, how we set it up, is a little bit different from that paradigm of Ozzy and Harriet, where you just see mom and dad and 2.5 children. We've never experienced that. We've never really practiced that in our paradigm. I can't speak to no one else's, but I'll leave it there.
Appreciate that, Buana. Let me go to Oni. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so hold on a second. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, as far as the prompt is going, wait, sorry, this boy was supposed to be husbands obey your wife. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty interesting. Do people like it? I think it does contrast against what we know about good relationships, or what kind of relationships work, and those sort of things. So some of the comments inside of that, so some of the comments inside of that thread was talking about how even Ptahhotep, which is like one of my favorite books, he was also talking about how marriages sometimes, like how, especially particularly in the house, the wife had like the final say in a sense, and I think that does talk about what kind of relationship works for who and what, um like man as absolute leader, as absolute, kind of like what Yona was saying about man as the sun in a sense, right? And the earth is just revolving around the sun, right? Like that model, like was that necessarily a model that was present in our paradigm, in our tradition, right? And it doesn't seem like it was. It doesn't seem like it was, particularly based off of what we know from older, older traditions. You know, so I think it's interesting because as Lara was saying, and Vana was saying, what we consider tradition, right? Like, what does that mean? You know, but I also agree with the idea that particularly as us, like how we are, you know, we are all these human beings, and we can just find the arrangement that works for us. You know, I think one of the troubles that we have or we run into is that we like to talk about other people's relationships and tell them that, hey, you know what, that's just tell them that's not what I would do, or not even that's not what I do. Say what you're doing is wrong, and what I do or what I recommend or what I think is right. And it's realistically, I mean, obviously there are some wrongs and rights, but at the same time, if people are willing to, like, people want to do something, then they and they're not harming anybody, right? And of course, there's the question of what about self harm, right? But if they're not harming anybody, then you know who are we like like let them do that, you know um eh, I think obviously there's a slippery slope with that, and me personally, I'm more so, hey, let me just protect my children, let me protect my community per se, right? Or what's good for my child, what's good for my community, and my community's children, my next generation, and all that kind of stuff. We can do that, but as far as oh, well, this is how it should be. This is how it should, this is it, this is that. It's like, no, no, we don't let's there can be something that works for you that wouldn't work for me, you know? And there could be something that works for me that wouldn't work for you, you know? And I think that's something that we just have to come to terms with and embrace. That's it.
Only before you go, let me ask this question. This is based on what Gas said earlier. I have a question, and the same question to Lero and Buana next. Why is it that we are fixated on Egypt? Like these two Africans who are talking right here, Shakara and my boy there, Robin Walker. Why are we like? Why do we focus so much on Egypt when we have a whole West and Central Africa that we are derived from, in particular? Why are we kind of fixated on Egypt, in your opinion?
Well, actually, I think my brother Kamji first, good guy. He actually went over it, and it's a really, the thing with us is that we tend to just not, like, we don't study Africa deeply enough, right? We don't study Africa deeply enough to the point where we kind of forget about climate change, you know? Like, yeah, we just kind of forget about climate change. And the thing about climate change is that, like, now we see all the glaciers are melting and all that kind of stuff, right? But before, once upon a time, we have to remember that there once was this mega lake called like Mega Lake Chad, right? It's not called Chad, but it's Mega Lake Chad in the Sahara region where the desert is right now, right? Like, one thing we all know about is the desert is expanding right now. But once upon a time, it was very small, and not just very small. It was a lake region. In fact, there was no desert. It was a lake region, right? And it was a mega lake, like a huge lake in the middle of Africa. And what happened is that West Africa was actually I guess you would say a jungle, like, as to say that there weren't really that many people living there, right? What happens is that many people who are quote unquote West African, in a sense, really were East African at one point, you know and not to say that everybody was from Egypt per se, but Egypt is just one of those mega African civilizations that existed during this time where there weren't really too many civilizations anywhere in the world, let alone in Western Africa, right? On top of that, because it's one of those civilizations, the other important thing about it is that it's one of those civilizations that you can actually study, you know? And that's like probably the main thing about it. Because even if you say, hey, look, I'm from Western Africa, okay, what are you going to study? Like at best, you could study Dart Ticket, right? But what are you going to study from Dart Ticket? You know, and that's I think is one of the trouble with the people who are like, oh man, you know, I don't want to talk about ancient Egypt. Okay, fine. So what ancient civilization in Africa do you want to talk about? And why and who's stopping you from talking about any ancient civilization in Africa and in Western Africa? Like who's stopping you from talking about Darteke? You know, if you want to, because I mean everybody would love to talk about Dark Ticket. The trouble is this: that if you are an actual historian, if you're actual anthropologist, if you're an actual linguist, right, you will find that hey, you know what? If I want to have a discussion on Dark Ticket, all I can say is there's this nice looking complex over here, right? Um, Further than that, like what are you going to say about it? You know, and that's the difference. Whereas when it comes to ancient Egypt, it has the largest collection of literature in the ancient world, and its collection extends to other countries around it, including Greece, including Iran, including Israel, including it was a place of study, a place of congregation. The idea that you would just ignore it's like I personally think that you know as African people you should study you should study China, you should study Russia, you should study America, you should study Egypt, you should study Haiti, you should study, you should study pretty much everything. But the fact that Egypt was in Africa, it was an African civilization. It was one of the probably the second kingdom, antediluvian, if you will, on the planet. It's an amazing feat of architecture, amazing all that kind of stuff. And on top of that, Western Africa wasn't even populated like that during the time of ancient Egypt. All that together, and for people to say, you know what, I'm from the West, it's like, come on, like if we're Pan-Africanists, then we look at all of Africa. And if you're just going from a scholarly perspective, right? Egypt is one of the, like, it's arguably the ideal civilization to study. Like arguably, just even on an objective level, every other people are studying ancient Egypt. I don't see why somebody like white people are studying ancient Egypt. Why in the world should black people say, "Oh, I'm not going to study that because I'm not from"? Like white people are nowhere from, like nowhere, like no, they're not even the time of the black civilization. So it's just mind boggling to me that because this question comes up all the time, and it's just mind boggling to me that people could just say, "Why are you studying something?" To learn. You know what I mean? like what? Like I said, I just want to just finish with this. I'm reading Wealth of Nations, and the guy is like he's doing a study on nations, how to advance Europe's economy. And he's like, the three richest nations in human history, the three wealthiest nations in human history are Egypt, China, and India. And then he goes and studies Egypt, he studies India, and he studies China. Okay? This is the guy, Adam Smith, the so-called capitalist, that guy. He's like, I got to study these three civilizations, and then I'm going to study Europe and try to apply what I learned from those ancient civilizations to make my people more wealthy, to make Europeans more wealthy, to give them advantage. And this is a black civilization, a Chinese civilization, and an Indian civilization. And for us as African people to look at an African civilization that commanded the world and did all these sort of miraculous things and be like, I ain't gonna study that because I'm from West Africa. And like, what civilization? You don't know. I'm from West Africa, so that's why, right? Like, come on. Like everybody on the planet is studying ancient Egypt. Everybody's studying ancient China. Everybody's studying ancient India. Like there's like I don't see like the idea that I'm a Pan Africanist, but I ain't gonna study. Like, no, it's bizarre, you know.
Appreciate that explanation, Oni. I do. Let me go to Lero. Lero, what say you? Why does it seem like we're so Kemet focused, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's because, ancient Egypt is esteemed by the Europeans. That's the main reason why people know more or are more interested in Egypt than they are about West and Central Africa or just other parts of Africa in itself. Um, I think too, like Oni had mentioned, like there's a lot of physical evidence to study, in West Africa. in Central Africa too. There's a lot of oral traditions, you know what I mean? And a lot of people don't respect the oral traditions, which I'm totally like against. Like, you know what I mean? I think the oral traditions hold as much esteem as the physical evidences that we have. But even then too, there's still a lot in West Africa of physical evidence and references of study, books and literature and whatnot. Like I said, people just kind of have that inferiority complex when it comes to West Africa. And I think it's more so just because of like the modern conceptions, because, you know, well, Egypt still has the pyramids, and what does West Africa have of its ancient and great civilizations and whatnot? So I don't think it's necessarily wrong though to study Egypt. I think we should be studying everywhere, like, you know, everywhere, like America, where the whole world, you know, is our field of study. And we should be taking note and learning from everything. I also don't think that anybody moves in isolation or progresses in isolation, and there are connections from West and Central Africans to ancient Egypt. But me personally speaking, you know, I definitely feel more connected to, and I'm more interested in West and Central Africa. Um, and I guess too, because like I'm heavy on like repatriation, and those are the regions like I'm like for sure like, and not so much really any other part of the continent, because, you know, that's who I directly descend from. And I think, you know, my more recent history is kind of more important than something like thousands and thousands of years ago. But like I said, I don't think it's not important or something that we shouldn't be learning from, because we definitely can. But the reason people are focused on it is because it's esteemed by the Europeans, and West African, Central African culture is not. You know, like I said, people don't even I think brother in the chat mentioned, people don't even know about Songhai and about the Mali Empire and Benin, you know, all these other West African and Central African empires and histories and civilizations and their cultures and their literature, you know, their institutions, their forms of governance. You know, we don't know about that. It's just all about Egypt, and we built the pyramids, and like, you know what I mean? So yeah, I personally think we should be, especially as diasporans, given that we come directly from West and Central Africa, I think that should be our primary focus. But I get why people find that controversial.
I appreciate that, Lero. Thank you. Trigger Happy 262 says I should interview Camgiverse to give a better perspective on this topic for the audience. Absolutely, and I think you might have a decent relationship with him. Like, you know, drop the seed in his ear, so to speak, so he could, or plant the seed in his ear, so that, you know, when I approach him, he'll come through for sure. Because I've invited him to shoot the breeze, but I never seen the brother come. So, Buana, what's it?
Yeah, so this question really goes back to the last question we had in terms of why isn't African religions more prominent in the Western world as opposed to what we have already seen, you know? And my answer to that, as is my answer to this, is marketing, selling, and showmanship. You know, if you are in the United States of America, or if you're in the Western world, really, you have to understand how to engage the minds of the people who live on this part of the world and what they are drawn to. So you have to market and sell and showmanship. The first people to grab the mic to talk about African affairs, things like historically, was Dr. Ben. They wasn't the first people, but I'm saying the people who get their feet wet with this whole Kemet business was Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and Ivan van Sertima. These were the prolific people to come and give their historical synopsis of what went on historically on the continent. And these people were historians, and their history, and their studies took them back really to Kemet, Egypt. You know, I think that there are Western African historians where if they did speak, they didn't have that ability to market and sell their ideas well. You know, this guy Robin Walker, for instance, he wrote a book called When We Ruled, and in that book he goes into quite enough detail in terms of the empires in West Africa. I think he goes into a lot of detail about it. He talks about it very much. But if you listen to him talk, he's a very sleepy guy. Yeah. He's not a really exciting person to listen to. He is just a typical PhD historian. You know, you listen to him, you might go to sleep because he doesn't have that charisma that attract the ears of the people who you probably would want to attract. But he goes into enough detail about West Africa for people to get a good understanding and a good respect for West African societies and empires and what they did. You know, there is another brother. I think Coco, you interviewed him. He's in Ghana right now. I forget his name. Obadali Kambon. If you speak to Obadali Kambon, linguistically, he could go way historically in talking about the different peoples of West Africa. He lives in West Africa. Historically, he could go in back to the historicity of those societies and empires. He does have that little bit of magic, but he really doesn't want to have anything to do with the Americas anymore. So he is really not on formal social media like that. You really have to go looking for him. You know, but there are people who are out there. Some of them are sleepy guys. Some of them are good with what they do, you know, but it's just you have to go looking for them. They ain't really trying to put themselves out there. But like I say, if you are have an interest in really knowing and having some greater understanding, you know, in terms of trying to reach a lot of people, marketing, selling, and a little bit of showmanship, you know, and so far the people who I've named, they had the ability to do that. Shakanta Diop had the ability, but Shakanta Diop is a French speaker. He was not an English speaker. So even if he had the ability to reach a lot of people, the fact that he is speaking French, he's only gonna reach a limited amount of people in the Western world because English language, I think, is the third most populous language in this part of the world. Third, you know, third. So, like I say, I think that there is information out there, but people have to look for it actively. And I think it's slowly changing now because you have good people out there who are trying to talk about the prominence of West African societies and what they in fact have done and reaching a lot of people. There are people who are actually doing it. I like to listen to the brother Sekou Keller. You know, I like to listen to him because he seems to know a whole lot. He's not a historian or a scholar, but he is very encyclopedia minded in terms of the history of West Africa and what they did. But I think that you really have to go looking for it. And it's no slight to Kemet. Kemet is a beautiful civilization, and they did much. But I think that there should be, and that's a legitimate argument. There should be more information that's available out there in terms of West African society. And it's not a slight to West African societies. I think sometimes it's first in show. The first people to grab the microphone, when people grab the microphone, they you know, in the Western world, we tend to lean towards them because the first people to market their ideas. But I think it's slowly changing. I think slowly it's changing. And I think that we're gonna take a second look on or at least, you know, move the dial a little bit more in terms of West African societies and even Southern African societies and what these people in fact did. But I'll leave it there.
Appreciate it, Buana. A lot of chat going on, a lot of conversations going on in the chat. I'm trying to put them up on the screen. If you listen to the playback, pay attention to the chat. If you're here now, pay attention to the screen as I put up some of the comments. This is a two-parter topic, so I'm going to go to part two to tie it in. So, Shoot the Breeze topic number 3, part 2, is there seems to be a multiplicity in roles and function among men and women from an African worldview. How has the breadwinner system warped our ideas of gender? This came with a link taking us to Twitter. So this is from, I know it's cut off. This is from Ancient Kemite. It says, what is a father? First of all, a father is not simply someone who has a child. You are just a baby's daddy, and if you have a child, you are just a baby's daddy if you have a child. The word quote unquote father is related to further. You have to take the child further if you want to be called a father. And you see the image says, be a good man means taking care of your family. Let me see if there's more. Oh, yeah. So he goes on, he says, the word father is also used for establishers of things, such as the father of philosophy, medicine, physics, etc. They are fathers because they establish and cultivate a new thing, not because they just had sex with someone and a baby arrived. Our enemies encourage so much dysfunction among us that I hear some brothers brag about how they are a good father because they pay child support. Paying child support does not make you a father. Even if your children live in your home and the only thing you do is bring the money, this does not make you a father. Our enemies have us so disoriented that we think that the act of truly fathering or nurturing is feminine and reserved for mothering. In Africa, most women were in charge of the marketplace. This is still the case in most of West Africa. Since many markets were far in the center of town and men, such as ironworkers, weavers, sculptors, often were closer to home, it was not uncommon for a rural father to take care of the babies when the women were at the marketplace. Our enemies defeated us once. They took the father out of the home and made quote unquote fathering a solely feminine responsibility. History is nothing without the meaningful participation of fathers. So, this is part two to this topic. We're going to start with Lero this time. Lero, what say you to this?
Um, I'll say that, um, culture is nothing without economics. And so when we talk about, like, having an African worldview, while I do think that's important, the psychological is important, how we view ourselves and whatnot is. But, when we live in, especially you talk about in the West, like, I mean, it's just not going to be applied in the West. The breadwinner conversation does kind of matter. You know what I mean? People, our households are struggling to provide. A lot of us, not all, but a lot of us are. And personally speaking, while I do think it's important, I kind of grew up with like a broader sense of like community, I'll say. It wasn't just my mom and my dad. It was, both sides of their family, our grandparents. It was the church, it was the community, it was the history, the heritage, the land. It was so much, the elders. It was so much went into that. And so as I gotten older, I kind of got like a wake up call. Like, not everybody functions under that. Everything, doesn't happen under that dynamic. And I'll say too, when it comes to my father, he spent a lot of time at work, and so his really a lot of his role, he did teach me and my siblings character wise, you know what I mean? Like he was there and played a big part in my personal development, but he spent a lot of time away because he was working on being a provider for us. And I don't think that makes him like less of a father, or he wasn't a father, to me, because he didn't perform that role that he would in an African worldview, because he doesn't live in an African society. You know what I mean? So I think until we address like our conditions, our material conditions and how we're living, we're gonna struggle to have that African worldview. Not that you can't possess that type of perspective without being in that condition, but in order for it to really manifest collectively, and broader than just you and your personal family dynamic, it's gonna have to be um, a certain order that we all live under. And if you're living under another man's system, you're going to go with what they got going on. And so, and like I said, even then too, I don't think my father was any less of a father for the time he spent away providing for us. Because if he didn't, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he was still just as much as a dad, even though, he took his main role was being a provider. But yeah, I think when it comes to gender, now I'm not really a big fan of all that gender studies. I'll be honest with you. I don't take part in a lot of gender studies because, to be honest, it's just kind of counterproductive. It doesn't really do anything for us. Like I said, if we aren't changing like the material fabric and how we operate and function, the economic systems we live under and the political systems and the kind of communal and societal order that we have, then I mean it's just all futile, because everything's going to change with that anyway, whether we view ourselves as this and whatnot. So yeah, that's kind of all I got to say on that.
Appreciate it, Laro. Yeah, this what did the guy say? Koku, father has nothing to do with further. Yeah, I was a little bit baffled by it. But I know in this era, people have these, I don't even know what to call it now, but people have these little kind of like phrasings and sayings. Father was related to further and all this old shit. But yeah, I'm kind of confused on that too. But let's roll with it. You guys keep the comments going in the chat. I'll post them when I can. I'll read them out when I can as well. Let me hear from Buana on this next.
Coco, I really hate the term bread, because my grandmother she used to knead bread and she used to bake bread. I don't know where no bread went. She don't win
Mine's
bread.
too. Mine's too.
She,
Yeah.
she yeah she don't yeah she used to make bread. But needless to say, I hate when I hear this idea that, oh, West African women in the marketplace, they selling that good. West African women in the marketplace, and that who is on the farm producing the yam and the cassava and the plantain? Who on the farm producing that? So when they take it to market, they could sell the produce that the people them then grow and nurse, so you could produce the crop to sell it in the marketplace. So when this idea, women in the market, they become the ultimate person, like almost like a patriarchal thing. No, no, no. You know what I mean? There's a corporation going on. They corporating. One person is producing and yielding the crop. You put the crop together, and then they take it to the marketplace to sell it now, or exchange it for different kinds of things. So there's a corporation going on, and sometimes women have a different kind. Some women have a different kind of air in which they present things. They have a soft face. People will pay a higher price because some women have a soft face. Oh, she get a nice bottom, let me give her an extra shilling, because she got a nice bottom. She's smiling at me. So the men don't have to beat in the marketplace. Or they busy on their farm producing the crop to be sold later. There's corporation going on. It ain't just the one woman at the marketplace. How she get the goods there? Who bring it? It's just she just put it on the head and bring. Some of them put the goods on the crops on their head in a basket and bring it there. But they have help. They have assistance. It ain't just this one female person who is the ultimate person doing all the business and taking care of all the things with this absent man. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But it's sold to people to make us believe that this whole matriarchal business is absent of man or manhood. I don't like that. I just don't like the idea of that. Yeah, that's just me. Yeah, that's just me. I just think that there should be cooperation going on, but ultimately, in my eyes, in my view, what works for me is there must be someone given, this to say so in the state of affairs and how our rules is to be played out. And ultimately, that is the man. Ultimately, that is the man. For me, like I say, I can't speak for every man who live on this planet. For some men, they don't mind playing a secondary role to breastfeed their child and things like that. I'm just playing, but there are some men who don't mind playing a secondary role to the female. I don't know. I have never lived in historical Africa when we use this term, a matriarchal society. The society in which I exist in right now, and the space in what I exist in right now, it seems, and what works for me is, the women who I've been in relationships with, they follow my advice. And if my advice is bad, they choose not to do it. Because I try to date reasonable minded women. You know what I mean? I'm not a dictator, but that's just my stance. You know what I mean? I don't I don't run around my house. I run my house. Some men see it differently. I don't do it that way. That's just not my style. But I'll leave it there. I'm rambling.
I appreciate that. A lot of comments in the chat. Shout out to Jagan Mulu, who's active in the chat. Shout out to Bobby Wright, Derico Cooper Photography as well. Shout out to the revolutionary matron and everyone on KWAZ radio. Oni, there seems to be a multiplicity in roles and function among men and women from an African worldview. How has the breadwinner system warped our ideas of gender?
Well, yeah, I mean, Take on to Job spoke about realistically colonization destroyed the masculine role. You know, even when we talked about earlier, you were like, hey, you know, the man could be at home and protect the woman. You know, realistically, you know, I guess in the words of your boy Azuli, you know, like the state is realistically the quote unquote protector of this woman, you know, and that was an effect of colonization on Africa, but also just urbanization in the Western world. Realistically, the male does lose his role as protector, you know, particularly in a colonized situation. And now, you know, you might say a neo-colonial situation, but I say all that to say that you know, it's a bit, it's like a dollar short and a day late, you know. If you want to be men, right, then I would advise not being in the West, you know. I think if actually it was my book, Zubiri, so I wrote Zubiri, you know, a chapter that realistically, not a chapter, but you know, some section where it says realistically, the Western world is anti-man. You know, like we tend to say it's patriarchal and it's anti-woman and you know all that kind of stuff. But realistically, they do not want men. They don't want they don't want me to like beat up somebody. You know what I mean? If I go out and I just like say, you know, what the fuck, whatever you're doing is wrong. I'm judge, jury, and executioner, right? Like they'll line me up, you know. I didn't see the documentary, but there's this documentary called something like "Kill the Brutes" or something like that. You know, but that's the psychology that's running. So realistically, yes. Like essentially, we're in a lot of people, particularly in this like in the Western world, they're in these civilizations. They're in these spaces where your masculinity isn't like your masculine energy, your decision making, your like the state replaced you, you know, and you just didn't realize it, you know. Like how is that warping the ideas of gender? You're not even in the same economy, you know. So I tend to break down, you know, from the economic point, because it's like even if you say, hey, you know what, the economy is you know, like even if you said, hey, you know, these women, they go out and they provide for, like, they go to the shop and they do all that kind of stuff, but like Buana was saying, that's where your economy is agricultural, you know, like where you have an economy where you like own land, right? You know, you as a man or you as a family own land, and then you have to sell the excess, you know, at the market, right? That's your economy. Inside of that economy, there could be this particular gender balance. In the economy of the West, right? Or like in that kind of economy, you know, the man is not, you know, he's not running out for whatever because he's probably got to shoot whoever's trying to steal something from. Not that that's the case, but what I'm saying is that might be a reason, right? But here in the West, it's like you go to work, I go to work, right? You do this, I do that. You play Call of Duty, I play Call of Duty. You want to go on vacation, I want to go on vacation. You know, it's not even the same economy whatsoever. You know, and you know, I keep saying who says something what, but yeah, Bonner was saying, you know, like a lot of us, not just women, but black women, black men, we are groomed to be workers. And not just black women and black men, obviously, like everybody, all the proletariat, if you will, but we're just groomed to be workers, right? And workers are not meant to make good families. You know, workers are meant to work. You know, workers are not meant to get along too well. Workers are not meant to own anything. Workers are meant to work and be obedient. You know, That's what you're taught to do, and being obedient and subservient to the state. And that said, yeah, I mean, like, to expect to have good gender dynamics in a situation where you're essentially just the worker bee, right? Like essentially the all male worker bee, right? It's almost an absurd expectation, I would say. But as far as yeah, man.
I have a question for you, brother. Okay, because I hear this thing called women are state property, women are state property, and I understand when you say it what you mean, because in the United States, it seems, and I could be wrong, but the state steps in and provides and take care of their women, so they don't necessarily need a man. But where I am right now, see, all the people for pension, or things like that, when the state kick in, they give the older people $80 a month. $80 American dollar, what you would say American dollars is. I used to work in the courts, okay? And when the woman used to come to court for child support, they'll pay a woman like $25 to $50 a month. The state, $50 a month can't take care of nobody in nowhere in the world, brother. Neither can $80, brother. So there must be something else. You can't be so loyal if this is what the state provides for you, because that's it's like the state don't exist.
Wait.
Like
Let's say you're talking about in your country or in America?
No, when we speaking generally, like okay, when I hear the term
$80, you were talking about in your country?
No,
in America they get $80 a month.
No, here.
No, but like in America, no, the women would get they would get a
ridiculous. Yes, so okay, so but when I hear this term, not you, when I accusing you of that, but when I hear women are state property because this is not, how could I be loyal to the state when the state is not taking care of my needs? I gotta get it how I live. I gotta get it another way. Gas is $6 here, brother. We import everything. So you have to find alternative. You can't be so loyal when the state ain't providing and taking care of you. But I understand what you say when you say from where you stand in that the state take care and provides you, so that loyalty exists there. But what happens in a society where the state doesn't give a shit about what you talking about? They living high on the hog. The state don't exist. So you have to really either find a good so-called man who is able to assist, get a certain level of education where you could do it for yourself, or I don't know, get it how you live. Get it how you live. Because I hear that term thrown about, and I'm like, man, that is, I don't know, that don't even exist in my mind. This whole idea of state property. But like I say, maybe I'm rambling, but I understand what you mean when you say it in the context when you say it. But I'll leave it. I don't mean to cut your wisdom, brother.
No, but I mean, I think what you're saying is that's why I say the economy is really the big difference, and not just the economy, even like the political scene. Because one of the things that I noticed in Africa versus in America is that, like, particularly where I'm at in New York City, it's a police state. You know what I mean? It's a police state to the extreme where even domestic disputes, right, are settled with a police officer, like men and women don't even settle the domestic disputes. Now, where you are from, or even like I say in Africa per se, you're supposed to kind of handle it on your own. I don't I guess I'll go into my story, but like when some crazy woman attacked my house, everybody around me was like, hey, why don't you go talk to her? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, police, but the police ain't showing up. But because I'm not gonna attack a woman. But anyway, but my thing is that and of course that's a little bit ironic, obviously, in terms of the emasculation kind of thing. But of course the woman was just batshit, and obviously I could get into big financial trouble if I'm in another country doing some other stuff. But anyway, but my whole thing was that if like it depends on the economy, it depends on the just like how I said, like because people were like this, people even in Tanzania were like, hey man, women don't act like this, women do not attack guys' houses, But you know, I know a guy here in America, and he's like, the reason why she was attacking you is because anyhow she can get you into the courtroom, anyhow she can do some crocodile tears, she can get a good payday. You know what I mean? And so it just comes back to an economic reason, you know, as in, hey, look, Oni, you get out there, you know, you give it a nice backhand or whatever. She goes to court and she says XYZ, right? They say, okay, well, we're gonna have to take money out of your account. You understand? And so instead, you know, to avoid that, but she would only do that to a man with money. You see what I'm saying? A man without money, she's just gonna be like, well, whatever, I don't give a shit because I can't get anything. So it really comes back to economics, but also, like I said, like how you have even in those situations, what like here we have a very litigious uh society, a very, hey, look, I'm going to sue you for this. Is that part of the law? Is that this, so on and so forth? Money, 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 right? In other countries, you don't like you can't rely on the police. The police are often very corrupt themselves. They're also looking for money. There's those kind of things. You kind of settle things on your own, you know. And so if people are settling things on their own, then you can have that situation where, you know, the men or the more physically able, right, particularly if there's no firearms available, right, because that was one of the situations inside of Tanzania where there weren't really too many firearms available, right? But in the situation there's no firearms available, yeah, the dominant, like the man and the woman, they're not going to be on equal terms physically, you know. And a group of men is going to be more, you know, dominant than a group of women, let's say. So there's just it really, like, again, like it really comes back to what's available economically, as well as you know, obviously politically, and that's the big difference. But as far as, you know, like you said about the thing about you know, how much money people are making from the state, yeah, like the states and other countries are not going to, you know, they don't have a good social service per se. But in America, yeah, the social service is pretty hefty. Now, I don't think people really rely on that. I don't really think that shapes people's characteristics or personalities. At least not the people that I've met. You know, I don't really date those kind of people. But I mean, like yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. I think when other people are using that state property thing, it's a little bit exaggerated. But realistically, there is a state in America that really will punish you if you handle shit on your own. You know what I mean? Like you and like the prison sentences in America are no joke. Like you could be sent away for a good, you know, a good decade or two for basic shit that you can get away with in America. I mean, in other countries. So like, let's say if I were to fight somebody and like just beat him up pretty good, right? In another country, it's like, you did a good job, dude. He was talking shit, right? In America, you know, they locked me up for like 2 decades. So like in that sort of situation, it's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna throw it out with this guy. I mean, unless I have to, but like, no.
I appreciate that. Is there any last thoughts on this prompt? If not, I'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Um, Shoot the Breeze topic number 4: white women continue to weaponize their tears. Did this black man handle this the right way? This came with this link that's taking us to Twitter. Let's watch. I'm sorry, I thought there was a video. So this is from Chris Evans. It says she tried taking a city bike that was already paid for on his account, then pulled out the white woman tears when her co-worker from the hospital showed up. I guess this is to the video. No, that's not working. All right. So I think crap. Let me see. The video was of the whole altercation with the woman, right? And let me see if I could find it from earlier in the week. If not, I'll just go on YouTube and find it in a second. But I should be able to find it on this thread. I apologize. For some reason, that link is not taking us where it's supposed to go. How come I'm not seeing this thing? We're going to talk about that black woman later. Where did I see this thing? All right, let me see if I could find it on YouTube. But you guys out in the chat, let me know if you saw this story before, what it's referring to. Let me see. Is this it? So this is good. You know what? I'll take it to this news piece. It's just a 2-minute thing. I'll take it to the this news piece, and we'll just discuss it after we watch this news piece.
Physician's assistant involved in a dispute over City Bike says his client's safety is in danger.
It follows the posting of a now viral video involving her and a young man who says he also reserved that same bike. CBS 2's Christy Collusion joins us live from the newsroom with more. Christy?
Good morning, ladies. The attorney says his client has been getting threats that people are showing up outside her house, adding that someone even sent her a picture of her front door saying, "I'm here for you." But he persists that his client was not targeting the young black man in the video for his race and that she reserved that bike first.
I'm not touching you. You put your stomach on my head.
In a video that's since gone viral, Sarah Jane Comrie and a young black man are claiming the same City Bike after Comrie's 12-hour shift as a physician's assistant at Bellevue Hospital last Friday. Justin Marino, who represents Comrie, points to receipts that show she was the one who paid for the bike reservation.
Do you think any pregnant woman in their right mind would jump on another young man's bike and just scoot away while they're 6 months pregnant?
But since the video was shared on Twitter by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, many believe race was at play here. Crump tweeted Sunday, "This is unacceptable," accusing Comrie of trying to steal the bike, saying, "This is exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past." Bellevue Hospital has since responded, describing the confrontation as disturbing, saying Comrie is on leave now as an investigation continues, saying as for its patients and employees, it's, quote, providing an environment for our patients and staff that is free from discrimination of any kind. Marino's goal is to set the record straight, saying that she in fact did pay for the bike, while also addressing newly added safety concerns for his client.
She's been threatened. People have been outside the house. She's had someone send her a picture of her front door saying, "I'm here for you."
And the video has since gotten thousands of retweets since it was posted Sunday. And when looking at the tweet now, you can see that Twitter adds links to reports citing that Comrie did pay for the City Bike. In the newsroom, Christy Collusion, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christy, thank you so much.
All right, so let me see. I think I have a version of the video, the full video here. In case you did not see it, let's check it out.
Please help me! Help! Please get off! Help! Help me! Please help me! Please help me! Please help me! Help! Please get off! What's going on, bro? Yo, don't not take it, bro. Now you're not getting the bike, bro. Hey, now you're not getting the bike. Help!
Why you took his phone? What's wrong with you?
Don't
touch his phone. Do not touch his phone.
I'm not touching you. You put your stomach on my head.
But dude, stop. No.
She just crying.
You're not crying. You're not crying. I got you on video. Wait, you put it out? Hey, Hassan, you put it out? Hassan. That's fine. You pulled it out. This is my bike. It's on my account. Please move.
All right, so why don't we reset the bike?
I'm not resetting the bike. It's his. It's his. It's his.
I'm gonna pull it out on your account.
You're an actor. This is my fake crying. This is fake crying. Stop fake crying. Hey, stop touching me. I want to touch you.
Hold up.
Hey, stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Why don't you take this bike?
Stop touching me.
I will.
Exactly. So take it. So take it. The baby gonna come out with wait, how you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss. Not a tear came down.
The baby gonna come up retarded, miss. I actually like that. So I'm guessing you guys saw this. Carl Hezekiah in the chat said she tried it. She did. Buana, did you see this story?
Nah, I didn't see that. This is the first time I see it. New York getting soft, man. Back in the day, they would kick her in the stomach and just drive off. You know what I mean? So New York getting soft. What's happening in New York? No, it's a ridiculous story. You know, this is for me. This is New York at Shikoku. This y'all at you. This y'all got to figure this one out, man.
All right, Buana. Lero, what say you?
Yeah, I seen this video. One thing I'll say too is like if you ever use like these like scooters and bikes and stuff, like I remember like the Lime bikes that used to be around all the cities, the apps malfunction all the time. There's been times where like you reserve a bike and it's not at that location. You'll reserve one and like you'll end the session and then still get charges because like somebody else came on and took that bike and was riding. Like they have a lot of malfunctions on the app. Now granted, it's been a minute since I've used one of those, but that's one thing I know too. So she may have possibly reserved a bike and he probably did too, and it was just a mix up on the app that kind of messed it up. But whether that was the case or not, why are you know, if you are as a pregnant woman, I just feel like I wouldn't get into no escalated situation with no man, you know, especially, and it's a group of men around too. Like, I just walk away. And notice how her buddy dude that work at the hospital with her, he didn't tell her like, oh, why don't you just walk away and we'll get another bike. He was telling them, no, why don't you get another bike? No, tell your girl that you with to walk away and get another bike. You know what I mean? And notice how she's like doing that help. You know what I mean? It's really just police. You know what I mean? That's what she meant by help. Somebody get the police over here to get these brothers up off me, you know, claiming that victim narrative, you know, which is something I definitely suggest for Black men to really, you know, be careful about, because even if you are in the right, it's just very rarely is it going to go the way you want it to go. You know what I mean? Whether you're right or wrong, just the state's just not going to be on your side, you know, unfortunately. This woman was clearly like playing that aspect on him and whatnot. When I, you know, like I said, you talking about you're hurting my fetus, then walk away. Like, you know what I mean? Like if it's that deep, you know what I mean? You feel like your life and your unborn child is that much in danger, then walk away. Like, you know, you take the high road and go find you another bike. You know, I'm not finna be tussling with, you know, with no man over no bike. Like, you know what I mean? Especially like these bikes are everywhere. You can just walk a couple blocks and I guarantee you can find another one. Just like you were suggesting them other brothers do, you can go do the same thing. You know what I mean? But it was that power dynamic, you know, that folks wanted to have that control, you know, and yeah, and then Shorty, you know, like with all these videotapes going around, you know, she gonna leave from her job and everything. Ooh, like it's crazy, you know. You would have been better off in that situation all around, just walking away and finding you a new bike to use. But you know, stupid is as stupid does. So you know, to hell with her for real.
I agree with everything you said.
Lero, would you, Lero, if you was in that situation, would you have walked off?
Absolutely. Especially I'm a pregnant woman and some man's arguing with me over a bike. Yeah, I just would have walked off. Like I said, these bikes everywhere. She can walk a couple blocks and I guarantee it's another bike that she can go reserve for herself. I would have walked away. Absolutely.
There's another bike right next to her. I mean, these bikes tend to be like 20 bikes in a row, right? And like Lero said, if there's no bike there's another bike around the corner somewhere. But what I find interesting with the story is now they're saying that she came up with some receipts for the bike, right? And now white folks are cheering, that her lawyer alleges that they have these receipts. But the problem with all of that is, and I expect white folks to do what white folks do, but the problem with that is, no one's addressing her behavior. I mean, fake tears, help, help, help. Look at the end of this video. There's a white boy who comes in here, determined at the end here. Let me see if I can catch it. It's right at the end. So that's the guy who's telling her to take the other bike, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm going to." And then here comes this white boy right here, right? Here comes this white boy right here, like he just looking. Look at him, right? He's just looking for some shit, right? And no one's addressing the behavior, because the behavior is what's really important. We don't really care about the bike, but the idea that you fake cry and scream out help and stop touching me and all that kind of stuff, that harkens back to some episodes in Black American history, and so regardless of if she, so the claim for Yana B to understand is the black kids say he, and he's showing her the phone, by the way, showing that he reserved the bike. So it wasn't that they took her bike. She was trying to take the bike, according to them, from them, right? And clearly there's a bike right next to it, which if there was a dispute, cancel it or whatever. If the app malfunction and both of you, reserve the same bike, just cancel and take the next bike. But why would you get into an altercation with a couple of black youth while you're pregnant?
If you notice in that video, as you suggested just now, the news station did not show his receipts. They only showed her receipts. So in the mind of the viewer of this program or whatever, the news reporting what happened, the viewer is going to tend to believe what she said as opposed to what he said, because she had evidence, but they didn't show his evidence. They play these little games.
Absolutely. That's a game that they're playing. And I read somewhere where people, I guess, figured out that the receipt that she created is a fake. She used one of these AI apps to create a receipt. So some people are saying. So it's going to be very interesting. But what I don't want folks to lose sight of, because white folks are going to gloss over it, is the clear Karen-ness of what she's doing, where she could potentially set these kids up for police to run down on them. Look at this white boy in the background here who shows up at the end to run down on them. And that's a very dangerous thing to do, very intentional, very purposeful as well. And the other part to keep in mind, this woman is a physician assistant. This woman is a physician assistant. And that's, if she could do this type of shit, what is she doing inside those hospitals, man? This is why I try not to have any white doctors ever.
And then it's another thing too, like the app can malfunction. Like I promise you, there's so many stories of these apps messing up. I've experienced it. You know what I mean? Literally, my brother got into an altercation with a guy over a bike. I reserved the bike. Like the same type of situation where they both said they reserved the bike. These apps are messing up too. You know what I mean? And the whole time while she's showing her receipts, he could have his receipts too, and it could really just be the app messed up. You know what I mean? But, people act like you said, oh, she got a receipt. Okay, you know what I mean? He probably got one too, But, they're going to run off with that narrative. She was being police, and that's what she wanted to weapon. That's why she was yelling for help and doing all that, I don't know. People don't really, take into account all the factors of it. It's just the woman said she got a little receipt, you know what I mean, and then they just run with that narrative. Nah, she was being police as hell over a bike when she could have got another bike. At the end of the day, she could have got another bike, whether she's in the right or the wrong. She was crying about her baby, so she should have got another bike, period.
Lero said something that's very important to the conversation, Coco. Very important. She says that the technology could have messed up. And I think that with us, I think that we are living in a so-called technological age, and we are so dependent on technology, as if technology not only could mess up, but it could be manipulated as well. And we are the end users of this so-called technological age. We only the end users. Some of us are there in the industry of technology and try to understand it better. But I think that the technology not only can be messed up, but it can also be manipulated. So this is something that we must pay very, very close attention to. Either we are going to participate in the technological age and understand it and be architects of the technological age, or we will just be end users. And end users, they always get the short end of the stick. You know what I mean? You can't be so dependent on what other people is creating for you, not understanding it's a trick bag. So you have to understand how it works, understand how to manipulate it, just like these boys who's be sitting down. You know what's going to change the world at the end of the day? To change the state of affairs. People think it's going to be these big, massive bombs that's going to change the world. No, no, no. You know who's going to change the world? That teenager who's sitting in his pajamas playing PS4. He could change the world because he understands technology to a level where the people sitting in the CIA and these big defensive organizations don't. This is the reason why they could break into their technology and manipulate it how they wish. How they wish. So we can't only be end users and consumers at the consumer end of the technological age. We must understand it to a level to be able to either manipulate it or decide not to participate in it or depend on it at all. You know, this is our choice. We have to find and figure out where we stand in the so-called technological age. But I'll leave it.
I just want to point out, Yana B said, what she said? She said they both could have gotten another bike for sure. I can't. I understand the black kids. If I booked a bike, right, and I see it on my app, I booked this bike, and some white woman comes through telling me, no, this is her bike, and get away from her and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Then a white man comes along and tells me, well, just reset the bike or some shit. Like, no, dude. Like, I purchased the shit, leave me the fuck alone, back up. So I understand why they wouldn't have immediately walked away, because there's this thing, and if you're not, I know Yana B is in America, but for a lot of folks who are not in America, there's this thing, if you're not careful in your interactions with these white folks, they'll try to sun you a little bit. And I don't particularly care for that shit. So I'm happy that they'll stand up to it, to be quite frank. Only what say you to all of it?
Yeah, so I mean, so that's what I'm saying. With all those prank videos, I don't know what's real or what's not at this point. Right. Because it's like, why were they recording her? On that though, from the story that came out in the paper, it looks like she reserved the bike. Okay. And then she saw these 5 dudes walking toward her. And for some reason, she put her bike back on the on the machine. So she pretty much checked out, it seems. And then maybe possibly they then reserved the bike that way. And so that's probably the dispute that happened. I don't know. I don't know why she would back up, because she saw 5 black people. Although look, like being realistic, I don't know. Like here's the thing. Like her behavior is disgusting, obviously, right? But if I were a white woman, I'm never a white woman, and I don't try to be sympathetic to white women, but if I were a white woman, like I'm not gonna fight 5 black dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, even right now, would I fight 5 black youth if it were a fair one? Sure. I mean, obviously, I'm not like fighting kids, but like, can I take on 5 kids? Absolutely, right? And they're young. I mean, obviously, it's questionable. 5 kids is actually pretty much a lot, but it's okay. You don't know what they have though. So I saw a video of a dude fighting 2 women. One had a gun, another one had a knife. He died, and he wasn't shot. You know what I mean? A knife knife is a good damn weapon. Okay, like it's a good damn weapon. That said, yeah, like although she is disgusting, help, like that's like what else is she gonna do? You know? And just like what Koku was saying about if I were a black boy and some white woman just went on the bike I reserved, I'm not just gonna let her take it, right? And people were saying in the chat that if she never returns the bike, they're gonna be charged $200 on their account, right? But on the same side, it's like if I were a white woman, what do you say?
$1,200.
Oh, 12 yeah, shit. Right. So if I were a white woman and some boys just came and take my bike for the same $1,200 reason, right? I'm not finna let go of my bike neither. You know? Is there a better way to handle it? I don't know. And that's another thing too. Like again, I don't know if these boys were pranking. Because we might say, why don't they produce their receipt? And that's really, and you're like, and we might say, well, the news is not producing their receipt. I don't know if it's the news not producing their receipt. You know, there are some weird pranks going around, you know, where particularly black youth are being really obnoxious. I don't know if this is one of those, you know? If it is, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, you know, because nobody was harmed. It's kind of like, you know, well, it was a pregnant woman. I don't know why you would prank a pregnant woman like that. But I couldn't say one way or the other. But as far as the story seems like, let's say if she did reserve it, it seems like her own story is that she reserved it and put it back. You know, so it's possible that one of the other boys did reserve it then, and in that case, it's like, you know, it's kind of like what Lara was saying about some technological glitch. Like it didn't have to escalate, and obviously she was trying to call for it to be escalated in a sense. But it's also like, I don't know what else do you expect, like what anybody expects a white woman to do against, like a pregnant white woman to do against 5, you know, able black boys. You know what I mean? Like the only demographic that can take on black boys is like black men. You know, so I don't know what a white woman would like, a pregnant white woman at that, and apparently 6 months pregnant. Like, I don't know what she would do. As far as like, should she have walked away? Like, again, like nobody wants to just get robbed, or nobody wants to get punked, nobody wants to get sunned. So it is kind of let's have a civil conversation about who is the bike, like who rented the bike. And I think, you know, clearer minds should have prevailed. But as it were, I think she just went and reserved another bike and then drove off. Should she have been like honestly, should she have been doxxed about that, or should she be threatened for that? Like, not like, I don't like, again, like I don't know what people would expect somebody to do if they feel like they're getting robbed in broad daylight, you know? Now might be she wasn't getting robbed, and it might be that she was getting robbed. You know what I mean? So it's like we don't know yet. So it's just like when the facts come out. But again, like I don't know what, like I think each party, unless it was a prank by the boys, I think or a prank by her. I mean, although she didn't have the camera, but unless it was a prank, I think each party thought they were being robbed in broad daylight and didn't want to be robbed, and that's the result of a misunderstanding.
Yeah, but Tony, go ahead, brother.
Real quick, I'll say this too, and I talked about this in a short I did earlier in the week. I hope it's not a prank. These are matters that you don't want to cry wolf, get everyone's attention, and then it turns out you was on some bullshit. I'm talking about the black youth now, because as you saw, Benjamin Crump and different people were highlighted talking about that incident. I would be very upset if it was just some bullshit that they were doing. So I hope that's not the case. Buana, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to respond to what Brother Oni said just now. You know, he say, you know, who's gonna fight? Situational awareness. Situational awareness. Yes, this white woman is by herself. He is absolutely right about that. Yes, she is outnumbered. Yes, he's right about that again. But a white pregnant woman screaming, help, help. She ain't by herself, brother. She get the whole force of the NYPD department. She get Daniel Pantaleo on the case. She get Giuliani. You know, I mean, the force of all of that was behind her. is gonna come against them. So they might have a small victory, but ultimately, who's gonna win the day of that situation? Man,
Well, that's what
it's
I'm saying though. But like that's what I mean though. Like, what do you expect her to do? Just like honestly, if she's like we're just saying psychologically, like they're not actors or whatever, right? She's under the impression that she reserved the bike, and then 5 dudes approach her to take her bike, right? Is she not supposed to call for help?
But what's the fake tears and stuff about?
Exactly, because she's like again, is she like that's the thing. It's like, are you like how are you like nobody's assisting her? Everybody's just walking by. Is she not supposed to put on a scene to get help? You get what I'm saying? Like if she's getting robbed in broad daylight, because that's another thing that with particularly with New Yorkers is that we don't really pay attention to anybody, right? We don't notice anything, and we don't know what's a prank, what's a freaking movie, what's like if there's any real like we don't know what, like everything is just kind of bullshit around us, right? So that said, like if she does it, like she does this in order to get like as Buana says, the reinforcements, the backups, because she's very outnumbered, and everybody's just kind of walking by. So what is she supposed to do? Is she supposed to just say, okay, everybody's walking by, everybody's ignoring me, let me just get my bike stolen, and that's really the thing. If you're getting robbed in broad daylight in your own country, because this is her country, right? If you're getting robbed in broad daylight in your own country, what are you supposed to do? And from her perspective, by a bunch of foreigners, at that.
But here's the thing, though. Most of these apps operate on a time thing, so you wasting money too, arguing back and forth with somebody about this bike. She's pregnant, you know what I mean? I don't know. Women aren't helpless, you know what I mean? But she wants to play that card, like, oh, I'm pregnant. They're trying to steal my bike from me, so you're gonna risk your baby's life getting into an escalated situation. She's clearly not that helpless. She snatched that boy's phone from him. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? You really escalating the situation, but then want to turn around and cry about your baby. You're hurting my fetus. Help, help. Nah, man. Take your ass on and close the app in your session and find a new bike. Period. It was on her to do it. She's the one, you know what I mean? Like you said, if both parties could have had their both parties could have said, hey, look, I paid for this bike, you know what I mean? And there was a malfunction on the app, and that's why they tussling over this bike. It's happened plenty of times. She was the one who had more at stake with you being pregnant and your baby. That's what you was hollering about in the first place. So the smart thing to do, instead of escalating the situation with a bunch of other men around who you scream about they hurting your fetus, but you standing right there, you just gonna still stand there. Like, nah, bruh. She should have went, closed and ended her session and found a new bike. It was on her. I don't think these brothers should have had to give up her bike. That, you know what I mean? And if she didn't want to give it up and she wanted to continue to tussle, that's on her. You know what I mean? But you calling for help, trying to play this victim narrative, nah, bro. I don't think, no. She had more at stake being a pregnant woman. And if I was a pregnant woman, I would not be tussling with no dude over no bike. Like, I'm not. End your session, find a new bike, period. Or you can tussle and have a miscarriage. It's up to you. But nah. Like,
But
no.
Bolero, you from NY. You from NY. You know the rules of the game. A crying white woman screaming that someone is harming her, even if it's fake or no. She's calling out the Daniel Pantalios of the world, and you say that she has more to lose. I think they have more to lose, bro, because Daniel Pantaleo ain't asking questions. He ain't asking questions. I mean, you might be no better than me, but they come in, guns blazing. They're asking questions. So maybe I looking at this wrong. Y'all could correct me. Y'all New Yorkers, y'all could correct me on it.
I mean, I'm not from New York,
I was like,
but
is girl from New York?
I've actually never been to New York ever in my life. But no, I'm just saying when I say she has more at stake, because she's the one who cried about, she had a baby, she's saying, I'm pregnant. So like, yeah, like I said too, black men, these white women gonna weaponize themselves against you. And like I said, them laws pull up, they not on your side. Like you said, like Koku mentioned, you seen that white boy in the video. He came running up looking like, hey, what's going on? White lady calling help. It's a bunch of black dudes around like, yeah, I'm looking for something to do right now. And but at the end of the day, if you thinking about you and your child, you're the one hollering about you and your child. I mean, are you going to really be that dumb and just keep yourself in that dangerous situation? You're hurting my fetus, and you're just gonna still stand there? I don't know. That's just kind of crazy to me. But people, I guess she's justified in waiting for help and calling the police, okay? And then if afterwards, if he's truly hurting your fetus and you have a miscarriage, you just did that over a city bike when you could have just got on that same damn app and closed that session and walked your ass right around the corner. I don't know, you know what I mean? But yeah, I agree with you though. The brothers definitely do have more at stake when it comes to, her calling for help, the police, these little vigilante white boys and stuff. I get that aspect, but I just think the liability was on her more so because like you have a baby. I don't know. I would be thinking about my fetus more so in that situation. I don't know.
Yeah, nah. I think $1,200 is like half rent money. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know. So I don't know. Like I don't think. And my understanding is that she can't cancel the thing if it was really her bike. That if somebody rides off with your bike, right, you can't just say, "Oh, I canceled it." Maybe you could say you stole, it was stolen, but you'll probably get charged $1,200 and have to do some legal litigious things. And the reality being that she's not necessarily videotaping them; they're videotaping her. So it's not to say that the videotape would have surfaced if it were a stolen bike. We only see it because the boys feel victimized. But if she were the victim, if she really were the victim, like she would have no evidence towards a squabble or anything. It would just be that her bike was stolen, and it'd just be another story of whatever. Now, granted, I don't know. Like you said, I don't know, but I don't think that a person, like, I don't think everybody just walks away and gets punked out. You know what I mean? From just a brazen theft in broad daylight. I think yes, obviously 5 again. Like again, if you look at it from a very local perspective of 5 versus 1, then sure, she's outnumbered. But like Buana was saying, realistically speaking, it was probably like 10 cops around there. You get what I'm saying? Or 10 cops coming to the scene, and she understood. Hey, look, like if these boys are robbing me, they're gonna learn a pretty good lesson, and that's not a good thing for somebody to imagine. But at the same time, it's like if there was a broad daylight crime, like what do you like? What are the expectations there?
But you can't. But on those apps, though, you can't really steal the bike. Open the app in your session. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if somebody runs off with your city bike, go shut the app down and end your session, and the bike's going to stop rolling. Like, it's literally going to stop rolling. They have brakes on them and everything for them to stop. So if that was really her bike, she should have proved it and stopped it, and the bike wouldn't have moved. It wouldn't have lit up or none of that. I don't know.
I don't know the app. I'm not gonna hold you.
But so I don't think nobody was stealing that bike. Like I said, it's plenty of bikes everywhere. Like I don't know. I just don't think them brothers should have had to give up that bike. You know what I mean? If she wanted to tussle out, she could tussle it out. But you have a shorty in your stomach. I think that would take more importance than trying to win a feud over a bike.
I
I would
agree.
think so, but she wanted to, you know what I mean? She wanted to press the issue and use her fragility as some sort of power struggle. Yeah, I'm gonna call for help, and then we'll see who can really, you know what I mean? I don't know, but I mean, yeah.
No, I agree. What I see in that video is the young boys showing her on the phone the receipt for the bike, and she grabs the phone away from the boy, and he has to take it back. I also see that, once the white guy says, "Hey, why don't you take that bike right there?" She softens up and says, "I will." And then she stands up on her phone and she's starting to reserve the next bike. Like, you could have done that to begin with. You have a child, you're pregnant, but like like Gas said earlier in the chat, she doesn't want these black fellas to stand down. and I actually applaud them somewhat for not standing down. My thing is just make sure you have your receipts, right? Let's welcome in Carl Hezekiah this week. Carl, how are you this week?
I'm doing good, Coco. How about yourself?
I'm hanging in there, man. Thanks for coming through.
Oh,
What
I'm
say
glad
you?
to be here, man.
Mm-hmm.
So, just this whole situation, when I'm looking at the situation with this woman, um, she knew she was in the wrong, and she knew that the reaction of a white woman's tears, this is type of behavior that got people lynched back in the day. She was trying to take the bike, and why is it that these young men had to acquiesce to her? So, like you said, I'm glad they stood their ground. I'm glad they stood up against her and didn't just say, just take the bike, because they would have been liable had she taken the bike and stolen it. It would have been on their card, their account. So they would have been the ones that had to pay for it. So I'm glad they stood up against her, and just how quickly she was able to switch the tears on, like automatically, like she just knew the power that she had. I've often heard, the dynamics of gender and whatnot in society about how men are more powerful than women. But here, this white woman knew that men would come to her rescue just as she started feeling sad or making a scene about it. And they were ready to jump on those boys, I do believe. So I'm glad that they kind of stood back and didn't let her take their bike. But, also I realized the power that white women wield in this society and the ability to enact violence, even if it's not themselves. They still had that ability even to this day. So that's just my thoughts on that, Coco. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem, Carl. Thanks for that. Any last thoughts on this prompt from anyone? All right, let's go to Should Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Should Breeze topic number 5 is how to raise a family of champions. I think I saw this prompt, this topic on social media during the week. I think I know who it's about. Let's check out the video and then and then we will discuss it on the other side.
Hi, I'm Pamela McGee, and you're watching Mommy Noir. Well, basically, we have a videographer who videotapes everything, just for our family archives. Well, she put together maybe a 2-minute sizzle, and she showed it to one of her friends, and he says, you know what, I got a development deal with Sony. So Holly Jacobs, who is the president of Sony, she said, Pamela, your story is so unique and it's so powerful. As a female, women need to see this story. Not only African American women, but I call Holly my vanilla sister from another mother. She says white women need to see another image of a strong female. So Mom's Got Game is more about, we always say, we're not trophy chicks. We can be trophy chicks, but we're chicks with trophies. The relationship with my son is what they saw and what you'll see in the show. With my son, his motto is always, "Ma, you good? I got you, Ma." That's what he's always said. Through breast cancer, through a horrific divorce, he's always been, "Ma, you all right? I got you." And so when you see that on the show, that's just our lives. I never imagined that my son would be in the NBA. He'll tell you that. He would always say, yeah, I was probably his worst critic. I said, you want to get paid to play? That's what we call it professional. You want to get paid to play? Oh, no, bro, you got to bring it. The most challenging part of being both business manager and mother is, at the end of the day, I have to make sure that he protects his capital, that he maximizes his investments, and that the choices he make will be long-term choices, and that they will both benefit his legacy and create generational wealth. That's what I have to do as a business manager. Now, as a mother, I have to make sure that allow him to make mistakes. And so that's probably the hardest part, to let him do his thing and be okay with it, because he's a man at the end of the day. And sometimes at the end of the day, even as wives, as lovers, we have to allow our men to be men and sit back and say, because he's a man, you still knew I was right. It's a fun show, and that makes sure that we need to tune in, because at the end of the day, if we don't get numbers, we won't see this kind of positive programming. So we need to show up, and you put the word out to tune in. because at the end of the day, we have to have positive programming in order to get a second season and continue to see programming like this. So it's not enough for you to just say, oh, I like the show. It's more enough to tell your mother, your brother, your sister, your cousin, whatever, and tune in.
All right, yeah, that's JaVale McGee's mom, who was a professional player herself back in the day. She's aged nicely too. She still looks pretty much how she looked when she was a player. How to raise a family of champions. Let me start with Lero. Lero, how to raise a family of champions? What did you see?
I didn't really see I didn't really see a family. I just see a I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I didn't really see a family. I just seen a mom and her son. She seems like a good mother who has her son's best interests at heart. I don't, and obviously it turned out to be successful, with him being able to be an NBA player, and I mean with her professional career as well. Um, I'm not really sure on this prompt because it's not really like a question or anything. I think she did good. She understood. You gotta definitely let your men be men, um, and not. I think it's hard because I think um, as a woman I can't show a man how to be a man. You know what I mean? That's something for men to do, and not that I can't help be an impact in uh, like my son, my husband, my brother, their character development. But as far as their manhood, that's not something I'm going to be able to show them. And so, really, she didn't really have a choice but to let him do his thing and go about being a man on his own terms. Um, as far as this, there, like I said, this isn't really a family to me. It's just a mom and son. So I can't really say too much other than that. But good job, I guess.
Well, I guess you could call it a single mother family. Let me hear from Carl. Carl, what to you?
Well, this isn't the type of programming that I would look at. I would look at reality shows, but I mean, it just begs a question: what do we define as successful? What do we define as a champion, as African people living in a white supremacist society, a racist society? Is the ability to have fiat and have access to money mean you're successful? I mean, it's just something I just question about that. But I mean, I'm kind of indifferent to the show. I'm not gonna watch it. I guess she's proud of her son making the NBA, and I guess it's something to be proud of. Yeah. Um, is this a family? I don't know. I mean, what we consider family is different sometimes. So I don't consider it not to be a family. You know, um, Hell, I live with my son and my dog. So are we not a family? So I don't know, but it's what I wish her success in her future, but it's not something I'm gonna look at. But whatever. I wish that I hope she does well. I'm leave it at that.
Hey, Carl, what are you doing in the background there? Mixing concrete or something?
No, I'm actually at work,
Oh, okay.
but I fuck with y'all, so I come in and I still join the chat. But yeah, I'm actually at work.
Oh, okay, okay. I appreciate you coming through. Let me hear from Oni on this now.
So what? You mixing work you mixing concrete at work? Yeah, family. That's the thing. But that's the thing. That's the trouble with America, and that's what I'm trying to say. Basketball is a kid's game. It's a children's game, and I don't like. Obviously, I'm probably the only person saying that, and it might come off like the wrong way, but it legit is. Like, you could go sit down on the playground and you'll see children playing this game. But if you think about the premise of the game, get the ball into the basket. You got to follow these rules where you can't, all that kind of stuff. It's just a children's game. It's just a kid's game that adults play, quote unquote, professionally, for the entertainment of other adults. And that's fine. But to call that person the entertainer who's playing an athletic game for the entertainment of other people, to call that person a champion is just an overstatement. Is it cool? Sure. Is it athletic? Absolutely. But are you a champion? Are you a role model? Are you some amazing individual. Not really. You know, like you just play a kids game for an hour and a half once a week or something like that, you know, for a couple of months. And then of course, yeah, sure, you exercise and all that kind of stuff in order to be a good entertainer, but that's not like that's not impressive. You know what I mean? Because there's this thing called esports. They're not obviously not sports. They're not athletic at all. But there are people who take these video games very seriously. Mainly like whites and Asians, but also some black people, obviously. But they take these sports really these games really seriously. These are also children's games. You know, they're also games constructed by you know, some nerds who know how to program and say, hey, you know what, this might entertain some kids, or maybe this might entertain some adults. And then, you know, a bunch of adults get together and play it for the entertainment of other people. And it's a huge industry. If like for instance, if I grab my son and I tell him, hey man, you know, Fortnite's pretty good. You play Fortnite, you know, let people watch you play Fortnite, or let people watch you play Fall Guy or something like that, right? He plays it and people are watching him. I'm not gonna walk around saying, oh yeah, my son's a champion. You know, I'm raising a champion. I'll say, yeah, I raised an entertainer. You know, the same with regard to basketball. Like my son likes to shoot. He goes to the hoop, or he goes and plays football for you know how long, and he's kicking it and all that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna walk away and say, yo, I just raised a champion. I raised an entertainer. I raised somebody who likes a game and plays it for a particular team or a particular nation or a particular state or a particular city, whatever. And he plays it professionally, gets paid good money, obviously. But it's a kid's game. And I mean, that's all it is. So I'm not going to walk away and call somebody like that a champion. What I would call a champion, I don't know what he asked, but maybe like if my son was like, you know, getting bodies, you know, like he's motherfucking, you know, I guess it's Megan the Stallion or whatever, you know, body out, you know, he's killing motherfuckers like left and right. I'll be like, yeah, like, you know, Micah Johnson's parents could be like, I raised a champion, and I'll be like, yeah, you did. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see if you telling me, hey, I raised a champion. Not, oh, look, I play basketball once you know, I play basketball and I train for basketball while I'm not playing basketball. Like, okay.
Appreciate that. Buana, what say you to all that?
I understand. I understand what my hardliner my hardliner is gonna say. My hardliner black nationalists, I know where they're gonna go. You know what I mean? But you know, on the face of it, you know, this sister here, was a WNBA player. Her husband, for a long period of time, was an NBA player. Her daughter's in the WNBA, and her son is in the NBA. They are playing. Yes, they are playing, but they are athletes. They are athletes, and every athlete dreams of playing of performing on a elite level, like the Williams sisters. Yes, the Williams sisters play in a game, but they are athletes at the end of the day. They are participating in a sport on a elite level. The fact that this lady was able to produce, not help to produce, because her husband was NBA too, to produce children, and her herself was playing on an elite level, but to produce children who are able to perform a skill on an elite level should be applauded. You know what I mean? Like I say, I understand my nationalist brothers how they gonna look at it, but like I say, on the face of it, you know, everybody can be the a person who is technologically advanced, sophisticated, expert level. So, you know, you have the black Elon Musks within our society, within our culture. I think the Koku had an image of this young 13-year-old who graduated from university. We have our academics. They have that to offer, that brain to offer. But all of us can be that. So you have other people who have other offerings. These people, their offerings is athleticism, and they are able to produce it on an elite level. With athletics, it comes discipline, it comes long suffering, it comes a whole lot of things, you know, because not everyone can play on that level. So it's just something to be appreciated. The fact that this lady, along with her husband, who are doing something on a elite level, was able to produce children who are doing something on a elite level as well. And I think it calls excellence. Yes, we could say, well, it's still games on the plantation. Like I say, I understand where my nationalist Garvey is gonna go with it, but I'm just talking about on the face of it. This lady was able to assist in producing things on an elite level where she was on an elite level as well, and I think it should be applauded. But that's where I am with it.
Let's welcome in our boy Gas them up this week. Gas, how are you this week? Gas, if you're down, unmute your mic, brother. All right, looks like Gas is not there. Does anyone have any other thoughts or last thoughts on this prompt here? No one? All right. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Gas just ran out. Let's see if he'll come back in before I drop the prompt. So what I'll do is I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. And then I'm going to do a station ID break. Take over 2 minutes, stretch your legs, etc. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 6 is Warren Buffett got scammed by a low-level mechanic. These are the people some black men and women want us to be like. These are your heroes, but y'all claim consciousness. But would a would a low-level black mechanic ever be allowed to get this close to Warren Buffett and his bread without going through fire and the gauntlet? Guys, please cut down the length of these prompts. So that's going to be Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. So what I'll do, like I said, I'm going to do a station ID break, and on the other side, we will discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Stay tuned.
Hello there, dear listener. We hope you're enjoying this lovely discussion. If you're not already aware, this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio, a Pan-African nationalist and Garveyite network come to showcasing the rich and varied thoughts of African people. We have an exciting lineup of shows that we think you'll enjoy, including
the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I think black people require too much buy-in. Like, we constantly have to sell black people on things that are beneficial to black people. The Pro-Black Perspective Podcast.
I'm fearful that our people are not really studying how to get ahead, and we're kind of, continually staying behind.
The Harsh Reality Podcast.
To me, it don't matter. I think people are so dumbed down, it wouldn't matter what you reveal to them. They still are in the matrix. They're in the simulation. They're going to keep doing what they did. They lemmings. So to me, it don't matter, man.
The Learning Curve Podcast.
Sexual access has never given you economic empowerment. The only person who has ever been economically empowered by a sexual relationship is the wasp and his woman.
The Cathedra Cheek Show.
When we start rising up to fight for our own, I guarantee you they'll stop doing what they're doing. I guarantee you they would have let their brother go. They was waiting to see what black folks was going to do.
Brother Bakari Podcast.
Black people love to claim folks that hate them, right? They're a slave master, and they are ashamed of who they really are.
The Forecast Radio.
Like, if you pray to the same deity as like your enemy, and that God blesses your enemy more than you may want to reconsider who you praying to,
And Tanzan, African Mind.
Africans generally are welcoming of everyone. Sometimes, to my consternation, I think that they should be less, welcoming.
If If you love our podcast network, we would be grateful if you could rate and review us on Apple Podcasts. Follow us on social media, like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and check out our website at www.kwazradio.com for more information. Thank you for tuning in. And now, back to the program.
All right. Make sure you guys are tuned into all the shows on KWAZ Radio. Check out the website itself. I see some people seem to have liked that new drop for the network. It's actually not because of the 100th episode. It's because I was supposed to have done this months ago, and I finally sat down the other day and put it together. So that's why it's here today. I see Gas talking about this stuff in the chat. Here's the thing, Gas. Like, I come here to have these discussions and edify myself, to learn some things, to make a mental note of things I need to study and engage with a little bit more. And I'm really not about the distractions of beefs and all this kind of stuff. You know, that stuff in the chat, if y'all want to beef in the chat, once it's not destroying the quality of the content of the show, I'm not going to get in it. I mean, what do I look like standing up between two grown men on the internet, right? Trying to call some kind of order between two dudes on the internet. Like, I'm not going through that. You know what I mean? What I'm here for is what I'm focused on. And that's just, let me learn, let me commune with others. And hopefully the product that this show is will inspire some of the people to do the same. So that's what I'll say to all of that. Brother Bakari is still out there.
Coco, that promo was awesome. I like that promo. You know, I want you to introduce some of them nice. But no, I was just saying that I gotta look at it. But no, it was a good promo. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the newness of it. No hair and all those nice fresh voices, and it was a very good promo. I'd say.
I appreciate that. If you guys like the promo in the chat, by the way, I emailed it to everyone on KWAZ Radio, so you guys please utilize it. Let's bring more people in, bring more viewers and etc. in as well. Shoot the breeze topic number 6. Warren Buffett got scammed by a low-level mechanic. I'm not going to read all the rest of it. You get the idea. This came with a link. Let's check out the link and then we'll discuss it.
$340 million. That's how much money these scammers stole from Warren Buffett. Most people wouldn't even know what to do with that much cash. But for Warren Buffett, everyone's favorite billionaire investor, $340 million is just a drop in the bucket. The world-famous investment tycoon watched more than $250 million of his hard-earned dollars disappear from under his nose. Just how exactly did a savvy businessman like Buffett get scammed so badly? Buffett is the CEO and chairman of the hugely successful holding company known as Berkshire Hathaway. As all great investors do, Buffett has compiled a diverse portfolio of investments over the years in his efforts to maximize Berkshire Hathaway's prospective earning potential. Any investor will tell you that in the climb to the top of the stock market game, there will be plenty of victories as well as plenty of losses. This is the story of one of Berkshire Hathaway's ugliest failures, a strikeout so horrendous that they were forced to absorb hundreds of millions of dollars in losses when it was all said and done. The renewable energy ecosystem has rapidly evolved into one of the most popular and sought-after industries in the investment world. Brands and businesses of all shapes and sizes have continuously tossed their investing hats into the renewable energy ring since the mid-2000s. Why? The answer is twofold. Firstly, companies that work in the field of renewable energy sources like solar energy are generally viewed in a favorable light by the public due to their positive impact on the environment. As a result, businesses that choose to financially support the efforts of these renewable energy companies are able to soak up a lot of that goodwill in the court of public opinion. And while any press is good press is really good press. If good PR isn't enough of an incentive to invest in renewable energy, then perhaps some tax credits will do the trick. Renewable energy investors are awarded hefty federal tax credits, making it all the more enticing to pour lumps of cash into companies like DC Solar, a Bay Area solar energy corporation whose objective was to create thousands of mobile solar generators. These generators would be used to supply solar energy to outdoor venues in need of power, like concerts and sporting events. Even cell phone towers would make use of DC Solar's generators. The company was led by husband and wife duo, Jeff and Paulette Karpoff. They began to make some noise in the renewable energy scene with their inventive mobile solar generator model. They promised to lead the way into a new era of adaptable and renewable energy, and they were seen as rising stars in the industry. Their work, along with the tax incentives they guaranteed to potential investors, generated the attention of big names looking to stake their claim in the renewable energy space. Warren Buffett was one of those names. His company, Berkshire Hathaway, dumped a whopping $340 million into DC Solar. In total, DC Solar was able to collect $2.5 billion from a dozen or so investors. From the outside looking in, the Karpoffs had made it. They were living the good life, riding high off the copious amounts of investment money they secured from companies like Berkshire Hathaway. While it might be a wise business practice to put all that money right back into the company to support their work, the Karpoffs had different plans. They used the outrageous sum of money to fund their lavish lifestyle, a lifestyle full of unnecessary luxuries and absurd personal expenses. But if you've got an endless stream of investment money in your back pocket, why not? The Karpoffs took the money that was invested into DC Solar and used it to purchase well over 100 collector cars, including a 1978 Pontiac Firebird that was previously owned by Burt Reynolds. Jeff's expansive garage was bursting at the seams with high-end vehicles, more than any one person should need, and the Karpoffs' ludicrous spending didn't stop at luxury cars. The couple also indulged in a ton of expensive real estate, opulent properties in California, Mexico, even the Caribbean. The Karpoffs used the financial means they had stumbled upon to even fund their very own professional baseball team in their hometown of Martinez, California. The team was called the Martinez Clippers, and while they weren't in the major leagues, having a baseball club to call their own was a dream come true for the owners of DC Solar. The Karpoffs parlayed their emerging public standing into a chance to get DC Solar's logo on the side of an official NASCAR driver's vehicle. That driver was Ross Chastain, a 26-year-old up-and-comer in the NASCAR world. Not only were they dealing with some of the greatest business minds in the world on a daily basis, they also got to parade their company's name around the NASCAR Speedway in front of millions of eyes. This was rock star living for a couple that had originated from very humble beginnings. They weren't born into a gigantic inheritance and didn't work their way up an already established company's hierarchy. They built DC Solar from the ground up. Jeff had once made an honest living working on cars as a small-time mechanic, which might explain his love for exotic vehicles. After years of hard work and shady dealings, the Karpoffs headed a booming solar energy empire funded by the likes of Warren Buffett. For the Karpoffs, the American dream had come true. Their dream, however, was too good to be true. In December of 2018, it all came crashing down for the Karpoffs. As the new year came knocking, so did a squad of FBI agents. The feds entered the Karpoffs' residence and seized much of their belongings, including Jeff's exorbitant hoard of cars. Everything they had worked for, everything they had accomplished through DC Solar disappeared in seconds. What exactly had been going on? As it turns out, the Karpoffs had been lying about the nature of their work at DC Solar. They exaggerated their efforts to produce solar energy generators to their investors and to the public, promising that they were working to deliver more than 12,000 units from the funding they'd received. However, that's not where the money was going. The couple had been laundering their investors' cash, using it to support their expensive hobbies and their costly way of living. They never used a dime for its intended purposes, the generators themselves. While the FBI did discover some mobile generators while raiding the DC Solar property, it was not the amount that the Karpoffs ensured were in operation. Not even close. The deceitful owners of DC Solar went to extreme lengths to cover up their lies, setting up GPS devices in the locations of these fake mobile generators to make it seem like they were where they were supposed to be. In reality, most of the generators didn't actually exist. The Karpoffs didn't act alone. While they were certainly the masterminds behind this massive criminal conspiracy, additional employees at the company were also implicated. In the end, there were 5 other individuals prosecuted in relation to DC Solar's crimes. While the Karpoff scam took chunks out of billionaire investors, there were a handful of folks that suffered in the wake of their Ponzi scheme. The Martinez Clippers weren't just a fun investment for the Karpoffs, but a real chance for Martinez, California residents to get into professional baseball. Martinez, California had a long history with professional baseball, as none other than Joe DiMaggio was born there in 1914. The field the Clippers played on was named Joe DiMaggio Field, and their team name was a nod to Joe as well. DiMaggio was nicknamed Yankee Clipper for his agility on the field. Martinez country was elated to have a professional baseball team to call their own, and they had the Karpoffs to thank for it. Little did they know the nature of the storm brewing overhead. The Clippers had a Hollywood-like story as their debut season got off to a rocky start. They only won 8 out of 40 games in the first half of the season. After a managerial change, the Clippers would go on to win 21 of their next 40 games. While the Clippers' on-field performance has nothing to do with the Karpoffs, it's the money the team was able to bring in and the entertainment they were able to provide to Martinez that brought the community together. Young athletes looking to make it in the world of professional baseball had an avenue to do so. Unfortunately, the Clippers were dissolved after the FBI raid on Karpoff's home, unable to cover the cost of renting Joe DiMaggio Field. The fans, players, coaches, and staff never saw another game. It would seem like there are no plans to revive the Martinez Clippers, as their last Facebook post is dated November 23, 2018. It makes mention of looking forward to the 2019 season. The Karpoff home would be raided a few weeks later, and the Clippers would never see the field again. The Clippers weren't the only sports hopefuls to have their dreams crushed by Karpoffs. Remember Ross Chastain, the NASCAR driver once sponsored by DC Solar? His career was upended along with everybody involved, from pit crew to mechanic. The raid of the Karpoff home and revelations of their Ponzi scheme left Chastain without a sponsor for the number 42 Xfinity car. He hardly got to drive it as the Karpoff home was raided 2 months after the announcement was made. Thankfully, Chastain was able to bounce back, driving for Nice Motorsports. As a result of all this madness, Jeff and Paulette Karpoff were in serious trouble. Their crackpot scheme to sucker investors out of millions upon millions of dollars was ultimately foiled by a former employee turned FBI informant. Jeff Karpoff pleaded guilty in January of 2020 to conspiracy to commit wire fraud and money laundering. His wife pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States and money laundering. While they haven't been brought to trial yet after a series of COVID-19 related delays, they will eventually be prosecuted for their crimes. Jeff is looking at a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison, while Paulette faces up to 15 years. When it was all said and done, $500 million was returned to the United States Treasury following DC Solar's massive fraud, and the Karpoffs forfeited more than $120 million in assets. This included all of Jeff's collector vehicles, which were repossessed by the federal government and auctioned off to recoup the investors' losses. The U.S. Justice Department called it the biggest Ponzi scheme in the history of California's Eastern District. Where does this leave Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway? Well, the billionaire will surely survive this fiasco relatively unscathed, but his wallet is a few $1 million lighter. The company was bamboozled out of $340 million by the fraudulent Karpoffs, an embarrassing blunder on the part of the well-respected Berkshire Hathaway. It was certainly a regrettable chapter in Buffett's illustrious business career that he'd like to forget. While Buffett himself may choose to forget his mistakes, this whole ordeal should serve as a cautionary tale to all prospective investors who fail to do their homework before unloading their cash into someone else's company. The investors who laid down their money for a piece of DC Solar thought they were doing the right thing. They had their eyes on the prize being the federal tax credits promised to them, and the seemingly endless potential of the emerging renewable energy industry. These shiny trophies blinded them to any warning signs regarding the Karpoffs' misdeeds, and it ultimately cost them a lot of money. Click to watch one of these next videos.
All right. That was kind of lengthy. Warren Buffett got scammed by a low-level mechanic. Hold on.
Okay,
hold
so
on,
this
hold
is
on.
Ali. This is
Goddamn Pan-Africanism strikes back. That was about Warren Buffett. I guess he was scammed. So yeah. Warren Buffett got scammed by a low-level mechanic. And the gist of it is like we look at, I guess black folks look at Warren Buffett as a hero. I never really particularly thought about the guy like that. But anyway, well, Carl, what are your thoughts on what you just saw?
Well, I think those people that aspire to be capitalists look at Warren Buffett as a hero, I suppose. Um, but I guess the ordinary working class person probably could care less about Warren Buffett. But I think it's just interesting. I mean, this is late stage capitalism at work, really. It's interesting how the federal government is really coming down on these people. But I think that it's interesting. The largest form of theft, literally billions of dollars, is wage theft. Many of these corporations, they don't pay their workers, and that's the largest form of it eclipses everything, every robbery, every fraudulent transaction. It eclipses it. But yet we don't see the penalties that you would see these two people are getting, because who did they steal from? They robbed their investors. Had they robbed their employees, we probably wouldn't even be seeing this. This probably wouldn't even be a story that they were robbing their employees instead of their investors. So Warren Buffett, he's not going to really lose any sleep over this amount of money he lost. Is it embarrassing? Yeah, I'm sure. But this man he's a billionaire. This is a drop in the bucket to him. He really is not going to be affected by this. And I'm pretty sure this happened in 2018, 2019. He's already made his money back. This man is not worried about this. But I think it just kind of speaks to just how things function in a capitalist society. And many people like to pretend that it's through hard work and thrift and managing your money. And it's really, the foundation is theft. The foundation is stealing resources. The United States was founded on theft, stealing the land from the Native Americans, stealing people from Africa. That's how the system works. So I just think it's just more, you know, of shit being the way it always has been. So it's not even really surprising to me. I'm just surprised that even now, they're not even been sentenced yet. Had you went into a store and stole some food at the store, you probably would have been sentenced by now. But yet these people have stole millions of dollars and they haven't even been sentenced yet. They're still probably free at this point. So it's just a joke to me. The way everything works. The Chinese probably would have had them shot, but this is America. So I'm not even surprised that they haven't been charged yet. So I'd like to follow this case along, but I mean it's another Ponzi scheme that was enacted by people who were just doing what they do, and I'm not surprised at all. We'll see what happens with these people. I'm pretty sure they'll cop a plea. I'm sure they weren't working alone. They probably have other people they were working for, who are working with them. They may decide to turn state's evidence against whoever else is a part of their scheme. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Coco.
No, I appreciate it, Carl. Thanks for coming through. Thank all of you guys for coming up tonight on the panel, and everyone who's in the chat. Make sure to hit the like button for me if you don't mind, and share the episode. Buano, what say you next?
Well, me and Kyle can disagree. Kyle is my good socialist brethren. That's my good socialist brethren, and I know.
Likewise.
Yes, man. And I know how you can. I know where he can take it, and I have no qualms with him. That's my brethren, nonetheless. Me and him are both Garveyites, and we just see things economically. We see things differently, and in terms of, because I see the world where, in terms of when I talk about capitalism, I would like to be the person to provide a service to people that would benefit people enough where they would want to reach down in their pockets and pay me what I asked, what I asked for the service that I provide for them. You know what I mean? But needless to say, with this, I say this: anyone can get got. Even the best of us, even the people who have hundreds of attorneys on dial, hundreds of accountants on dial, like Warren Buffett. The best of us could get caught. There was a brother from Nigeria, his name is Hush Puppy, was able to solicit in Ghana millions of dollars off of this so-called 419 scheme. There are, sometimes people get duped. They get conned. They get lulled to sleep. And the best of us could be put into situations where we could get got. Now, I would say 300 and something $1 million is a lot of money for Warren Buffett. That's pocket change. I was trying to buy some Berkshire and Hathaway stock for a long time ago until I learned that is like $50,000 per. That's a little bit above my pay grade. I would love to get some Berkshire Hathaway stock. That, we'll get there. We'll eventually get there. But with this brother, like I say, I think that anyone can get caught. If you play in this whole so-called game of so-called capitalism, you gonna Warren Buffett is a guy who invests how he gambles or how he invests in the stock market is he is heavily on financial statements. So and he investigates, and if it look good to him, he gonna go for that long-term investment. Unfortunately, it ain't play out for him. He get got. But like I say, if you play this game, no one understand that everyone is capable of being got. Somebody is always out there, no matter where they are, that station are in life. They could be at a high station in life, or they could be at a very low station in life. The brothers who running what do you call it? Internet cafes in Nigeria, they're able to fool the best of them in westernized countries and solicit millions and millions of dollars. So many of us could get got, man. We have all manner of different kind of schemes that run around the world. Do I feel sad and sorry for him? He could take a little, hit on the cheek for this. But like I say, I think the best of us could get got. And it's not because this person was a mechanic. That don't mean he don't have the ability to fool Warren Buffett. You know what I mean? Because the lowliest of us could fool the so-called people in high positions. Just because you are in a particular position in life, that don't mean you are smarter or dumber than anyone. You just saying set a mousetrap that is credible to someone in a high position. And in the same vein, someone in a high position, he may set a mousetrap that'll cost a lot of people in a low position who would want to buy into that. Anyone could get got in this game. It's like a boxer's match. One punch could determine who the heavyweight champion of the world is on a particular day. So you can't certainly predict certain outcomes. More than likely, these brothers who's invested time and energy in this game, they more than likely win this game. But there'll be days when just one shot to the cheek and you out. Your lights out. And then the next heavyweight champion is determined for the world. So I can't I ain't gonna cry tears over what's happened to him. When you put yourself out there to the global market, these kinds of things will happen, and all of us can get got. Even people like Warren Buffett, because he's a man, and all of his accountants and lawyers, they wasn't able to see what was going to happen to them, and unfortunately, he take a pinch. He take a hit. Like all of us would in certain times. But that's my spill on this, man. That's my spill on this.
I echo your sentiments. Anyone could get got, especially when you have big money. There's people pinching from you all the time if you ain't careful, if you ain't meticulous, and it will often be someone you ain't even thinking could get you. So I was kind of surprised by the prompt too. Lero, what say you, my dear?
I kind of got a little different perspective on it. To be for real though, tighten them ends. I don't. Well, one, the prompt says that black people are trying to be like, I don't know if he means Warren Buffett or if he talking about dude and his shorty. But I mean, I'm not gonna shed tears for Warren Buffett getting scammed. I mean, who cares? But when it comes to what them did, I honestly, I'm not truly against black folks scamming white folks out of millions. I'm just not. I'm not gonna be like, oh, don't do that. I'm just say tighten them ends. You know what I mean? Because as you can see, the reason they in this situation with the FBI, because one of their former employees turned informer. Yeah, you gotta tighten up that organization a little bit. If you're gonna really move criminally or move in that in that light per se, you know. And it's kind of crazy to me too. I'm not gonna get too off topic, but folks kind of bring up, you know, all reparations by any means necessary, but you know, turn their heads to folks that's really, you know, taking that, you know, into action. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm not, you know, I think folks just be so police and they, you know, want to follow the law over everything. You know what I mean? Just, you know, be meticulous. You know, you're only a criminal if you get caught. You know, and if you think that every criminal out here is sitting up in jail, then you're crazy. You're crazy. But you know what I mean? You know, and I'm not advocating for anybody to do any type of crime. You know what I mean?
Sounds like advocating. Sounds like it. Sounds like a little bit. Just a
I'm
little
not.
bit. Oh, just a little bit.
You know, I'm not. But you know, when it comes to the, you know, the FDIC is there for a reason. You know what I mean? It's there for a reason. You know, it depend. You know, you don't got to go big scale and go 340 million. But you know, I think what most banks are up to like 250K insured. You know, so you know you got you a little BI. You're not really hurting them. You just hurting the bank a little bit. And I mean, who cares? You know what I mean? Who really cares? You know, as long as you're being meticulous enough and you're not, you know. But I do think it's kind of messed up because of him not tightening them ends. You know, the people he put on, like the NASCAR driver and whatnot, they went and he wasn't able to, you know, run his race, you know. And so that's the downfall of it too. You know, everything can't be just, oh, we're going to do a bunch of crime and crash out. And then, because then, you know, you might crash out. And then now everything that you built and worked, you know, upon your ill-gotten gains has now gone to waste. You know what I mean? And the legacy you've tried to build off of that, you know, is now no more. And you hurt your own community and the people you intended to put on and whatnot. But like I said, personally, you know, I'm like I said, I'm not advocating for black folks to go about doing whatever, you know, I forget their names, whatever these folks' names is, but you know, I'm not advocating for them to do that per se, but I won't say that I'm necessarily against it. You know what I mean? If you can be smart enough and get into, it's so many sauce Bibles out here. It's so many like different methods and ways, you know, to really get you a check, to really, you know, provide for yourself. You know what I mean? Like I said, they already stealing our wages, like Brother Hezekiah just mentioned, you know what I mean? They already doing that to us, but people think we just supposed to sit and fall in line. And, you know, that's just the rules of the game. That's just how capitalism goes. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? And that's why nobody really take the left too seriously for real, because they just whining and crying and not doing nothing about it. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know, but that's a whole other topic. I'm just saying, you know, you don't gotta idolize these folks and what they doing, but I definitely advocate for black folks to be open-minded and to try, you know, as many avenues as they can to provide for themselves. At the end of the day, the people saying, you know, something against you for what you're doing, they're not going to put food on your plate. They're not going to create your legacy for you. It's up to you, you know, and especially too when it comes to, you know, when we talk about the Yahoo boys in Nigeria or in whatever other nation, especially on the continent where the economic strife is a little bit more so. I'm not blaming them brothers for getting online and doing what they need to do against these Chinese nationals and these Western nationals. I do not care. I do not shame them. I do not. And, you know, for those that do, I mean, that's your prerogative, but I don't think it's anything wrong with it. The amount of, like I said, the whole Western society was built off theft and enslavement. So why would I care about what, you know, black folks going out and doing it really by any means necessary? You know what I mean? You following the rules that your enemy laid out for you. I don't know. But like I said, just be meticulous. Don't be a crash out. Be smart and calculated in everything that you do.
Well said,
My
Lero. I
Literal,
agree.
my only problem with the 419 brothers is why y'all calling here? This a black country. You know what I mean? Why y'all go if y'all running scabs, don't run scabs here, brother. You know what I mean? This a black country. Go where you know where the money is. I when they try to contact me via phone with that nonsense, I have to remind them, you know, bro, this is a black country. You know, the people here, we doing okay. But it's like you have big America over there, you have Canada, you have the UK. Why are you trying to scam us? That's my only issue with them. But that's needless. That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
should be understood. You should only be scamming. You should not scam your own people. If you want to steal,
absolutely.
don't steal from your own. Steal from your enemy.
Absolutely, I agree. Oni, what say you to all of it?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Most people, like everybody, gets scammed. Like I don't like who thought Warren Buffett never took an L. You know what I mean? Like nobody thought this guy never got an L, and that's the whole thing about. That's the whole reason why it's hard to get wealthy. Because like the line between rich and risk, those two words it's very thin. It's no, not very thin. What happens is that you have to take risk in order to be rich. Particularly in this society, particularly on this planet. And obviously there are people who are born rich, so that's the exception. But if you aren't born rich and you're working a 9 to 5, your chances are you're not going to be rich. Here's one thing I used to know about these communists or whatever, and one of them used to say, "White man, this is the white boys." They would say, the bourgeoisie only pay you enough for you to come to work tomorrow. You know what I mean? They don't pay you so that you'll be rich. So if you want to be rich, you have to take some sort of risk outside of work, right? And the thing is that when you are rich, you can take more risk. I actually got upset with a sister the other day. I'm not really upset, but I'm generous. I'm a generous guy, right? So this sister sees that I'm a generous guy, so she's like, I want to be generous too. And she gives away some money that she has, and it's like, lady, you don't got no damn money to give away. You know what I'm saying? like I got money to give away, right? Because I took the risk and all that kind of stuff already. But if you don't have money to give away, you don't. And that's the thing. That's why one of the things that I concluded is that one, I think it was Giacomola might have been saying what we look for in a wife, right? But I realized, money management skills. I know maybe Carl might not agree with this, but money management skills is really something that we as a people need. And I'm saying that, in regards to, as we said about Garvey, Marcus Garvey was like, do not give away money that you can't spare. And that's not even a concept for most of our people. If you ain't got no food in your home, right? And then somebody shows up and says, hey, I ain't got no food in my home neither. You say, okay, well, here's some food. You know what I'm saying? Which is nice. It's a nice gesture. It's a good gesture. You ain't going to be rich. You ain't going to be rich. You're going to be nice. You're going to be good. You are not going to be rich. And a lot of us don't understand that, because even when I'm saying that, people are like, hey, that's a little better though. If you don't got no food and I don't have any food, at least we can share. Yeah, it's okay. But the way how you would become rich is if you like see this guy Warren Buffett, like what we all said, oh, he lost 240 million, but he ain't touching none of his. Yeah, exactly. He gave up like 1%, and we didn't talk about his 1%. Nobody gives a damn. He don't give a damn about his 1%. He already forgot about that 1%. Oh yeah, I lost. Shit, that was a fake company. Oh, okay. And it's like that's how I do too. If I'm invested in somebody, it's like, oh shit, they was a scammer. Oh, okay. I'm not giving my last piece of bread. I'm not okay. This is gonna be my next one. No, I have my savings, and then I say, oh, how much do you need? Okay, yeah, sure. I could live with that. And that's the concept I have, but that's the reason why rich people can continue to be richer, because they can afford to make the wrong. They can afford the risk. Because see, what happens is that it could be a case that the company is right, and then you get paid big buco. You know what I'm saying? So it could be that the company takes it 34 million or 340 million, and it gives you back $1 billion, or it could be that it takes you 30-40 million and it gives you back 10 million. But when you got, $1 billion and you just got another $1 billion from 340 million, that's good. And if you got $1 billion and you just lost 340 million, I mean, that's not the best, but But at the same time, it's like that's still good because you still got 660 million. You know, and of course Warren Buffett got more than that anyway. But my fault. No. Yeah. But the thing that I'm saying is that you know, so but that's why rich people could become richer because they can take risks. Poor people, if you there taking risks, if you there, man, I ain't got no money, but I'm gonna buy the lotto, right? You know, oh man, I ain't got no money, but I'm gonna buy some stocks. Yeah, when that stock goes down, that's it. You know, but like, of course, Warren Buffett takes L's. Everybody takes L's. The whole thing is risky. When you're gambling, you're bound to lose. Even if it's educated gambling, there's nothing that's 100%. If it was 100%, I mean, the guy is rich, but if it was 100%, everybody be rich, right? Nothing is 100%. You don't know anybody really, you know, and things can go one way or the other, you know. Like I said, I invested in some, you know, a couple of people, and you don't know what's gonna happen. Sometimes you think they cool and then they're not cool, and then all of a sudden you gotta block them or you gotta, you know, whatever. Or you know, like with my farm was good, on point. It just didn't rain. All the crops died. The freaking whole thing went under. You know what I'm saying? But that's a risk that I could afford. The woman who I was partnering with, right, who was looking for a good payday from that, devastated. You know? Me, I'm just like, whatever, shit, fuck. Oh man, I lost all that money. She's devastated. But that's different. You know, but yeah, you know, I took the L, she took the L, but the L is much harder on her, even though she didn't even invest any capital. I invested all the capital. And that's the thing.
Let's welcome our boy. Thanks for that, Oni. Let's welcome our boy Zuli in. Zuli, how are you this week? Or Zuli, unmute your mic if you're speaking.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, man? The only thing I see about this situation that's very funny style is that Warren Buffett and his company, these people, they're supposed to have researchers, people working for them. How with $1 billion company, you don't know that you're getting scammed? So to me, it's something totally different. To me, I think this shit is like money laundering. They knew the whole shit was going on, and they let it happen so they could write this shit off of the tax. Because I don't understand how a billionaire can have all this money, have all this research team behind him, and let this happen. That's number one. Number two, if we really look, this, not on the scammers part, that thing could have worked. All the money that they put behind there, all the money that the people invested, if they took the money and really invested it on the product, it could have worked. But this is the capitalist system. People are materialistic. People, they are a bunch of thieves. It's get rich schemes. But at the end of the day, they're the fall guys. My only thing is, this is the people that a lot of black conscious people are looking after. That's why they learn they're scamming from. This is a scam. But to me, there's something greater than it. This is who we're supposed to look at. This is what's going to set us free. Because I bet you, if this was a black man and a black woman, they would not have even gotten like $10,000 off the ground from these people. You see how they keep the money within their people? If that was a black brother or black sister, they couldn't have made that scam work to scam freaking Warren Buffett out of all this money. My thing that's killing me, I don't understand how you're $1 billion company and you want me to believe that you got scammed out of 400, whatever the was. That's what I'm saying. When we tell black people, oh, this is the way out, this is the way out. So in order to become a billionaire, nobody becomes a billionaire playing fair, playing nice. Are we willing to do what these people are doing in the name of, oh, this is to free our people? You gotta scam, you gotta steal, you gotta kill, you gotta lie, all of that. This man was a billionaire, and people think, how does a billionaire get scammed by a mechanic? That's what I'm saying. That's all I have to say for now.
I'm so happy. One of my favorite guys on. I've been waiting for Zuli. I miss Azuli sometimes. Azuli, uh, watch. There's an episode of. Well, I don't know if you watch American Greed. You know, some brothers just watch American Greed for entertainment. I watch it to take notes. But needless to say, there's brothers in Nigeria right now, bro. And I mean, they soliciting millions and millions of dollars from Westerners who, you know the 419 scams and shit like that, and then they go to romantic sites and things like that where they may not necessarily get it on the business realm, but some of them do. Promising, well, hey, if you give me this amount of money, I'll be able to get 50 million naira and shit like that. And then they use a romantic version to get solicit monies from these older women and things like that. They get it on the other end, because like you say, it may not work in terms of some business scams, but it gonna work on the other end because the Nigerian brothers and the Jamaican brothers now they learn the scams as well. They understand greed. Greed is a very big motivating factor for some of these guys, and they are able, Jamaicans and Nigerians, they able to solicit millions of dollars, and love too. Love is another big motivator. I shouldn't even be saying these kinds of things. Why am I talking about these kinds of things? Needless to say, like you say, you are right. When it comes to these kind of business things, and whites in certain circles, black faces may not work. Faces or accents, Nigerian, Bahamian Nigerian accents. A lot of businessmen can look at that and take it skeptically. But when it comes to things like romance, when it comes to things like greed, these are motivating factors, and this is the reason why a lot of brothers been able to get over on those kind of scams. But it's all scams, like you say, it's all scams. And like you say, in some circles it will work, some circles it wouldn't.
I'm just saying that yes, I agree with you, Boana. But I'm also saying is that how this is the question. Warren Buffett has a big company. They got researchers, they got investigators, they got police, they got everything. How you let a poor mechanic scam you? And number two, something I think it was Laro said it. I feel bad for these people, like the baseball team, the driver. I mean, because I'm human, I understand. So you're allowed to do all this shit to these people? And you mean to tell me the people who are in Warren Buffett's team didn't spot this in year 2, year 3? Nah, there's something not right with this. There's something not right with this. But at the end of the day, if I bet you, if that couple was a Negro, that would have never happened. Another thing, like the Nigerian and them, they scamming. They're not scamming Warren Buffett type people who got a whole research team behind them. They are scamming people who just want to get greedy with no research behind them. It's just like the Bitcoin thing. Remember, Koku? There was a couple of people here who get Bitcoin. Even though I did buy some Bitcoin. Look at what's going on with Bitcoin now. All this shit is a freaking scam.
Tanked.
So that shit is, let's get Bitcoin, let's get this. Oh, there was what Bitcoin, some get this, and then look at this. So this whole thing is a scam, man. You just gotta watch out.
I appreciate that. Urzuli. Does anyone have any last words here? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Urzuli now. Remember in our spaces, the spaces we represent, they say the biggest scam going. Let me tell you what the biggest scam is. I think that there was a African president, Kenyatta. That's his name, Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta. He made a statement. He said that when the white man came to Africa, the black man had the land and the white man had the Bible. And the white man told the Africans to close their eyes and pray. And after that prayer, the white man owned the land and the black man owned the Bible. That's the biggest scam running. Okay? So, yes, you were right when you say in certain circles we ain't gonna be able to win. But we have to use the resources to our hands, brother. And you know what it is. You know what it is. You know what I mean? You know what it is. So we gotta do what we gotta do. And we in that situation until we able to fight out ourselves out of it. Warren Buffett, like I say, F you to him too. F you to Warren Buffett. he gets scammed by a mechanic. That's his business. But we trying to control our resources and control our situation. So whatever we gotta do, and whatever means we gotta do doing that. I ain't saying nobody should do anything illegal, but you know what it is. You know what it is, especially you.
Any other last words for the prompt here?
I'll make it real quick. I
Go
want to
ahead.
respond to Brother Bakari. Shout out to him. But he said there was no socialist Garveyites. Are we forgetting Carlos Cooks? He was very much a socialist and an atheist. And to Oni's point about money
No, he
management.
wasn't.
Yeah, oh, he wasn't. I'm pretty sure he was an atheist, and we wasn't socialists either.
No, I don't think he was a socialist. He was an
I'm
atheist.
pretty sure it was. But anyway, okay. But to your point, Oni, money management is kind of hard when you're the poorest demographic in the United States. I mean, it's not money management that's a problem. I think it's more the fact that we don't have money to begin with. So I'll leave it there.
I'm gonna say that's cap, but all right.
That's not capped. I mean, the stats are there. You can look them up, obviously.
All right. You know what? Trigger Happy 262 plus in the chat says Carlos Cooks is not a damn socialist. That's his input. He says y'all gotta stop doing this. Socialists do this to Lumumba too. LOL. Jagan Molu says Western capitalism is crime. If you're going to play the game, be the best at it. And lastly, he says, no, we don't manage money. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 7. We might finish early tonight. Let's see. Shooter Breeze topic number 7 is what happens when you give up sugar for 2 weeks? I think this is an interesting type prompt to bring. This takes us to YouTube.
So what would actually happen if you completely gave up sugar for 2 weeks? Let's dive right in. The first thing you would notice is the shape of your face would change. It would go from being more roundish or puffy to a thinner face, like even with my face. You can see this before and after. My face actually was roundish and now it's not. So you'll see it in your face and you'll definitely see it in your midsection. So the reason why you'll lose fat in the midsection is because your liver is releasing fat. When you cut out sugar, the body is now forced to live off fat fuel because sugar and fat fuel are the only two fuel sources in the body. And given the choice, the body always will burn sugar over fat. When you cut that sugar out, you're left only with the fat fuel, forcing your body to use up the fat reserves, starting with your liver. All right, the second thing that's going to happen, there's 4 main organs that are going to be affected when you cut out sugar, more than other organs, okay? Your eyes are definitely going to improve. You'll have less blurriness. You'll see better. You see, the eyes are very sensitive to sugar. This is why diabetics develop a condition called diabetic retinopathy, okay? Destruction of the retina. That's the main nerve in the back of the eye. So your eyes will improve. The kidneys will improve. The kidney is another organ that gets hammered with too much sugar. This is why you might end up with sugar in the urine or protein in the urine because the sugar is creating a lot of inflammation and kind of rusting out the pipes, like your blood vessels that go right through the kidney to be filtered. And this is what is called diabetic nephropathy. Neph meaning nephron, which is the little filtering things in your kidney. So basically you'll have better kidney function. And then we have your arteries. If there's too much sugar, they call that diabetic artery disease or vascular disease. And so when you cut the sugar out, the inflammation in your arteries, all that rusting effect by that excess glucose will kind of start healing again. And because sugar not only converts to fat, but cholesterol too, you'll see your cholesterol values improve dramatically. Then we get to the nerves and the brain. When you decrease sugar out of your diet, your nerves start healing up. If you have a diabetic condition called peripheral neuropathy, where the ends of your nerves in the bottom of your feet are being destroyed, that will start going away. But also, since there's a lot of nerves in your brain starts healing. And there's 2 main things in the brain that will improve. First, cognitive function. So your memory is better, your focus is better, and your concentration is much better. You're going to find that your mood is just completely changed. You're going to be much happier. Mind-blowing to me. And I'm trying to understand this. Like diabetes, for example, right? What is diabetes? That is a disease of too much sugar in your blood, right? The obvious approach would be to eat less sugar if you're diabetic, right? I mean, if diabetes is too much sugar in the blood, why not decrease the sugar in your blood? But maybe I'm missing something, because if you look this up medically, you look at what causes diabetes, they're going to say two things: lifestyle and genetics. Okay. And with lifestyle, they say it's could be obesity, it could be a lack of exercise, or, and this is a good one, urbanization. Okay. I guess moving to the city will increase your risk of becoming a diabetic. But they're not mentioning too much dietary sugar. It's just wild to me. Instead, they say it's eating too much saturated fat. But that data has been completely debunked. And I will put a video, a couple things down below you can check out. If you still have even a hint of thought that it's the saturated fat, it's not, it's the carbs. And then when you dig a little bit further regarding the poor diet, they actually tell you to maintain high levels of grains in your diet. Now, they will say whole grains, but even whole grains are like 85% carbohydrates. Maybe you can help me out. I don't know if it's just obvious to me or why other people are not getting this, but it's just so simple. You cut the sugar out if you have diabetes. All right, the next thing you're going to notice is you're going to get up a lot less during the night to pee. Okay. Why is that? Because water follows sugar. Okay. So if you're eating sugar and it's going through your blood, it's getting filtered to the kidney, you're going to find that that's going to trigger more urination, especially at night. And one simple solution is just to start cutting out the sugar, and you will find you're going to get up a lot less during the night. I mean, when I was in practice, I've had people get up 10 times a night to pee. And all we did is cut the sugar out, and they slept through the entire night. Now, it does take a few weeks, but to salvage your sleep is so important. All right, the next thing that's going to improve is your energy. Well, like I said before, there's two types of fuel you can run your body on: sugar and fat. When you give up the sugar, your body is forced to burn your fat. Well, guess what? Your body has a lot more calories from fat than sugar. And I'm talking about stored sugar and stored fat. On average, even a thin person is carrying around about 100,000 calories of fat compared to like 1,700 calories of stored sugar. So if we were to give you an analogy, it would be like having this huge car battery to run on versus this little AAA battery. If you're going to run your entire body on this little AAA battery, you're going to be constantly hungry, craving, ups and down with your energy. But when you're burning fat, you no longer are susceptible to the ups and downs of this sugar, and especially the ups and downs of this energy fatigue cycle. I mean, think about this. Between the meals, right? Your body should live on fat. An average person with the standard American diet cannot even tap into the fat because there's just too much sugar in the bloodstream. So by dropping the sugar, converting your body over to fat fuel, you are going to be running on fat constantly between eating as well as your fat when you eat. And so that's going to give you a tremendous amount of steady state energy through the whole day. And your brain's going to feel a lot better. And this relates to the next point, cravings. The reason why your appetite goes away between meals is because even though you're not eating anything, okay, your body is eating its own fat between the meals. So if it's eating between the meals, it's being satisfied and you're not going to be hungry. And the only way to achieve that is by cutting down your sugar as well as not eating so frequently, like all those snacks. So how do you get rid of the cravings for sugar? By not eating sugar. This process takes about 3 days, and it's not that hard. Anyone can do this. You just have to bite the bullet and jump right in. But you want to reduce your carbs less than 50 grams per day. And that includes the fruits, it includes honey, and a lot of the other hidden sugars as other carbs, like the bread, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, waffles, things like that. I mean, an average person, at least in the US, consumes on average about 13.5 teaspoons of added sugar every single day. That comes out to 54 grams of sugar for those of you in Europe. Now, that's added sugar. What about the sugar in the other carbs, like the bread, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, waffles, pancakes, muffins, alcoholic beverages like wine and beer and the sodas and the juices, etc. That comes out to about a half a pound of actual sugar every single day. That's 275 grams of sugar. That's 68.75 teaspoons of sugar. So this added sugar thing is just the tip of the iceberg. It's all these other carbs that turn into sugar that is making a huge problem for your body. So this is why when you make this change and you start switching to fat burning, you start feeling so good. I mean, just the improvements in your mood and cognitive improvements is just going to be amazing. You're just going to feel really good. Not to mention look a lot better with your clothes fitting better, your face not so round, and not craving sugar. That's going to be huge. Now, when you cut out sugar, your inflammation, pain, and stiffness is going to also improve. Your arteries are going to be less stiff, which means your blood pressure is going to come down tremendously. So the need for medication becomes a lot less. And since anti-inflammatory medications are so popular nowadays, you'll be able to hopefully come off that medication as well, because your inflammation is going to come down. And I'm talking about inflammation in the inside of your tissues, inside the arteries, inside your eyes, inside your kidneys, inside the nervous system, like the stuff that you can't really see, that will improve. You see, the inflammation deep inside the arteries are actually making the artery walls thicker, okay? The thicker the walls, the less space you have for blood to travel, and the more susceptible you are to getting things like clogged arteries. So what you're doing when you're giving up sugar is you're allowing more blood flow to get to the tissues. All right, so number 7, and this is the obvious one, you're going to lose more weight, but not actually just weight, actual fat, which would be a really new concept for many people. Now, you will lose a lot of water weight initially because, like I said before, wherever there's glucose, I'm talking about stored glucose as glycogen, you're going to also store 3 times the amount of water. So stored sugar is basically a fluid-filled sponge, and you'll lose at least 13 pounds in the first 1 to 2 weeks just by cutting out the sugar. And that's important, but the bigger thing is you actually get to tap into your actual fat and start losing weight. And think about all the other benefits of just losing weight and being able to do something that's effective. If you try to do a diet with too many carbs, boy, you're just going uphill. Not to mention trying to lose weight with all the cravings and the hunger. It's going to be torture and impossible to do it any period of time. I mean, I think for some people, they may not know this, but carbs convert to fat and cholesterol, okay? Most of the fat in your liver has came from carbohydrates. And I'm not talking about salad carbohydrates. I'm talking about the grains, the breads, the pasta, the starch, potatoes, etc. All right, the next benefit is your skin. Your acne is going to improve. Your dermatitis, like the red rashes on the skin, will improve because we're basically dropping inflammation everywhere, including on your skin. In fact, that's one of the things that changes the shape of your face because there's less inflammation and puffiness around your eyes, around your cheeks. And many people are not connecting the dots that that puffy face is excessive carbohydrates. And the last benefit, and I really want to explain this, okay? And I saved this for the last. You are going to improve something at the heart of most health problems that people have, and that is insulin resistance. Let me explain what insulin resistance is. First of all, you have to realize that insulin is a hormone triggered by sugar, okay, and carbs. And so they both kind of go hand in hand. When you increase insulin, it's because of the carbohydrates. So when your body develops a resistance to anything, it's rejecting that thing, okay? Now you can also have glucose intolerance, which is a form of resistance, right? So this is all about receptors in your body, okay, when receiving certain things. So when you consume a lot of sugar over time, your body's resisting that, and the sugar does not connect anymore because the body is putting up a barrier. It's becoming very intolerant. Same thing with insulin, right? If there's too much insulin, that's very, very toxic and dangerous in the body, so your body develops a resistance against it. Now, to solve this problem, our body just basically makes more insulin to penetrate this resistance, this barrier. So we have a situation where we have a lot of insulin being produced in the body, thus all the extra side effects that I just mentioned, because a lot of those are not just high glucose, they're high insulin as well, but also at the cell level, we have this deficiency of insulin situation, which also creates other problems. But eventually what happens is the pancreas that's pumping out all this insulin gets so tired, it can't compensate for this barrier or this resistance. So then it gets tired and it stops producing as much insulin. And this is when you get pre-diabetes and diabetes, no longer compensating for the situation. And so we don't have enough insulin to push the blood sugar down. So when you have insulin resistance, you basically have a slow metabolism situation. You're going to have this set point, this certain weight that you just cannot get past. Let's say it's 160 pounds. You can diet, you can exercise, your body will not let you get below that certain weight. And this insulin is needed for other things like the absorption of potassium, the absorption of magnesium, the absorption of vitamin B1, the absorption of calcium, and many other nutrients, like even vitamin D. So by cutting out sugar, you improve insulin resistance and you increase your absorption of all these nutrients, including amino acids, to build proteins. So if you had atrophy before that looks like cellulite on your legs or your butt, all of a sudden that starts improving. You get more muscle and you get a better body shape. Getting rid of this insulin resistance problem helps fatty liver. It helps decrease your risk for heart disease, a stroke, and even cancer. So before you add more time to think about if you should do this, I think you should start immediately. And I put up this very helpful video to show you exactly where to start. Check it out. It's right here.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I think that's important to talk about in our community. I do think that when we deal with the issue in our community, we need to make it structural or cultural. And we need to find some type of therapy, because sugar is a drug, man. Sugar works almost similar to cocaine or something like that. Like it's one of those pleasure type things, and you get addicted to it. And I think we definitely have an addiction to it because in our culture, sugar is big. I know where I'm from, sugar is a big thing, but different drinks and all that kind of stuff. So that's one thing I noticed he kind of glossed over. He just said, "Well, just quit. Just stop consuming it." And that can be a little bit tricky. That's not as, to me anyway, that's not as simple done as is said. But with that said, let me go to Azuli. Azuli, what do you say to this? What happens when you give up sugar for 2 weeks?
My thing is with this guy. This guy, sometimes I listen to him, sometimes I don't. But my whole thing with this guy is this. I think he's talking about to give up sugar, period. Like even sugar in fruits, sugar in and other healthy foods thing. I would agree to give up the white sugar, because the white sugar is the one that's really killing you. Meaning white sugar with the white bread, the white sliced bread, and especially a lot of things that we think that
White
is
rice.
white rice, even the yams and some of those yams potatoes. It turns into it's starch. It turns into sugar straight into your body. But the problem is black people, especially in America and in the Caribbean and in Africa, they have been programmed to think that was their indigenous food. And in reality, it's not. So there's a serious deprogramming that you have to do to black people. And black people don't want to give up their rice. And I'm Haitian. I know Haitian don't want to give up their white rice. Rice is something that's very common in every Caribbean and African country. Black people are not giving up that. I tried even brown rice. I'm not gonna lie, brown rice might be healthy, but it doesn't taste as good as white rice. But what I have done is, I don't know if you guys know wild rice, which is, they say wild rice is what rice is supposed to look like. That could be. The funny thing is, I don't know if you guys know the Haitian black rice. The Haitian black rice is not really black. It's white rice soaked in black mushroom that gives it that.
Is that true?
Yes, it's
I
white.
I thought it was the wild rice that y'all was cooking. Okay, my bad.
No, but Goku, I'm glad you said that. But guess what? The wild rice smell just like the white rice with the mushrooms. I think this is my belief. I think when they brought over the white rice and to keep their indigenous food, I think they used the mushroom to turn it black because black wild rice smells the same as the Haitian black rice, if you know what I'm saying. So
Right.
maybe it was the way our ancestors were trying to keep their food, but my Haitian people are not giving that up, and I know Bahamian and Jamaicans are not giving that up too. There has to be a way because the thing is, sugar is more addictive than crack cocaine. They said the problem is you don't see the effect of it as you eating the white rice and the white sugar as you would see as a crackhead or a meth head. But I understand what he's saying, but he be on some other shit. Or you have to give up mango. Which Caribbean people is gonna give up mango? You mean to tell me I can't eat the mango, sour sop, watermelon? Are you crazy?
Never.
That's my situation with him. He's talking about give up because fruit sugar is different from that sugar. So I agree with what he's saying about giving people. How are we gonna get our people to do that? I'm speaking from a Haitian point of view. That white rice, bro, with the sauce pois, with all of that, I don't know, brother. I'm gonna pass on for that.
Trigger Happy 262 also agrees. He's like, yeah, my only difficulty is how you reconcile giving up rice. Yeah, rice is a staple, and like Bakari said, shout out to brother Bakari. Rice is from Africa, but I mean, there's rice from Africa and rice from Asia. But from what I understand, they flood Africa with Asian rice. From what I understand.
And Goku, before I pass, another thing too, Africans might eat white rice, and in the Caribbean, you might eat white rice, but you walking here and there. You're not just sitting or driving and doing this. That's the thing. If you consume the sugar, you got to burn it.
Yeah.
The problem is we're not burning it. We're just eating the sugar. You have to burn it. If you burn it, you will not gain all that weight because you're burning as you're eating. But the problem in America, you got bus, you got train, you got cars. So we live a pedestrian lifestyle. Or I don't know. And so it's hard to get rid of the sugar.
Yeah, when I was growing up back home, I'll tell you something. People used to get diabetes when they were old, for the most part, or unless they had type 1 or where they were born with that condition. But people used to get that when they were older, and like you're saying, I think it's because by that time they started to become more what's the word, sedentary. In America, though, you sit down 6-7 hours at work. You know what I mean? You drive, then you go home and you do some things, but then you're sitting down after a while watching TV or something, or listening to the radio or something like that. So it's an interesting thing, but that's a part of the culture thing too. We gotta edit and produce what it is we need for ourselves. We have to eat to live for sure and live to fight. Let me see. Is Carl here? Carl, what say you?
Yeah, I'm still here. So,
damn, Carl. Is they shooting in the back there or something?
no, we're not shooting, man. We listen. We doing putting some stuff out.
Oh, okay.
But in fact,
Ow!
In fact, if you want to pass on to me, I'll let somebody else go, and I'll go ahead. Sorry about that.
We'll come back to you. Oni, what say you?
I don't know. I just got shot. I thought. This man just he on the front line, man. He leading the proletarian revolution right now. Anyway, this food's looking boring, man. I don't know if y'all looked, but these keto diet, it looks like it's just meat and vegetables or something. Yeah, apparently that's my giveaway for having a Caribbean background and saying vegetable. I think if people in America say vegetable. But anyway, it's just meat and vegetables. So nah. Because my thing is that I'm trying to diet myself. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna eat more like bigger portions of meat, like burgers, right? I'm gonna eat burgers, I'm gonna eat burgers, I'm gonna eat hot dogs, beef hot dogs, right? Whatever, right? But I'm not gonna eat them without the bun. And even that way, it's like I eat them with the bun. I don't have no side of fries, nothing, just the burger, and I'm hungry as fuck. What? So you expect me to now eat it with just the burger and like a piece of lettuce, and I'm gonna be good? And it's like the dude was talking about do this for 2 weeks, and maybe that's, I could do that. The trouble is this though, like I eat with my son. You know what I mean? So like if I start doing that to my son, like that's abuse. I can't even admit to doing that because that's like, oh, let's call the police on this dude, right? But on that note, I could say this. Once upon a time, I was, married man. I was with this woman who was a little overweight. Well, not a little overweight. She was pretty overweight, but I'm trying to be nice. Anyway, so I'm with this woman. I'm with this woman, and she's like, let's just try this no carb diet. I do the no carb diet. Now I got this brother in Brooklyn, right? And he's like, let's clean up, let's all be outside and clean up Eastern Parkway, right? And so we all they all wore like black shirts, and they were just picking up this stuff, the trash on Eastern Parkway. And I was there with them, right? But of course, I'm on my no carb diet. Like, I don't even use the B word in a vulgar way, but I was just a bitch, I was just I had like no energy. Like a part of me wanted to start crying. I was like limping and shit. It was bad. Like we just gave she would give me the that I think I actually saw this in this recipe thing. This particular this noodle. It's not noodles, but it's it's like a zucchini. You could it's like a spaghetti squash.
Yeah.
We were eating spaghetti squash, and it was just so bad. And I'm telling you, man, that thing took everything out of me, and I was just so soft. And I'm trying to pick up garbage, and I'm just I can't even lift my arms. And these dudes are just looking at me. It was just bad. They were like, "Yo, man, you gotta go get yourself a burger." It's not I get and I don't think my diet was as bad as no fruits. So I mean that's the type of shit that kind of no carb at all is that's what you do when you fainted or some shit. When you passed out and you can't eat nothing. But if you gonna voluntarily do that, make sure you got nothing to do, or I don't know. But that's another thing. I mean, but I guess it's called a keto diet. That's the thing though. I can't manage it personally unless I had a really big piece of meat, I don't pause, but a really big piece of steak or something, right? And I guess a steak and an egg. I think maybe I could do that, but I don't think that could suit me. I don't think that could suit me. I mean, if it can, I could probably because I think this whole 2-week thing, maybe even just a week, might be good. I can give my son his own thing or whatever. But the other diet I heard about, because the thing about these Wazungu diets is that they're all just kind of whatever. So this sister used to tell me that a good diet she heard of from one of these Wazungu folk was the apple diet, where you could just eat apples and you don't eat anything but apples. And you could eat an unlimited amount of apples, but of course, by the time you get to your 7th apple, you good. And she's like, yeah, if you do that for 3 days, you could lose weight, because apples are mostly water type stuff. So I think if anything, I would probably recommend that more than but if you can, I don't know if anybody could really do that, just meat and vegetables all day. But if you can, then go for it. But a fair warning is that shit, I don't it can mess you up.
A while back, I used to be heavy on eating the Rastafarian way. This is some years ago, and I had this sister who she took it up even a higher notch, where she was eating these vegetable wraps with vegetables in a fucking piece of lettuce and stuff and one day she called me and told me how she fainted and bust her head open on Franklin Avenue. It was damn. And I was like, those diets, I'm not gonna lie, they work health wise. Your numbers, if you do a physical, your numbers do look good, but those diets are very hard to maintain. Those extreme diets are very, very hard to maintain. I'll say that much, but they do work. Is Lero back? Let me know if you're back, Lero. If not, Let me go to Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
LBG.
I'm good. I'm good.
Good, good. Thanks for coming through. What say you to this giving up sugar for 2 weeks?
I think it would do good. Not necessarily how he's saying it. I just think like the raw sugar, like the processed sugar. I mean, the fruit in and of itself is actually good because the fiber helps to like absorb, waste. You know what I'm saying, sugar and
The
whatnot. So like
the
the fruit is
fiber.
actually a good thing. So I mean, I know what he's trying to do on like an extreme level. Like that's not the way. But like, just basic drinks, the sugar, you know what I'm saying, the fructose, the corn syrup, if you can cut that to a bare minimum and just like, supplement that with meat and everything else, but just, you'll be good. I mean, I and exercise. That's the most important thing because you have to constantly burn off that. Because I can remember just like staying very very active and slowly but surely losing a lot of weight. I mean, I was probably eating. I was being mindful of what I was eating. Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really have sugar in my house, but I might drink a lot of drinks with like sugar in them. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just about being active, and like if you can do that, you'll definitely lose weight. And like replacing it with water and you gotta watch, when you say in the carbs though, it's like that's the thing. It's like you don't want to replace one set of sugars with another. That's what he's trying to say. Although I guess I would say fruit is better than like processed flours. Like when you talk about like the rice, I mean like I don't think that there's, unless it's like heavily refined, it's just mostly starch. I mean starch just breaks down the sugar. So like whereas the wild rices tend to have a little bit more grit in them and fiber and all that stuff to them. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I would never say don't eat fruit and don't eat no sugar. I mean, there's also like there's not natural sweet leaves out there. You know what I'm saying, like stevias and stuff that aren't like sugar based per se, but they're sweet. I've tried those before, like, you know what I'm saying, like mix those around a little bit. I mean, they taste a little funny. I mean, I don't recommend Splendas or any kind of artificial sweeteners. Don't do that. If you're gonna, I'd rather you have real sugar than fake sugar. Fake sugar is not an answer. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sugar might be the devil, but you don't want the devil's stepchild. You don't want anything like that. That stuff will really like twist your body. You know what I'm saying? It's like, at least sugar is based off. It's just a convolution of like sugar. Like the other stuff is just like really like twisting sugar and what sweetness is. Like I can't trust any in that saccharin. None of that. None of that's a go. No diet. None of that. I mean, if they could like crank out honey and mass produce that, you might as well get more honey and stuff. I mean, I think honey was, what I'm saying, better than sugar.
I appreciate that, RBG. Yeah, that's sucralose. That I forget what brand that is. Splenda. Sucralose. That shit is known for causing tumors in animals and stuff. One of the things I learned, and you mentioned it, RBG, that's I guess I should share. The thing that gets people really messed up, and I know this was my problem one time ago, is the juices, the drinks. Because the sugar in the drinks have no fiber. And the point of the fiber, Sebi talked about that, and that's a big part of his diet too, is the fiber acts as a slow release for the sugar. So you digest the fiber and that releases the sugar. And so what happens is you don't get that rush of sugar all at once into the bloodstream, which then affects your kidneys and all that kind of stuff. So that's the thing that to keep in mind. If you, like you said, exercise, but if you're going to take sugar, it has to be paired with fiber too. I think that's a key thing to mention. I don't think Lero ever came back. Lero, let me know when you're back. That leads me to, did I get to Carl on this one?
You did, but I had some gunshots going off in the back, so
all
I'm
right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carl.
Back now, but can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is that I agree with the topic, and health is a big problem, especially in the African American community. It's one of the big, health, heart disease, diet is one of the biggest killers. But to your point, Koku, the sugar is very addictive. So it's not just easy to just kick it. Like I'm done. I'm not gonna take sugar anymore. And another thing is that it's in everything. Sugar is in so many food products. So everything from tomato sauce and other things like that. It's so ingrained within our that it's hard to just say, okay, I'm gonna kick it. It's everywhere. And another problem is that in many communities, it's hard to eat healthy because there's definitely a paywall behind it. It's easier to find cheaper alternatives that are less healthy. But when you're poor, which most black people are poor, it's not as easy to eat healthy because the healthier foods tend to cost more. So when you have situations like food deserts and things like that, it makes it harder for people to eat food that doesn't have as much sugar. So I think that he's right. I think there's another way maybe to go about it, but also too the access to healthy food is a problem as well. So I'll just leave it at that. Sorry for the interruption in the
Gunshots.
back. I
Boop,
should have,
boop,
yeah.
boop, boop. Yeah. A lot of folks don't realize processed food is actually cheaper to get out there, and that's why you have these food deserts. That's why you like in New York, you have a bunch of corner stores all the time, and maybe a little Korean market selling some raggedy ass fruits and stuff and vegetables. But yeah, it's just cheaper to mass produce some shit with very little nutritional value, and it's cheap to buy, and most people will just go and buy it and eat it and call it a day. I guess that leaves me with Buana. Buana, what say you?
Yeah. So for me, well. Let me talk about my hypocritical side right now. So today I had some food. Some Bahamian food. And by the way, Haitians make the best Bahamian food in the Bahamas, by bar none. So I had some peas and rice and
I think
some
that's
plant.
blasphemy, but go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I can tell you where the place is when you come here. But peas and rice, and I had some plantain, and I had some nice fried fish fingers. It's awesome too, by the way. But the thing with that is, first of all, I know, and I'm drinking tonight, so I'm eating pure sugar. But but the thing with that is, you, I try to not do it every day. This for me is a treat. On Saturdays or Fridays, I treat myself to the so-called bad foods. But through the week, I try to restrict my diet to meat and like how Oni was saying, what are we gonna eat? He sounded just like my partner when he said that when this guy was talking. But half of my plate is green, and then I try to get a good piece of meat, something that's tasty, something that I enjoy. So half is green, half is meat, right? And I try to stick to that because I'm a one meal a day eater. For the brothers and sisters who can't do the handle of one meal a day, through the day when you get hungry, try to eat a salad with chicken or fish or whatever, and some nice tomatoes or whatever, and then when it's dinner time, half of the meat, half of the plate is green, and then you get your meats. What you don't get from your food, try to use supplements. You get your one a day, you get your omega 3, and you get your vitamin D3. That should be able to see how we eat right now. We believe because we eating that's satiating the body and it'll take you through the night. But if you eat something that is actually nutritious, it's actually feeding the body the nutrients that the body clamors for, your hunger level will go down a whole lot. You'll find that. And then when you couple that with supplements that you're not getting in your food, it should extend you through that so-called 24-hour period. If you get hungry through the night, eat peanuts. Peanuts is a very good uh, alternative, especially when you craving them night cravings. When you hungry through the night, peanuts is a good substitution, and it won't put a lot of weight on you. Just try it through the week. Brother Bakari had a black business challenge. I have a black food challenge for the brothers just for 1 week. You know what I mean? Try that suggestion for the week. And no sodas, no juice, no so-called processed juices, whatever. Water. Water is a good thing because you need to clean out the system. You need to clean out the system. Try that for 1 week, but you still need to get your supplements because what you're not getting, as Coco was suggesting, since you have food deserts, that means I could eat a hamburger, but the hamburger has no nutritional value, so it just turns to sugar. So where does the body get vitamin A, B, C, D, E, F, G from? Obviously, if you ain't getting that, you starving your body even though you eating. So you must get it from somewhere. I say get it from supplements. Get your one a day, get your omega-3, get your vitamin D3. These are good supplements that will feed the body, give it at least some nutrients that the body clamors for. And since you're not getting it in your hamburger or your French fries or whatever, you're getting it somewhere. You know what I mean? But I would suggest try it. And then when you do have that craving, when you do need the hamburger, when you do need the rice, like my Caribbean people, when you do need the plantain, you know what I mean? You don't do that every day. Do that as a treat for the weekend. Do that as a treat for the weekend. But through the week, as you if you could be as consistent as possible, half of your plate is green, and then you have your nice meat, whatever you want to eat, fish, chicken, whatever your brothers. Y'all don't eat pork and things like that. Whatever your brothers eat through the day, if you need something, a salad, chicken salad, fish salad, whatever kind of salad you can get. You know what I mean? But and then you have your waters. Try just solely drinking and relying on water for 1 week. I would just suggest that diet plan for 1 week for the brothers and sisters, if Leroy's listening, and see if that doesn't have a dramatic effect. At least how you feel for 1 week. That's my challenge to the brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I'll take up that challenge too. By the way, I mentioned this when I went. That was like 2 weeks ago. Or 3 weeks ago. I went to this melanin science presentation from these African-centered school children, and one of the things they mentioned about melanin, I guess this is a good time to pass this on, is to take copper supplements. And apparently copper was something that traditional ancient Africans were drinking from, like copper cups and whatnot too, and using copper in their diet somehow. So they mentioned that the copper supplements are good for people with melanin, who are melanated like us, I should say. And I looked it up, and the copper that they suggest you use is called chelated copper. It's a copper that's combined to amino acids. Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins. So the body readily absorbs the amino acids, and while it absorbs amino acids, it also takes up the copper. So that's the best form. They say you should take it up if you're melanated people like we are. So I just want to share that too, since Barno was mentioning all the supplements. Vitamin D, I take something called Super D, I think it's called. Pause. Since this C19 thing came out.
Yo, Super D. Hey, yo.
Oh, like right in front of my coffee, you know?
Listen, at least I wasn't saying the penis diet, right? But anyway, I just thought I'll share that with you guys. Does anyone want to add anything else here?
Well, how super is, man?
Go ahead.
Now I want to know, how does Super D taste?
No, my guy. We ain't gonna do that. No. It's just a vitamin D. So the packaging is called Super D, but it's really vitamin D.
Yo, Coco, this is the thing about the supplement, man. Sometimes the doctors be saying the supplement don't really work, man. One time I was taking calcium supplement, and they said my lungs got calcified because I'm taking too. Yo, we gotta be careful with the supplement. The pharmaceutical company and those supplements are big money making industry, and sometimes they don't even work. Like they said, to get your vitamin D, you have to get it in the sun. That's the sun. That's the most powerful form of vitamin D. So
Yeah, that's the best way. But when you live like in New York, so let me tell you a personal story. For some years there, I was going to the doctor, and all the time the doctor telling me your vitamin D levels are very low. And I was kind of shocked by it coming from the Caribbean and all that stuff. But then I realized I've been living in America for a while. We do tend to stay inside a lot through work or school or whatever. And when I took the supplements for that, and I started to go back to get physicals, those levels were fine. So it does work. There's certain things that does not work, that's not absorbed well. I think it's like potassium and stuff is not absorbed well from the supplements. You have to really get that from the green leafy vegetables and all that kind of stuff, right? Or
so
vegetables.
Kogu, since you said you were taking the Super D, that's what the one you was taking.
Nah, I left that for you. I was
No, I'm
just thinking.
saying you said you were taking the vitamin D. Which one was working? Was it while you were?
Oh, yeah. So the packaging, the
What's
pack,
wrong with this guy, man?
the packaging, yeah.
It's all wrapped up.
It's you could go in the store and find it. It's called Super D, and it's a mix of. Let me see if I can find.
Yeah, because you know a lot of us, like you said, as if you're living in the East Coast, you're very on vitamin D deficient and stuff like that.
Yeah, so the Super D is zinc, selenium, copper, and vitamin D3. So
Yeah,
there's a
because
couple of things.
that's what I was about to say. They said the things the most powerful one is the vitamin D3.
Right.
They said.
Right. That's the one I took, and my levels was like as if I was in the sunlight. Yeah.
So all right, so is there? I'm sorry, guys. Coco, is there a company that makes it, or I could just put that in this? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the one I got is called it's from the company called Nature Made.
Oh, okay, Nature Made. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's what I was saying, Coco. You ain't got to get all mad at me. God damn.
Nah. I thought you were trying to talk some bullshit, but it's all good. It's all good. But yeah. So
wait, is that good for weight loss? What about this copper thing you were talking about? Is that good for copper? What is the vitamin D for?
what is vitamin D for in general? You mean?
Yeah. Why would we be taking this? Why are we taking this?
Oh, vitamin D.
Vitamin.
Go ahead,
brother.
Go ahead.
No, vitamin D is good for energy. Vitamin D is something that plants get they what do? They convert the energy
Sunlight.
from the sunlight in terms of their chlorophyll, and we have that kind of same thing going on with our skin and the energy levels that we get from vitamin D3. Omega-3 is something that is good as well. They usually extract it from fish oil. You can get it from fish, but they extract it and they use it in fish oil. But my suggestion is, in terms of what Azuli was saying, because some things are fake, try to get the ones that's natural. Usually there are ones that's gelatin format, what I mean, where they put something over the actual powder itself, and that kind of takes away from the supplement. Try to get the ones that's naturally capsulated instead of the one have gelatin or fake gelatin all over it. But that's a whole nother matter.
Let me ask Abana though, real quick. Abana, you said you had 50% grain, 50% meat. What grain are you talking about?
No. My diet is I don't eat bread. So I say half of the plate should be green, not grains. Green like green. So I'm big on
green.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I'm big on spinach. And I mean, because I get a lot of the food from spinach. Because usually the
Nah,
lettuce.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
I'm trying. Okay. Like I say, this is the challenge. So I say the lettuce that most people eat in the shops, they usually have a lot of water in them. So you don't really get a whole lot of the vitamins from the lettuce itself, because the store-bought lettuce is no good. So you could really get it from the packet spinach. You know what I mean? Instead of eating the lettuce, you could get it from spinach or any other kind of green, green, you could find. So half of your plate if it's green and then you find a nice piece of meat you enjoy, you'll find that you're less hungry an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. So
you eat frozen greens or do you eat raw greens?
No, I eat it raw. Yeah, I eat it raw. But you can't if you can't do it, just get the greens. Just get the greens. If you would like, you could put dressing on it and pretty it up, or you could get the green or whatever green you may like. Some people like the spinach, some people like lettuce, but put tomatoes in it. Try to put like some bell peppers in it. I don't know what's in your store area. I eat it by itself without any kind of dressing. But some brothers them need that dressing, that flavor. But as long as you have half your plate with that raw vegetable, because the vegetables, what it has inside of it, it has enzymes inside of it. So the enzymes inside of the grains itself is going to break down that meat, that heavy meat you're going to eat, and you're going to pass. You're going to shit. You know what I mean? And usually you don't want, because I don't know what kind of meat you eat. I don't know if you eat hamburger. If you eat hamburger, no, hear me out, brothers. Hear me out, man. If you eat hamburger, it's gonna sit in your stomach for a long time. So the enzymes in that green is gonna break down that meat in your stomach, and you're gonna pass. You're gonna all the poisons that's collected in your stomach. You're gonna shit it out. You're gonna feel a whole lot better. So what I'm saying is, try it through the week. If you can't eat it in one sitting, get your girl to put it in the blender. Get her to put it in the blender and you drink that shit. You drink that shit at the beginning of the day. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the day. That'll be the worst thing you do for the day. I won't say worst. That'll be the best thing you do for the beginning of the day. So you can pass whatever you have left in your stomach, and you'll feel much. Just try it. Try it only 1 week, brother. And
Yeah, man, I could try that, man. But hold on a second. So you said peanuts? Peanuts are good.
If you get hungry, no. What I'm saying is, if you get hungry through the night and you have hunger cravings, the peanuts kill your appetite. It kills the appetite. So that means you don't have to resort to eating the what do you call it, processed foods and shit like that. The last you'll keep eating through the night and shit like that because you feel like because you need the nutrients. But the peanuts will kill the appetite. So that means you will go for the rest of the night at least. So by the morning, if you need something or whatever, you could drink that green shit with your woman make, or some juices or whatever breakfast you need to sustain you until lunch. And then lunch, you try to have a salad with some meat, little chicken or whatever inside of it. And then in the nighttime, you go back to that routine. Just drink water though. Don't drink too much of that processed shit, because it all has sugar inside of it anyways. So you're going to defeat the purpose of it. So just try it for 1 week and see what happens.
All right, I'm a sure you got to work on that accent when you say peanuts, but because I'm like, ain't no way I'm gonna eat that. I ain't hungry like that. You know what I'm saying, but I don't need to lose weight that much. You know what I'm saying, but hey, been a minute. I gotta ask you this though, because you were talking about fiber and drinks, and I remember some brother told me about that before. But what about vegetable juice? Right, like like the V8 kind of stuff, like the tomato one or whatever. Is that bad to drink or not?
It has sugar in it. It has sugar in it because they selling. They selling. So they selling it as a health product, but in all actuality, they're trying to make it marketable to different kinds of consumers. So the so the kind of health nuts, you know what I mean? So to take away from that, it's better either to drink water or buy the actual greens itself and have your woman put that shit in a blender with some water and drink that shit. Drink it. You know what I mean? So you don't get the sugars, you don't get the salt. You're just drinking the live food itself. So when the enzyme goes into your stomach, it breaks down all that junk in your stomach and you're able to pass better.
First of all, Gohan, I'm gonna disagree with you with the meat thing. The enzyme. You're not supposed to eat meat, but that's not what I'm going. Oni, the juice that you see and the thing, the reason that they're not good, they're just sugar because they're pasteurized. Once you pasteurize something, you destroy, you put it through heat, like serious heat. That's why these juice could stay on the shelf for that longer period of time. Because a lot of the juice, a lot of the shakes, they are pasteurized. So technically, you're really drinking sugar and water. Even the apple juice, even the orange juice, yo, all these things are pasteurized. Once it's pasteurized, they kill a lot of the enzymes and the juices. Even so, the V8, what Buana, I agree with Buana told you to do. Yo, you could do it yourself. Buy yourself a blender, juice yourself, and it's probably gonna save you more money in the long run than what you get. Like for example, remember that freaking
Y'all
juice
told me not
called
to buy
Nate?
a girlfriend, so I don't know. Now,
Yo, get a fucking Vitamix, bro. Lo, what I'm saying is, if you remember the juice Naked that they used to sell, come to
Yeah.
find out, Pepsi was making that, and
Yep.
Pepsi got sued because they were lying. They were putting different chemicals in there and stuff like that. That's why I would suggest that you do it on your own and stuff like that. So, and yo, a lot of these food that they giving us, once they pasteurize the shit, you're really drinking sugar. So you just gotta be careful with that, bro.
I hope you guys in the chat who are listening in the playback, I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. That's a good conversation. And something Trigger Happy 262 said earlier, if I could find in the chat. He said something like, this is why we gotta study. Yeah, he says right here, I think we definitely need to study our indigenous diets. Definitely. I was talking to my mom about this, that food in the north of Africa has more remaining indigenous qualities. You know, that's one of the things, you know, people didn't like him. People called him this, that, and the other. But that's one of the things I liked about Sebi and his mindset. Dr. Sebi had the mindset of, yo, you talking about black liberation struggles and all that stuff, but none of y'all leaders talking about how we should eat. I remember Buana brought up the Rastafarian brother from Grenada some time ago on the show. Like, no one's ever talking about how we should eat to live, live to fight. And the thing the last thing I'll say, the thing I liked about Sebi is he talked about like grains like fonio, which if you read that Clyde Winters book, I forget the name of it now, but if you read that book, Clyde tells you like the early Africans, right, in Kemet and whatnot, and in what's now Libya and stuff like that. Those guys were farming fonio grains, right? Like that's the food that matches who we are as Africans, right? And that's something I think we should look into and discuss more and really work on more too, man. So I really appreciated this conversation.
So hold on real quick. Even Dr. Sabi said the whole thing that black people think like cassava. He said here a lot
That's
of
not
the
our
things,
shit.
yeah, cassava, white yam. He said that's not our food. That's what they made us plant. So like Goku said, fonio. What is that other? I heard there's another good one that's from teff, which is from a
Ethiopia.
lot of Ethiopian eat that, and
Amaranth.
Kamut and amaranth. That's like the ancient grain that we should be cooking. And you could cook them just like you cook rice. You put the same spices, the same thing. And our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, stay away from Maggie. Maggie is killing y'all. What I mean, Maggie, it's called chicken bouillons. It's the
No, I know
bouillon.
Maggie. I know Maggie. I know Maggie.
Yeah, Maggie is big back home. Maggie bouillon cubes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, because Haitian people be using Maggie like and I'm not gonna lie, Maggie make your food taste immaculate. I'm not gonna lie, but it's killing you. That little block has probably like 4,000 was salt, whatever, and a lot of it is what is
sodium.
it? Sodium. It's not even the sodium. There's nothing wrong with sea salt because sea salt is as long as they don't bleach it, that's the problem. They bleach a lot of our food. That's all, man. That was a great conversation, though. I enjoyed that.
Absolutely. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Very good conversation. I hope you guys in the chat enjoyed it. Shooter Breeze topic number 8 is, can religion and science live in the same house? Can religion and science live in the same house? Let's see what the link takes us to. It looks like it's YouTube. Let's watch it.
So normally I don't go here. Normally I don't go here. Normally because I just like talking about astrophysics. But I given this conference and given how many of you out there are rabid atheists, I got to give you a bone here. I got to toss you a bone. Okay. So I'm going to toss you a few bones, okay? Just because you're rabid, all right? So let's look at some data here. You probably know all these data. Actually, the data I'm about to show is for the United States. I don't know what it is. I'm sure the data exists, but when I compiled it, I'm going to make yet a separate point. So it wouldn't have mattered what country was represented here. In America, 90% of the nation would claim to be religious. And you define this in a way that's unambiguous. You don't say, well, do you go to church every Sunday? You don't ask that question. Plenty of people go to church who are not religious. They go to get a date or so. They go for the cupcakes or something. They don't go to be spiritually enlightened. So you ask a different question. You say, is there a God that listens to your prayers? If you answer yes to that, you're religious by anybody's definition, because your understanding of a deity is that that deity is monitoring your daily affairs. So that's unambiguous. About this number's dropped in the last couple of years, but it's about 90%. Turns out if you go to college and get an advanced degree, a master's or a doctorate, where these are degrees where you actually question the state of existing knowledge. The undergraduate degree doesn't really do that. You're learning from textbooks that are written by somebody else. Your doctrines are already there. The higher degrees imply that you are questioning the very fabric of the knowledge you had previously learned. Among that community, it's 60%. It has dropped. Well, that's interesting. Let's keep going. How about scientists of all stripes? So biologists, chemists, let's include engineers as well, people who have formal scientific training, mathematicians as well. Okay, what happens next? Drops to 40%. Now, if you look at this number, it looks like, wow, so scientists, the public is 90%, scientists are 40%. No, the drop is not that significant, because every scientist has an advanced degree. So in fact, the drop is not from 90 to 40, the drop is from 60 to 40. So becoming a scientist is not as big an effect on whether you're religious as you might otherwise think. Most of the drop comes because you're educated beyond the level of college. So that's 40%. So now you go to elite scientists, members of the National Academy, highly accomplished subset among scientists, the number drops to 7%. There was a headline in Nature, the British journal Nature, which said, after this study was released, 93% of elite scientists reject God. So that was supposed to be a shocking headline. And I look at that and I said, that's not even interesting. That was the trend line anyway. What's more interesting, which was not the headline, is that 7% of elite scientists pray to a God. Isn't that a more interesting fact to you? Isn't that kind of interesting? The most accomplished scientists in the world in that community, 7% of them still pray to a personal God. I think that is deserving of more study than the 93% who don't. Because something's going on there. We don't know what. And I have confronted people on this. I would say, to the most sort of vociferous in the atheist community, I would say, you're beating the public over the head, telling them, why are you doing it? And I'm thinking, before you beat the public, why don't you beat them over the head, okay? No, I'm just saying, if you're gonna rank, because understand that first, because if you can't convert that 7%, you've got no hope in the general public. That's all I'm saying. This is among the ranks of the scientifically educated. Now, philosophers basically invented atheism. And if you do this, if you check the statistic for philosophers, it's below 1%. There are no religious, the only religious philosophers there are, they're like theologian philosophers, right? If you subtract the theologic philosophers, this number is essentially zero, all right? So they're basically birthed atheism, the philosophers. And there's this talk, I don't know here in Australia, What does the Bible in the public school class or not? No, is it by law or is it just by tradition? Is it by law? Okay, so in America, there's this understanding that the state and the church are separate. And by and large, that's been honored by and large, for most of the history of the country, by and large. And what's interesting about America, a point that was a little bit alluded to earlier today, is that it was founded on the principle that the state has no religion. The state is indifferent to what religion you might have. So that means there's no authority over you that's going to tell you who and what to worship. And that's a state that we all take for granted, but so many places in the world that is not true. Well, there's a case in New Jersey where a middle school kid was lectured to by the history teacher in a public school, and the history teacher said, if you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you are going to hell. There's a little Muslim girl there, said you are already damned to hell. First point. Second, that Noah had dinosaurs on his ark. Third point he made is that Big Bang and evolution are just theories, and you can take them or leave them. So I don't, like I said, I don't get into these. I just don't. We got people who do this. We've got the four horsemen. We got our boy here who's coming up after. We got people who fight this stuff. I'm not one of those, really. I'm doing this because, like, I know you all. This is the bone I'm throwing you, but I don't do this. So, but then I thought about it, and I said, you know, I have an op-ed. A letter to the editor on this that I can write. And I left out the part about Jesus. I left that out. Because if that's how he feels, he wants you to be Christian, that's okay, fine. I left that out. I went to the rest of what he said. And this was my letter, as it appeared in the New York Times. People cited violation of the First Amendment when a New Jersey, that's a separation of church and state, essentially. New Jersey school teacher asserted that evolution and the Big Bang are not scientific and that Noah's Ark carried dinosaurs. The case is not about the need to separate church and state. It's about the need to separate ignorant, scientifically illiterate people from the ranks of teachers. That's the problem. If he wants to believe Jesus is his savior, that's not synonymous with being scientifically illiterate, because 40% of American scientists pray to a personal God. What is identical with being scientifically illiterate is that if Noah was a human being, he did not have dinosaurs on his ark, because humans and dinosaurs did not coexist. All right? Every one of those scientists knows that, even the 40% who pray to God. So this is how I've sort of split the kingdom there. Then you get the billboard wars. Okay, this was fun. Big Bang Theory. You got to be kidding God. All right. So this goes on. This is what we put up with. All right. So then then there was like, let's come back. Praise Darwin, evolved beyond belief. Freedom from religion founded. So the billboard wars are in progress here. There's some people who are like okay with God and okay with sort of how things evolve, so they ride the fence. So here's a bumper sticker. The Big Bang Theory. God spoke and bang, it happened, you know? So they're excited about both God and the Big Bang. But then we had this idiot back in May, Judgment Day. Did this Judgment Day stuff reach below the equator? Jeez, okay. Yeah, it was. Now the good thing, unlike other predictions, like Jesus will come one day, this had a date, okay? You could test it. This was like easy to test. You just sort of wait around for it, all right? So now it turns out that May 21st was only the day Jesus was supposed to show up. The actual end of the world is October 21st. So the end of the world is still to come this year. This is directly from the website. So I had to tweet. So this was May 21st. So on May 21st or May 20th, I tweeted this. If Jesus actually arrives May 21st, it'll be easy to convince skeptics. If he doesn't show up, do the faithful become atheists? That was my question. Now, in a Twitter stream, it's a live conversation with complete strangers. Everybody depositing their 140 characters worth of thought. So here this is. There was a huge reaction to that tweet. Now, you would expect that most of my followers, or at least a big fraction of them, would be sort of atheistic. So you'd expect people to say, this guy's an idiot. Why are we even spending any time on them? Well, one such person did make such a reply, but not in the way you might think. No, anyone who's read the Bible know this camping asshole was full of shit from the start. Okay. So what do you do with that? So this is somebody complaining about the prediction of Jesus coming because he says this other guy doesn't know jack about the Bible, but this guy does. And went on, there are other places where people quoted that one can't know when Jesus comes. So the fact that this guy's saying he knows means he doesn't read the Bible. So this is what's out there. People who are ready to vociferously argue about who knows the Bible the least.
All right. Can religion and science live in the same house? Very interesting conversation. I saw Oni's comments in the chat earlier. He said this is a pretty boring presentation. I would have thought Oni would have liked Neil deGrasse Tyson. I know he's a misogynist, but I thought you would have liked him as a science guy of his, in his area of science, I guess. Let me start with Oni. Oni, what say you to this?
Nah, there's only one. There can only be one, Highlander. You know how it is. No, I don't get the question. Who asked this question?
This is me. This is mine.
What? What does the presentation have to do with the question though? I don't.
No, actually, Oni, it really goes directly to your point, because you had a discussion. Well, we was having a discussion, and we was talking in terms of religion. Your definition of religion is different from the general view of what religion is, because when you talk about religion in terms of Kemet, you talk about science. You included science and mathematics in the discussion when you frame your idea of religion. That's not necessarily the case for everyone. So in your definition, religion and science can live in the same house. They can live in the same house, because you say that one. Well, let me paraphrase. You, in your view, your thing is one is not exclusive of the other. There are people right in this chat who gonna fight me to the ends. But I'll just wait.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why we call Egypt, because if you just reach to any old black people, you go you go just random ass like what? Okay. No, but yeah, no. Okay, yeah. Can religion and science live in the same house? So I mean, to the point of what Buana was just explaining, yeah, you can be scientific. So I'm reading through this this other book. Oh my gosh, this book is boring as a motherfucker. Like, this book sounds like that esoteric stuff, but it is revealing some aspects to what the quote unquote, like what I sometimes say about the scientific religion that people have. So I could just speak on it a little bit, but like, it's this idea of, I mean, one thing I read today was about why the geocentric model is so much more accepted than the heliocentric model, or like why the church wanted the wanted the geocentric model to be propagated, even though they knew that it was heliocentric, right? Like, they knew that the Earth revolved around the sun and not everything revolved on the Earth. And the reasoning there was that if you were to say that the Earth was the center of the universe, then like humans are pretty important, right? But if the sun is the center of the solar system or whatever, or if there's a solar system, then the Earth is not significant, you know. And so the other thing I picked up on was that they were talking about, well, the dude called it anthropocosmos or something like that, but like this idea that divinity and humans, like the human functions are represented around us and in nature, and like you can study nature to study, you know, humanity or humans and that kind of stuff. So it's pretty like you said, it's scientific. Some of it a little bit on the pseudoscience too, on the human thing, like, you know, based off of what this white boy is interpreting, obviously. But like, yeah, I mean, I think religion and science, I think like Obama was saying, once upon a time, or not just once upon a time, but like generally speaking, like for instance, when we talk about the Yoruba, right? The Yoruba have one, like they have a spiritual system, right? You could call it a religious system, but it's a spiritual system. And if you study the different Orisha, right, they correspond and correlate to different bodily functions, you know. So Buana was talking about you eat vegetables and you can defecate better or something like that, right? Like that defecation would be some sort of, I don't know what the system is, like let's say the endocrine system or something like that, right? But the endocrine system is going to be represented among the Orishas, right? Now you're not going to call them the endocrine, if you will, but you're going to tell a story about something that likes to, that like let's say a deity who eats, and I don't know if it's the endocrine system, I don't know what it's called, but or the digestive system. Right? All right. So the you know, the digestive system, you're going to create this Orisha who eats a lot but responds well to vegetables. You get what I'm saying? And so you tell the story of the digestive Orisha who like eats meat and gets sluggish, or eats vegetables and, you know, runs to the bathroom, or eats fruit and, you know, lively or whatever, right? And then you tell that story and kids understand, oh, eating vegetables is good. Eating meat could slow you down or whatever, right? Or if you eat meat, then you got to go fight and you got to be, you know, you might be aggressive and all that kind of stuff. Who knows, right? But the point being that, you know, that's the scientific function. So I think that a lot of the religion were children's stories, but I think that what happened with the West is that the West has a religion that's really anti-scientific, and so that's the only reason why we have this this dichotomy between between science and religion. I think because the West does not attempt to be scientific in its religious belief, it's just kind of, you know, this guy went and he talked to a bush, and you know talked to this bush, and he got the idea of how to rule the world or something, you know, or, you know, like that kind of shit. Like that's where it all comes back to, right? And I think, you know, the context that people miss about the the quote unquote, you know, Torah or the Bible or what have you, right? Or particularly the Torah, is that, at least that's what I understand, is that they made it up. Okay, what happens is the early Israeli or whatever, the early Israelis, they were an oral people, right? Obviously, but they didn't have any written history. They went into Egypt, right? Or they studied in Egypt or something, and they learned about a lot of written history. And then they said, okay, well, we existed at some point in time too, so let's just write up something, you know, that continues, that says that we existed at this time and this time and that time.
Isn't that funny? They just inserted themselves in some shit. Ain't that funny?
Yeah, I mean that's what it looks like. Like And that's and this is why, like, me personally, I gotta tell my this AI dude I know, but that's why I'm not really afraid of AI, because I remember one time I was talking to that Chat GPT, right? I was typing this Chat GPT, not really talking to it, but typing this Chat GPT, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think Jesus is real, type thing, and Chat GPT is like, no, there's a blah blah blah, and I'm like, what's the evidence you got? And it's like, well, this blah 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 blah, and I'm like, well, how do you know they were telling the truth? And it just went offline. Now part of it is like, maybe that's how he's like, maybe I was trolling and he just blocked me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I mean, he didn't block me per se, but like, maybe that's what you got to do. But like, real talk, it's like, the information that they are like that the AI is going to use is pretty limited. If somebody lived their entire existence on, like, they got everything they know from the internet, that's not really, and you don't know how to weigh anything that's fake or real. That's not really that great, And ChatGPT is already guilty of making its own stuff up, so you already know it's not that great. But here's the thing: it's like, yeah, like you don't even like it's all just so ridiculous. Like it's so ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so silly. Like the one story I remember, like when you read about this Jesus guy, he just stops the freaking waves. You know what kind of devastation you would cause if you just stopped the waves, like all motion in the water, like all the animal life is just suddenly, like suddenly, I don't know, but like in order to do that, it just doesn't even make any sort of sense. But they just say it freely, or there was the other story about like some animals, what they were like possessed by demons or some shit, and then he just made them walk off of the. Like, it's just so stupid that nobody would believe this. Like, seriously, but because it's like, this is the word of God. This is the word of a God, right? This is infallible, right? Once you go into that infallible, this is the word of a God. It's not just a story. This doesn't have some sort of scientific meaning. This is just what it is. That's where everything becomes an unscientific. And that's what it's like, yeah, you can't reconcile with that. Because when it becomes I'm right because I said so, right? That's when you're done. That's all I'll say.
In the chat, TriggerHappy262 Plus says, I asked the Chat GPT thing about North African history, and you can tell that they put their input into it. Yeah, they definitely have tampered with it more. Because Chat GPT, like, from what Oni said, it sounded like Chat GPT sucked his teeth and like, yo, what the fuck out of here with all these questions. But they definitely tampered with it, and they made it where, like, I was asking ChatGPT to write some propaganda material, right? And ChatGPT was like, "Listen, man, propaganda is a kind of a dangerous thing. We don't really want to blah 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 blah." And they basically didn't write the shit for me, right? So it's a very interesting thing what they've done. They've kind of put their limits on it. I'm gonna try out the Google Bard thing. It sounds like that can access the internet and perhaps maybe claw more information. So I'll let you guys know. But I'm glad to see that some of you guys are checking it out, man. Check it out. Let me go to Carl next. Carl, what say you?
So I don't believe that religion and science. And when we're talking about religion, let's be clear. We're talking about Judeo-Christianity, mostly. Especially, he's talking about in the United States. Only mentioned how the Catholic Church was against the heliocentric model of the universe. The planets revolve around the sun. But there's also a point. There's also a verse in the Bible. I don't know exactly what verse it is. In the book of Psalms, that says the earth does not move. So the heliocentric model does not agree with what is preached in the scriptures. So that was also part of the reason why Galileo was threatened with death. Is that his findings contradicted what was taught in the scripture. So if many, especially in the United States, many people hold the belief that the Bible is infallible. It does not make mistakes. Any contradiction you find between the Bible and science, the Bible is correct, regardless of what you see with your eyes. So when you have a country with that much mass delusion, you got a real big problem. So that's why they can't really coexist within the household, because there are some things in the Bible that counteract what is taught in scientific terms. one thing a lot of atheists, a lot of non-believers mention is that, for example, uh, they listed a bunch of animals that were considered to be unclean, and they mentioned bats, and in the Bible they call bats birds. Now we know in nowadays bats are not birds, but we're talking about when the Israelites composed this book, they had a very limited knowledge of the world around them. So they just did the shit was small, it flew, it's a bird, fuck it. So we can kind of understand, you know, when you look at it from a historical point, but when you start to look at believe this is the infallible word of God, then you have people who come up with some form of mental gymnastics. Like, he mentioned dinosaurs on Noah's Ark. These things couldn't have happened because of, we understand how science and paleontology and other things are understood. But many believers, especially in the United States, they don't care. They'll ignore whatever science or whatever evidence. Many of the things that happened in the Bible didn't have, they mentioned the Bible, the Exodus never happened. A lot of different things that are mentioned. I mean, even the existence of Jesus is brought into question in many cases. So you have this level of mass delusion. People who believe religious terms and they don't really care what evidence contradicts that. So no, I don't think that they can coexist because when you with us, well, at least with science, because scientists have to go by evidence. If you have some evidence that doesn't support your findings, then you have to go back and reanalyze that. Whereas with a religious person, if you find something that contradicts what their religion teaches them, many times they get angry with you. I can't tell you the number of times people have gotten angry. I've gotten, kicked out of family reunions for some of my, opinions on certain things. So, you know, unless you accept the findings, you're willing to really come to terms with how your religion and your faith don't match up with what's actually exists, they're not gonna be able to really coexist. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Coco.
No, thank you, Carl. I appreciate you and your input here. Looks like Azuli dropped off. Let's go to Real Black Gentleman.
I guess I would say, I mean, can they? I mean, of course they. I mean, it's not about them being in this. It not whether or not they don't have a place with each other. I mean, it's like, I mean, religion is just again. I'll say it again. Like, religion is just a binding together. What binds people together? I mean, science in and of itself has a binding process. It's about people who are skeptical trying to reduce skepticism by they what I'm saying, you gotta what I'm saying, you gotta do the whole process. You have to go through scientific processes. You have to replicate. You know what I'm saying? You have to replicate results. You have to try your best to, with independent, what I'm saying, analysis, replicate results in the under different circumstances to try to find the data that correlates to the theories and hypotheses. I mean, it's like that's what I'm saying. When I mean, I don't know if you can say, I mean, where we say religion and science. I mean, Africans have science. We have science. We just don't. Those. Our arts are very scientific. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the kick. Our lot. We have plenty of science. We just have to look at it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. You know what I'm saying? We're not confused about. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? And as far as religion, we know what that is. So it's just understanding how they exist in the same house. I mean, you can say back and you can talk about like whether or not the sun being in the center. I mean, Galileo, what I'm saying, they whole white scientists, what I'm saying, was trying to sit here and say that like, well, I don't think that the Earth is the center of the universe. I think it's the sun. They arrested, what I'm saying, him and put him on a house arrest. You know what I'm saying? That's how much, resistance to just, common sense, what I'm saying, that, ideas can, what I'm saying, you might look at, how would I say it? I would say Islam has some anti-scientific aspects to it as far as Africa is concerned. I think that, I mean, like I said, I think the architecture, you know what I'm saying, has a lot of geometry to it, but like I think the African, ways are superior to Christianity, Islam, you know what I'm saying, anything from the outside. I think that the confusion and the disruption of our social networks has eroded our scientific ways. Our edge has been kind of dulled, and we've gone like sideways with our science. You know what I'm saying? We haven't really been able to go forward with it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not that. You know what I'm saying? It's like where science might be converted to agriculture or to, you know what I'm saying? Or to military. You know what I'm saying? It's not that our science is not there. You know what I'm saying? We just have to, open your eyes and ears a little bit and to see clear. I'm a pass.
Appreciate that, RBG. Let's get to Buana. Buana would say, can religion and science live in the same house?
Well, I think Oni answered the question when Oni suggested when he talked about the Yoruba religion in particular, and he said that there's a correlation in terms of digestion, and he said that they will use a god or a story to explain the digestive situation. So you use the metaphysical world to explain the natural world. That is understandable to me. I understand that. So if someone was to come to me and suggest to me their faith is based around this because it has a correlation to this, to the natural world, I could understand that. I can't understand where you put a lion in a ship with a gazelle, two natural enemies of one another, and say you put them to sleep for 40 days and nothing happens. That's fanciful. That's fanciful stuff. You know what I mean? We getting into nonsense. Well, but let me don't say that. We getting into things that I would consider to be not necessarily credible in the real world. So he defined it as far as African spirituality. I have questions with that because as we had the last discussion earlier, when I suggested that there are some forms of African spirituality that we practice, we need to do away with. And I use the examples of that. Anyone who wants to know, to go back and listen to the episodes. But in terms of how he defined it, I believe that form of spirituality could exist in the same house. But the other side of this argument is when the atheists argue in terms of this Big Bang. The question I have for my atheist brethren is, how do you create order from chaos? And what I mean by that is, in terms of the Big Bang theory, the Earth is on its axis and never necessarily falls out of its axis. Gets too close to the sun where it burns up the Earth and everything in it. Why doesn't that happen? You know what I mean? What is creating that? In the terms of Big Bang, the order that we see on Earth right now, where the seas never overrun the land itself. I guess sometimes it does that, but why does it always go back to its positioning? It's almost as if I was to drive into a car junkyard where there's a bunch of junk cars, right? And I was to throw a grenade inside that junkyard, and it blows up, and I'm able to drive out of that junkyard with a brand new Range Rover. How do you get that order from that chaos? This is what I asked the atheist. Please explain to me. Please explain to me. So,
sorry, Bob, can you repeat those? I missed the first question. What was the first question?
What did I say? Well, the scenario. Well, the Earth is on an axis where we say is revolving, all that good stuff, right? Why doesn't the Earth fall away from its axis? Why does it consistently do what it does in terms of if we was to come out of this chaotic situation, the Big Bang Theory, why don't the Earth fall off its axis and become so close to the sun where the Earth completely burns up? Because you are in a chaotic situation, a random situation. The other thing I explain is the car scenario, or if I was in a junkyard, where there are a bunch of old cars smashed up or whatever, and if I was to throw a grenade inside that junkyard and be able to drive out of that junkyard with a brand new Range Rover, how do you, because the Big Bang, created whatever, how do you explain to me where you find order out of chaos? So that's what I don't understand with the atheist argument. And I mean, and that's what I put to the atheists, because I feel like they are practicing a form of religion itself. They believe it themselves without saying it. So this is the arguments I pose to them.
Yeah, Bon, I think you got to lay off the Appleton, man.
Yeah.
No,
I'm starting to feel the effects myself. So, but go ahead.
It's a bad analogy. Maybe it's a bad analogy.
Yeah.
It's a bad analogy.
Yo, I was in a garage and I just threw a grenade and I drove out with a Range. Like, what the fuck are you talking?
No, what I mean is, maybe it is opposite. What I mean is, how do you create order from chaos? If I throw a grenade in a junkyard where junk cars at, and then come out driving a brand new Range Rover, it's analogous to saying via a Big Bang, that chaotic situation comes the universe that we know it now, where the sun is positioned in a way from the Earth that the Earth never falls out of its axis and act in a very random way, because you can't create order from chaos. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? Or maybe it's opposite.
I got you. Yeah, it's Appleton. But you mind if I answer this? Although I didn't want to show off this book, but let me answer these questions about the access thing. That's all angular momentum, honestly. And the thing is this, I realized, because I'm reading this book, the reason why this book is so boring is because it kind of just assumes that human order is a good thing. Like essentially that it just assumes that because we as humans, like essentially we have this human-centered mindset. And when you have this human-centered mindset, and like one of the underlying principles inside of this book I'm reading, and allegedly it's like it was a part of the ancient Egyptian kind of mentality too, but I don't know. But what this white guy is saying is that essentially man represents the final product of nature. You get what I'm saying? And because like we tend to think, oh man, the earth is really good and man and humanity is really good. We tend to say, well, how could this have happened by happenstance, right? The thing is this, that one, it's about statistics, right? It's like, can I win the lottery? Yes. Can there be like over the span of a billion, attempts, like for instance, can I flip a coin 100 times in a row and get heads? Yes. It would probably take me billions of years, but there's at some point you can get 100. You can get 100 flips of the coins, 100 heads every time you flip it, just based off of statistics, right? So we as humans, like we tend to look at ourselves as the final product of nature, and that's where everything stops making sense. Now, it makes sense to us because we are raised to, to think, oh man, we're so special. We're so much better than everything else. But we have to remember this. One, there were no humans on Earth 200,000 years ago. I mean, there were apes or whatever. There were primates. There were other different primates. But humans are just 200,000 years old. There wasn't any life on Earth, let's say 5 billion years ago. And there was no advanced life until.
How
Oh,
you
shit, I
know
got
that though? It's not you, it's me. Who told you that?
Who told me what? That there's no advanced life?
Who told you there was no humans there 200,000 years ago, 5 billion years? Who told you that?
Even if that echoes, man. All right. So even if you were to believe that let's just say this: there's no evidence of humans 200,000 years ago. Now you can say there are earlier hominids, right? There's evidence of earlier hominids. There's no evidence of Homo sapiens before this point in time. So that said, it's like we're believing, hey, this God created, everything for these humans. We weren't even on this planet for 99% of its existence, right? And like what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, like there were dinosaurs everywhere. Like right now where we live, let's say in America or whatever, there were pterodactyls. I don't know where the dinosaurs really were, but there were pterodactyls flying around. There were no airplanes or shit, There were pterodactyls and there were triceratops and velociraptors, a whole ecosystem of dinosaurs. There were no humans. So it's like, how did humans come about? It's like it is the exact the understanding is that there were these earlier hominids who were pretty much like the chimpanzees, or not like the chimpanzees, but like other apes, if you will, right? And they over time did develop a certain culture, and then eventually they did this, that, so on and so forth. And then so many 100,000 years later, you have you have us today, right? This wasn't the case. So like this, like the human history is just very short. So can it happen randomly? Absolutely, right? But if you assume it's some sort of order, right, then of course it's like, well, who's ordering it? But if you just accept that things can happen randomly, then you kind of accept that too and say, well, look, it happens randomly, and like for instance, why is the Earth in such good for whatever? Like there's other planets that are not good. There's billions of planets that are not good. There are billions of stars that are not good. There are billions of things. So yes, humans, Earth kind of has some good conditions for this sort of life that we, as far as we know, didn't even develop on Earth. It seems like it might have developed on Mars or possibly the moon. Like an asteroid came and brought life to Earth. It's not really like some things are just luck. And like we all live with luck in the sense of, who are your parents? Luck. And it's just like for the hominid species, it's all luck.
Bro,
I want to say this. I'm sorry, Ozuli, and before you go, there have been 5 mass extinctions on this planet that we're aware of. When I say mass extinction, that means almost 75% of all living things on the planet died within a relatively short geological period. So to think that we live in a system of order, if we were really order, whoever's running things, how are you running stuff, and 75% of the things you created die? So to me, just the fact that we have mass extinctions like that, we have situations where the earth, the polarity of the poles have shifted. So I think what we're seeing is that, because like Oni said, because we've existed on this planet for such a short period of time, we think that the way things are the way things have always been. But in reality, is really not, and our existence is really fragile on this planet, which is why I think that we don't really do enough talk about conservation and ecological problems that we face, because there's not another planet out there you can go to. But I think that we just have to understand that and I'm not an atheist. I definitely don't. I'm like I said, I'm agnostic. I don't know. I'll accept the fact that I don't. There's things I don't know. But gravity. There's certain things that can be replicated through scientific methods, and we have to go by that. I'm not one to believe that some big man in the sky is making sure everything is keeping things in order. So I'll let you go, Azul. That's just want to leave it out there.
I just want to say that I just want to. At the end of the day, I think nigga, I don't believe. We don't know. Science could be just equal to religion. It's just belief. None of these theories that he's talking about dinosaurs existed. All of that shit is what they said. Dinosaurs didn't come about until 1896, something like that. The Bible. I'm just gonna use the Bible. The Bible said that you could live up to 125 years. Just recently, science said you could live up to 120 years. So we want to say that there's no this Earth we're just there floating by accident. Like men are here just so what are we fighting for all this justice for? If it's just by accident, I don't understand. Like to me, the Degrasse Tyson, I don't believe him. I think he's compromised. We think that everything is science. All this shit that evolution is are theories. All of a sudden, my man Goku put something on his community chat the other day that said all of it now. It's not. They said that humans started in multiple places at once. But for about the last 750 years, talking about life started somewhere in Africa, one place in Africa. To me, science is equal to religion. They say there's no proof. Some people say they got proof. Their own proof of religion worked for them. So we mean to tell me we are in this place right here. No creation, just a big bang theory that happened, and we're here. So what's all this fight for? So we all say, even science says that energy doesn't die. So what happens to the energy that controls your body? Where does that go? Only said, we didn't control our parent, we didn't choose our parent. How do you know that? Maybe you don't have the proof to prove it yet, but how do you know that you didn't choose your parents?
So, Azuli, do you accept paleontology or astronomy? Do you accept any of these scientific disciplines, or do you think people just making it up as they go?
What do you mean? I don't know what paleontology is. You talking about astrology, like?
No, I said astronomy, not astrology. Astrology is made up bullshit. But astronomy, like it's the actual study of the stars, actual study of planetary bodies. We're talking about paleontology. I'm talking about the study of life on Earth prior to humans, archaeology, all these scientific disciplines. Like, do you think that they're just making all of them up, or do you think there's something they're going by?
I would go out. The reason I'm a rock with the astronomy part is because our ancestors dealt with it. I don't believe anything anymore that they gave me. The whole thing about how do you know dinosaurs were here? How do you know this planet is billions of years, billions? Oh, because you told me that you did your test. Because of your test.
Let me bring in. We have two ladies on the panel right now. Lero came back. Lero, what say you to all this?
You can pass me. I ain't been paying attention.
Okay, that's fine. Let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I am good. Sorry, it's just I've been busy, but I'm good.
Tanzan, you was in the streets. That's where you was at. You was in the streets.
No, you're the policeman on the streets.
I'm about to head in the streets right now. I'm about to head for the streets right now. That's how I know you was in the streets.
I saw Azuli earlier today, by the way. Azuli was with a black woman, Buana, just to let you know. I saw Azuli earlier.
Thank you.
Hey, we get them, Azuli. We get them.
A nice black woman. She gave me a stink look. If I see her again, I'm gonna tell her off about that shit. But he was with a legit black woman, a pretty black woman earlier today.
No, no Britney Spears. No Britney Spears.
Nah, no Britney Spears. Tanzan, did you want to say anything to this topic?
I got a bit of it, so I might not have too much to say, but I don't think that this separation between religion and science is that big of a difference, because even science started from from religious beliefs. All the scientists that we know were religious, all of them. Newton, Galileo, Archimedes, all of them, and when they were studying, and all the philosophers were also religious, most of them, a few atheists here and there, but philosophy and religion were always, one and the same. It's only now, I think that what has changed is technology, and technology has divided science from religion, because now man can actually create things instead of relying on God or some divine nature. And also technology just disproved or brought a lot of doubt to this thing of miracles, because if we understand the laws, then we can actually use them and manipulate them to create what we want. So it's not so easy to believe in fish from bread or from stones or whatever. And yeah, so I think that religion and science are not so different. It's only now that people are losing their faith in religion, and science does not really provide a faith and belief as such, but it gives people something to feel that they are right about. Even though, just like with religion, people think, oh, science is more logical and rational. Yeah, to scientists, the same thing that religion makes sense to the priest, but most people don't really understand science. So most beliefs in science is just the same as their belief in religion, just more tepid, and they don't really worship it. But people understand really science as much as they understand religion, which is not very much. I don't think that it's a problem between one and the other. I think that it's a problem between about how we look at knowledge, whereas knowledge is supposed to be one thing or another. I think that science should stick to material things without making big claims about the existence of God. Science cannot really say whether God exists or nature and so on. It can only see talk about what is. Yeah. So no, science is not against religion. Science is not against knowledge, and religion can be against knowledge, because a lot of religious people, they're not so comfortable with things that disprove their their beliefs, whereas science, you can be scientific and religious, because science does not need belief. You can change your mind in science, where the good science anyway, you're supposed to be able to change your mind based on new evidence. Nothing is supposed to be unchanged unless it has been proven, and that's not the same with religion. Yeah, so that's all I can say about that. I don't think it's a big conflict. I think it's a conflict in the West and in the way that people view knowledge, but each has its place in society.
I appreciate that.
I want to go ahead, Coco.
No, I'm just going to say I appreciate that, Tan. Thanks for coming through. Bueno, let's hear from you, but I want to go to one more topic. This Lero's topic. So I'm going to go to one more topic before we end.
I'll be quick. And good night, Tan and Lero. In terms of what Carl said something that's important. He said that the Earth has gone through 3 extinction periods, and I think
5 mass extinctions.
5, or even better, 5. And what I would say to that is that man has learned through the process of trial and error. We have gotten to where we are right now. So if we are like the so-called unseen creator, why wouldn't the creator go through the process of trial and error as well to create a perfect environment for human? Well, we consider ourselves to be on the top of the food chain. Maybe there may be something that exists after us that may be a better version of what mind should be. See, if the creator, because see, we usually trapped in this Judeo-Christian paradigm where we have this version of God being this perfect being. What's to say that he was a perfect being? Maybe not so much. Maybe he was through trial and error creating a perfect this perfect example of what Earth was to look like. Maybe he created dinosaurs and understood through creating dinosaurs that human beings can't live in the same time period as dinosaurs. Scrap that idea. Scrap that idea through a so-called extinction period, and come up with a period where human beings could exist and dinosaurs can't exist together, which they did not. So I mean, through the process of trial and error, you know, we could still you see we could in our imagination, because since we was not there, we could come up with many different variations in terms of this existential being that probably came before us. Because, like I say, the true believers could conjure up a lot of these kinds of things. You know, they come up with the term evolution. It's a pretty word scientists make up because they was in there as well. To process a trial and error, we are here right now, where they say we come from monkeys. It's still a true believer theory. You know what I mean? We still banking on, in terms of religion and belief, you know, with certain kinds of evidences. But one would suggest that through trial and error, we got here right now. Because if you started the paradigm, there wasn't this perfect God. There was this God who was just trying, failing, and succeeding after. Even the Bible talks about God regretting that he made man. You know what I mean? He make a mistake. You know? So through the process of trial and error, we get to this point right now. All I'm saying is maybe religion, in a certain kind of conversation, maybe religion and science could exist in the same house. But like I said, I'll leave it to be brief, man. I know Coco wanna go.
Yeah, let me just go quickly too. So I said some stuff in the chat. One thing about science is that it works on evidence, right? You could have wrong interpretations, but the reality is that you have evidence. So you have these dinosaur bones during that can be dated back to a certain period and not dated back to another certain period. And how they do the dating is carbon dating, right? So you could have the wrong interpretation. Maybe there were no dinosaurs. Maybe some alien just dropped off some bones, you know, for a couple of years and then just whatever. You don't know. But from based off of the evidence, you figure, hey, you know what? Maybe these animals used to walk around the earth during this certain period of time, right? Now the issue with the quote unquote the perfect God who also just trial and error is that then it kind of just legitimizes, like, if there is this deity, if we are just some social project, if we're just one of the many creatures to go through a mass extinction for the next creature, or if we're a creature, an intermediate creature for the real true thing that the creator is trying to create, if you will, or this creator is trying to create, then that means all this slavery was it, right? Another thing is that, you know, I looked it up. The Neanderthals died out 40,000 years ago, but they were possibly around from 800,000 years ago, or maybe even 430,000 years ago, which basically means the Neanderthals are actually older than humans, right? And then they just kind of died out. Kind of long term, like kind of my understanding is that they got infertility. Another understanding is obviously that the humans combated them, but like Mount Molu said, there are some people who are products of Neanderthals and humans. And here's the thing about those people, they actually enslaved the regular humans, right? So that kind of comes to, if there is this quote of designer, this creator, this person who's this entity that's designing society, then that society is being designed for the benefit of apparently these Neanderthals and not necessarily us, the real humans, right? But I do want to just touch on this before we go on to the next subject, which is I have this book. It's called The Handbook of Yoruba Religious Concepts. It's on page 30. He goes over the different physical correspondences between the different Orisha, and he says the Obatala is about the brain, bones, white fluid of the body. Elegba is about the sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic nervous system. Yamoja is about the womb, liver, breast, buttocks. Oshan, circulatory system, digestive system, so on and so forth. And there's three others because there's only seven. But the other one was that he said what the seven major Orisha were and like their attributes. So Obatala, back to that one, was creator of human form, elder of Orisha, wisdom, all that kind of stuff. Elegba was the messenger, policeman of the Yoruba, all that kind of stuff. Ogun was the Orisha of iron, war, creative civilization. Yamoja, obviously motherhood, mother of water, and all that kind of stuff. So you see that the narrative for the African spiritual systems was, oh, we're going to correlate this with some bigger universal concept as well as what the systems are in the human body. So Yamoja, the motherhood, like the mother principle, the feminine principle, this kind of stuff. She's also about the womb and womb health and all that kind of stuff. So her story, she could be a recurring character in a story that tells people about, oh yes, the great mother, that kind of stuff. And and then humans would try to strive towards that sort of system in their lives, but they're also being scientific with it in that sense. But what happens with the Bible or the religions of today is that they are not like they're written by these people who didn't care about science. They just cared about, oh, we have this deity who's like, there's this war deity. We want to conquer other people's lands, but it really did not try to be scientific or intelligent or astute or meticulous, unlike these African narratives that were very meticulous and would go through self-correction and revisions and not just be and it would be up to date and current. That's all.
Only Coco, I know.
Let me say this before you go. Let me say this before quickly. So the Big Bang Theory, the evidence for that is the cosmic radiation background. So you have this cosmic radiation background in every direction that you look in a telescope. That's, I think, like 5 point or like maybe 6 billion years, 6 billion light years away. You have this there. So that's why you say, okay, there had to have been some sort of event that happened 6 billion years ago that was localized somewhere, but because this radiation background is just retreating and is going away, it means that once upon a time, all of this was smaller, right? And that's all it is. That's all they're saying.
Oh, okay. So, Oni, when you say, and I'm going to be very quick, Coco, when you say the scientific community has evidence, and I'm going to just play devil's advocate, one would suggest that the scientific community there's something called scientific racism. As you know, there was a whole field of study called phrenology back in the day, which is eventually debunked. We have, even though, and I agree with evidence, I'm an evidence man, but we have to understand as well that some evidence that's given to the people is legitimate, like you say, is reasonable. Some evidence it have biases in it. Not because somebody said, well, we have evidence of something, we have all this paperwork and documentation, that means it's necessarily true, because 50 years down the line, it's debunked, thrown away. We can't use that evidence anymore. We have to use this evidence right now. So it's almost like Marcus Garvey said, be careful, don't completely swallow everything the white man gives you. You know what I mean? Because sometimes he will give you poison, and you thinking it's something good for you and end up dead. So I mean, I just wanted to. I know we have a short time, so I'll just leave. I'll leave it.
Let me just jump over there. It's not the evidence that's wrong; it's the interpretation. So you don't want to trust somebody's interpretation, but you can trust the evidence.
Right.
No.
10 years ago, hold on. 10 years ago, they said there was 9 planets. All of a sudden, there's 8 planets. Man, shut up with your bullshit shit that y'all want to give me, man. It's all bullshit. They're making the whole shit up. They don't know shit, just like we don't know shit. Please.
Yeah, they're guessing.
Pluto's still here. Pluto ain't going nowhere. It's still out there.
They say now there's 8 planets. 8 planets, they say now.
They're trying to say Pluto doesn't fit the classification of a planet, is what they're trying to say. It's still there, but it doesn't fit the classification of what a planet is. And I mean,
who are these niggas to talk about what classification of a planet? Shut up! I'm not talking to you, Carl. I'm talking in general, man.
I mean, there's a whole scientific community that has a consensus on these things. I mean, if you don't agree with them, that's fine. But I mean, they kind of sit down and determine. I mean, it's not just. I mean, they have a whole body of astronomers who sit down and decide what things are. And I understand your point, Azula. Who gave them the authority to make these decisions on what a planet is and what isn't?
Kyle, that's the point.
I can smoke a bag of that.
Yeah, that's the point. You see, that's the problem with someone else defining your reality. That's the fucking problem. These guys could switch and flip-flop and do all kind of bullshit. That's why you have to be in control of your own reality. I want to go to what will probably be the last topic tonight, which is Lero's topic. I hope Lero's still here. I'm sorry if we've gone too long. But this rum's starting to get to me too. I want to say before we get to the topic though, this is the 100th episode of Shoot the Breeze. If you're in America or England or something like that, you know that when there's 100 episodes of something, it's like a big deal. So this is a big deal to me. Earlier today, I had no internet at home. Right now I'm at work doing this because I was like, I'm not going to cancel the 100th episode. I'm not going to postpone it. I saw Zuli earlier on campus. when I was coming and he was leaving. And I appreciate Zuli for coming on tonight as well. I appreciate all of you who are on the panel, all of you in the chat, because to make 100 episodes, it means that we've been doing something pretty neat. And I thank all of you for it. All right. I'm gonna drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is this Pan-Africanism or Western governance? What does this imply for those who attempt to make revolutionary change? This came, of course, with a link. Let's get Neil off the screen there. This came with a link to the Sunday Standard. Oh, no, don't tell me that. Don't tell me. Let me see. Let me see if I could log in with Gmail. These bastards here. Hold on. Oh, it looks like I won't. Let me see. Is this the title, Lero, The Master of Survival?
No, it should be about Ruto not recognizing the military rule in Sudan.
Damn it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I could get this right. Why is this showing me this? All right. Let me see if if you give me some keywords, Laura, let me open up another tab and see if I could find it. Give me some keywords again. It's about what again?
Ruto not recognizing military rule in Sudan. That was basically the title of the article.
Let's see if I can find it. Sudan's top general says military committed to civil rule, but you said Ruto. Spell that for me.
RUTO.
Sorry about this, guys. Sometimes this happens. William Ruto, Africa won't recognize military rule in Sudan. Let's see if this will get us there. This is one of those things. Damn it. See, the thing with me is I like to make sure people who take time to post the topic, I like to try to get to the topic, even though I might miss it some weeks. I like to try to get to all the topics. Let me see if I can find something on YouTube.
Yeah, take your time, Coco. While he looks for it, I just wanted to say also congratulations for the 100 episode. Many people can't claim that. You've been doing this for a very long time, and obviously, I personally feel that it's something good for our community because we are able to exchange ideas and information and things like that. So I say congratulations, brother. You know what I mean? You're doing a yeoman's job with all of our brothers and sisters who have contributed to the panel as well. So congratulations.
I appreciate that, and let me say too, all of you, especially those of you who've been on the Discord posting all these topics, Lero, Zuli, Tanzan, Oni has been posting a lot of topics. Of course, Buana. I appreciate all you guys. Carl, all you guys post these topics that make the conversations really, really good from week to week, man. And if not for you guys, Shoot the Breeze would be probably an hour long. If I had to sit up here and talk about these topics, it'd probably be just an hour long. So I appreciate all of you. And I appreciate all of you on KWAZ Radio as well. So make sure to check out all the shows on KWAZ Radio. I'm going to play this video. Zuli, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember when you was doing Shoot the Breeze, it was only you, and then I don't know which, but you was like, you know what, everybody should come on, and then that's how it started, and it kept going, and it's beautiful, man. I remember you used to do it yourself, and I don't know, one day maybe you was tired or something, you was like, yo, y'all could jump into it.
Yeah. That's
So
when
it
I
was
was on what's the thing only used again? OBS. That's when I was on OBS, and people had to come into Discord and the chat room and talk from the chat room, and then the matron put me on the StreamYard. So it's been and what's funny, before that, I'm sure Oni would remember, like I would do like these African proverb shows and all this stuff before I landed on the Shoot the Breeze format. So it's 100 episodes, man. That's impressive to me, even. So, Lyra, I'm gonna play this video. Hopefully, this covers the topic. All right, because I can't get to the article right now. So, hopefully, this covers the topic. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 9: Is this Pan-Africanism or Western governance? What does this imply for those who attempt to make revolutionary change? So, let me play the video and then we'll discuss it.
And we are determined to stop our continent from the slide into military rule. This continent is ready, and we are prepared as the people of this continent to build our democratic institutions and to get the people of this continent to choose the government they want. The era of military rule, the era of dictatorships is behind us. And we want to send a very clear signal to our brothers in Sudan that this continent will not entertain any military rule in Sudan. As a region, and as a continent, and as a people, our message to the generals in Sudan is clear and unequivocal. They have no business whatsoever destroying the hard-earned years, many years of developing Sudan. The bombing of buildings, hospitals, and infrastructure is unacceptable. Those generals have no business, they have no reason destroying a country that has been built painstakingly by the people of this continent, by our brothers and sisters in Sudan, and we will hold them accountable. We cannot allow a small disagreement to take away the hard-earned gains, the painstaking agreements that have been reached. And that is why today there is a meeting of IGAD. We have been building a coalition of many partners across the globe to stop the slide in Sudan. And Kenya, we will be playing our role because we owe it as a duty of responsibility to our brothers and sisters in Sudan as members of our continent. And that is our position.
All right. Is this Pan-Africanism? Let me just fix that. Is this Pan-Africanism or Western governance? What does this imply for those who attempt to make revolutionary change? Tanzan, let's start with you. What are your thoughts?
Oh, sorry about that. Mute is always elusive. For me, firstly, no African president is Pan-African. This is not Pan-Africanism. This is just politics. And wow, Ruto has lost a lot of weight. Damn. Anyway,
he was bigger than that?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He was chunky before the elections, and I see the presidency is doing to him what he does to American presidents.
Yeah.
Nah, he laying on the sugar. That's what he is.
2 weeks sugar free. Yeah.
Yo, Carl, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say, nah, he changed his diet.
Yeah, but no, it's not Pan-Africanism. But I can sort of understand the, the concern that Kenya would have whenever there's violence in any country, because Kenya is always taking in all these refugees from, number 1, Somalia, number 2, Ethiopia, number 3, Rwanda, number 4, Uganda, a little bit, yeah, some of them came, but not enough. But we have taken in all the refugees from all this, yes, and also Sudan and South Sudan when they were fighting recently, and we were happy for them when South Sudan finally got their country together and copied our colors, but copy from the best. But we were happy for them. But it's always Kenya, the most stable region in East Africa, in all of East Africa, even in Central. and we have to take in all the refugees. So when there's political chaos in a country, we know that we are going to have to deal with the repercussions. So when there's this violent overthrow of a country, then we know that it's the people who are going to suffer. Firstly, the people in that country, and secondly, they're going to come asking for help. We're not going to turn them away, but the other thing is, I don't know whether revolution and rebellion is the same thing, because there have been many rebellions against African governments in the past. The Uganda has been under war. I think Uganda is still fighting. Did Joseph Kony die, or is he still fighting? Yeah, the Uganda rebel forces, they're still fighting in Congo, Rwanda, all these places. The problem with the rebellions is that they're very small. They're usually, a group of tribes who have maybe, gotten the short end of the stick, or they want more power. They have been denied it. The reasons are sometimes legitimate. But unfortunately, it's only, people like in Ethiopia, and I don't know everything about, who is right, who is wrong, but, they've been fighting with the Tigrayan, the Tigray rebels for a long time. And sometimes even those rebels, they're not even fighting for their people. They're just fighting, they're given arms to agitate the state and to keep it in a state of, perpetual chaos, so that other foreign powers can come and steal all the resources. So who knows, what the rebels are fighting for. And in Sudan, the country has been, even before this, they have been fighting for the longest time. What was his name? Babangida? No, not Babangida. Mengistu Haile Mariam. And they have had many dictators. They have had many military governments. I don't think, though, that it is Kenya's. It's not really for Kenya to go in and intervene. I think concern is a right attitude towards it, but intervening in somebody's politics and so on, I don't think that it's any country's place to do that. So I understand the concerns. I understand that we want a peaceful Africa. We want everyone to be able to have a say in their government, but I don't think that any of us can go into another country and say, oh, you should do this or that and the other. So yeah, that's my take on it.
I appreciate that. Tan, did you get the email with the new? Because you
I
were here
have not
earlier.
I have not even checked my messages, but I will do that tomorrow. Tomorrow is my work day.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that, Tan. Let's go to Azuliism. What say you, Azuli?
I don't really understand what he's talking about, but if he's saying that, at the end of the day, I think the number one mistake that a lot of African country and Caribbean country make is about their military. Your military has to be the most powerful to protect you from invaders or from whoever. So I don't agree with I don't understand what he means by it's the day of militarism. You have to the military has to be of the people, for the people. I think that's what we need to take out of it. If a president is doing some bullshit, the military should be able to overthrow your bum ass if you're doing some dumb stuff. But in a lot of cases in the Caribbean and including South America and these African countries, the military leaders are always looking out for themselves most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. So I don't really understand what he's saying. But dictatorship, there's good dictatorship. So I don't know. Like I'm against the corrupted dictatorship that's destroying, for the individualistic dictatorship that's only looking out for himself and for his family and for his goons. But there's some good dictatorship, man.
What would you give an example as a good dictatorship, Razuli?
As a good dictatorship,
Yeah.
what is that? I don't know, but he didn't get to flourish. But maybe he wasn't a dictator. But like Thomas Sankara, I mean, I'm gonna go back. What's the guy's name? There's a guy that just passed away from Africa. What's his name? What's the guy's name? He just passed.
Mugabe. Yeah, I was about to say Mugabe.
Mugabe, for a minute he was all right. The big nose dude from Idi Amin.
God damn. Big nose.
Wow, it's really. That's how do you remember Egypt? Wow. Okay. Okay.
It was a beautiful big nose. He was an outstanding, good-looking, dark-skinned brother. I'm just saying his nose
Pause.
was big.
Pause.
Pause. You're right. Pause.
Okay,
But
Ziggy.
You have them noses big?
No, but before you call about Idi Amin, we should have a discussion about it. Idi Amin was not as great. None of these people are perfect, whether they are peaceful or not. Idi Amin was great in his own way because he had pride. He had that African pride. He was the first African president to have, white people bow in front of him and all that. He had that, but at the same time, he was also very capricious and cruel to some of his own people as well. So he's not terrible. He's not good. He's just he's complicated, but he's not as great as he seems, So I have to appendix.
well, what I'm saying is, like you just said, everybody has their flaws. I mean, I could go back from I'm gonna use Haiti, Dessalines, and that Toussaint, all these people. Even there's nothing wrong with a good dictator. Somebody, but the good dictator. A regime. Can a regime be a dictatorship? Like, it doesn't have to be the same person over and over, but if a regime knows what's good for the people, like a lot of us, I don't know, man. So I feel like black people need a good dictator, man, to make them get their shit together, especially in the continent and the Caribbean. Look what's going on in Haiti.
A super
All that
D.
democratic thing they talking about. Look at it.
You mean like Papa Doc?
That's democracy. No. Papa Doc was a piece of shit. No. We're not going there.
I was gonna say Papa Doc was a psychopath. Let's not list him.
Not Papa Doc.
Papa
And
Doc was
Baby Doc. Both those people were psychopaths.
Papa Doc was that whole family. What they do? They're a bunch of demagogues. They feed the people a good word and then they just switch. Now Papa Doc, as a matter of fact, did you know that the Duvalier name is not indigenous to Haiti? He wasn't even born in Haiti, bro. This man is a plant.
Many people say, many Bahamians say
Papa
he
Doc
was
is a plant, bro.
Many people say Papa Doc is Bahamian, by the way, but that's a whole other story. We can talk about that.
No, they don't say.
We can
Well, I
talk
don't know,
about
but
that.
they say.
I won't be surprised, Buena.
No. Thank you. Yeah, that's some shit that would come from the Bahamas for real.
No, but for real. When I was a kid, people said that Papa Doc was a Bahamian.
They said that for real, Uncle?
Yeah, for real. As a matter of fact, the first Prime Minister, Lyndon Oscar Pinland, I learned the other day, Buena, I didn't know that his great grandfather was like a Jamaican. Did you know that?
No, bro. His mother was his dad was a Jamaican police officer.
Oh, his dad. Okay, I didn't know that.
His mom was Bahamian, but his dad was a Jamaican.
Oh wow.
Can I say something just as an American? Like, I have a question. Sometimes we have this stereotype of the strong man, this strong leader. And I see that coming a lot of times out of Latin America, Caribbean countries. Like, what is the fixation? And I say that as an American because we quote unquote have a system of government that's supposed to be legislated, ran by the people. But a lot of these countries that we're seeing outside in the Americas and Africa, they tend to gravitate towards a strong central leadership that kind of leans towards a dictatorship. So when I hear Zuli talking about we need a benevolent dictator, like, I don't see where, even some of the things that were done positive, it doesn't outweigh the elimination of human rights. These people can kind of do what they want to, and then it always ends up in disaster. So I'm just wondering, why is it that this idea of a strong man leader is seen as a good thing? Because I don't really see it working.
I could take this one. Carl has the benefit, and this could sound bad. Can I speak freely without?
Go ahead, man. Speak freely. I'm not. My feelings won't be hurt.
Yes, sir.
No, not your feelings. The whole battle. Carl has the benefit of living in the United States, where there are checks and balances, and wild N-words are not able to operate freely as wild N-words, where they park anywhere they want to park and do any goddamn thing they want to do because they know this person in office. My cousin is a judge, My uncle is a lawyer, so I could get away with madness. So sometimes when Caribbean people say they want a benevolent dictator, what they mean is, unfortunately, and this is unfortunately, many of our people have been poorly socialized. And sometimes you have to be heavy handed with niggerisms that exist in certain society where it's little checks and balances. Now, one would say with a dictator, well, it ultimately is just one check and balance. Some forms of order is better than no order whatsoever. And with some Negroes, where they feel like they could get away with certain things, it becomes a bad situation and scenario. Unfortunately, we are not like the Japanese. And this sound bad. This could sound bad. We are not like the Japanese. The Japanese don't have a history of what we've been through. And unfortunately, us coming through that experience and being void of a lot of things, proper education, properly being socialized to relate to one another better, properly being we are missing a whole lot of proper socialization skills. So you put them on an island or a situation where it's just a bunch of these kinds of people, it looked like, and this could sound bad, it looked like Planet of the Apes. You must have some
Jesus.
It's no the sound, but Carl, I know.
Sure. I thought he wasn't against that monkey.
You see, Carl say I could speak honestly. Carl say I can speak honestly. So you must have people in place, and it seems to be heavy-handed, but it seems like that's the only thing some niggas able to understand. I say, for a time until the exception becomes the rule, until I don't have to have the stick over you, you behave like that without me having to force you to behave in a certain form and fashion. This is the difference between in the United States, certain things is understood. Certain things is understood. It's understood before. Why? Because you all had 1776. 1776. You all have from 1776, you all had a long time to work out all the kinks of how to behave in our society. Therefore, certain things don't even have to be explained anymore. You can't park downtown and just walk off and say, I get into the store for a minute. I could be right back. Why? Because we have certain things in place. So we're going to ticket you, and these things will happen. You go before a lawyer, even though he's your cousin or not. If this person operates in a certain way, we'll put the judge in jail if we have to. High officials in the United States go to jail if they do certain things that's against the laws of America. Here, they get promoted and become prime minister. So you have to have certain things, and in some instances, not in all, and like I said, soundbite. In some instances, you have to be heavy-handed until the people learn, well, we're going to operate this way without having to force you to operate this way. And sometimes it takes generations for that to happen. You see, Cuba is in a situation right now. After 30 years, people don't have to feel like they have to grasp their wallets. They're free to walk on the streets at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why? They had military dictatorship for so long. The people don't have to be, you don't have to have that heavy, even though it's still heavy-handed. You don't have to have a police officer on the corner and all these places, because the people actively, after generations, are going to behave in a so-called socialistic, communistic manner. They have respect for certain people. They have respect for the laws. Why? Because nobody wants to go to a communist jail. So, like I say, this is the difference. And you wanted to explain the difference? I explain it to you. I'll leave it alone.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Don't give him permission to speak again.
I'm kind of messed up myself, so I forget. I know Lero's the last person to speak. I had Tanzan, I had Azuli. Who else needs to speak now? I know Oni and
I didn't speak, but
Carl, go ahead.
I'll make it quick. So I don't necessarily know if this is Pan-Africanism, but I do think that I'm vaguely familiar with the situation in Sudan, but I do know a lot of civilian deaths happen when the government overthrew, when I guess there was some sort of military coup that ousted the sitting president, and as a result of this, now you have military control of the institutions of the government. So this happens a lot of times. You have problems with the rule of law, like Buana was saying. You don't really have, control. There's not civilian control of the government. And one thing about American democracy, hypothetically speaking, in on paper, what they're supposed to be is that the civilians are supposed to be in control of the military, right? So the military doesn't go to war, doesn't wage war against the civilian population. The military is only supposed to be used, overseas in theory. So this is how it's written on paper, but we know that's not necessarily the case. They'll put down rebellions, insurrections against the government if necessary, but there's always supposed to be civilian control of the military. Now, that doesn't necessarily happen. In fact, I know it doesn't happen because the military is supposed to be accountable to the people, but the Pentagon has failed like 5 audits within the last couple of years, so they don't even know where the money's going anymore at this point. But back to the topic at hand, um, I think that this president, this man is kind of, he's looking at the civilian casualties, looking at these people who had a government that was supposed to represent them, lose that through violence, and for whatever it's worth, he's not for that. Now, if this military is taking over the government because they feel like this government is corrupt, it's not representing the mass of the people in Sudan, then they need to establish, free and establish a government that does as quickly as possible. We don't want another situation like in what was it, Burma, Myanmar, or you don't want a situation like in Togo where you got this dude, or even Equatorial Guinea where this one dude is running shit, and the people have no say so whatsoever. So it's a slippery slope, and without knowing all the reasons behind the coup, I can't really say too much about it. But I don't think that the government, the military taking over, and you got this general ruling the country without any input from the people who need the government to survive, or who live in the country. I think that's wrong, and I hope my idea is that these African nations can move closer towards a more centralized form of government, similar to like what's done with the European Union, where the colonial borders that are put in place can be dissolved, and they can go towards a more organic borders if necessary, and they can work together and trade with each other without outside interference from the West or China. That would be ideal. But in the meantime, the people who live there should have a say in their government, and the fact that this military is taken away from them is wrong. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Carl. By the way, you guys, if you didn't know, Carl and I used to have a book club, man. I thought the book club was really good back in the day. Hopefully, we could do something with that concept again in the future. But Carl is my boy for a long time, man. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? I guess RBG is sleeping right now. Unmute your mic, brother, if you're there. Now, if not, seems like RBG is gone. If not, let's hear from Buana.
Well, this guy is obviously talking big talk, like no more of this. See, when he talk like that, you have to. I don't know what his army situation looking like. I don't know what his defense situation looking like. But if he is ready to make changes like this, you have to have backup, brother. Kagame could talk like this because Kagame have backup.
By the way, Buana, I was gonna ask Zuli this, but he left because he's out in the streets right now. I was gonna ask, what's the state of the Haitian military right now? I'm curious about that. What's the state of the Haitian military?
What it seems like is happening is the Haitian military is stepping in in terms of there's a lot of gang violence. You know, it's a lot of gang violence based off of the things we have seen, and they seem to be trying to step in and create certain law and order in the country right now because you can't have random killings. When people say, "Well, you a gang person, so we need to step in." So the military seems to be fighting against the so-called gangs, and then you have it's a lot of things going on in Haiti, brother. There's a lot of things that need to be worked out, but I believe that they need a very strong army to restore a lot of social societal order in the country, and they're attempting to do that. But from the last time that I know, from the last video that all of us watched, I don't think that that should be the state of things. But I need to do some more in-depth study in terms of what's going on currently in Haiti right now. So I
Sure.
can't answer that 100%.
Okay.
Like I say, with this particular gentleman, I hope he has backup because he's talking strong. But we've heard leaders like this before, and if he goes against particular interests, in particular Western interests, we know what's going to happen to him. So I don't know what his level of defense and security is for his country. But what I do know is places East Africa seems to be scientifically ahead of the game. You know what I mean? They seem to be running right now. They're trying to send things to outer space. I think it's time the Tanzanian president is trying to actually actively build something on her own, not having to resort to going to Cape Canaveral in creating a space kind of situation, and sending things out of space. And I think it'll be good for Africa. East Africa seems scientifically to be ahead of the ball.
We
They
are the
ahead of the game.
best.
Yeah, they say East Africa, Kenya, and Tanzania, they seem to be running right now. They're doing something good and something is right. Will that last? I hope so. I hope it spread throughout Africa, as an example. But they seem to be running right now, the East Africans. I gotta see, and I gotta give them credit for that. So maybe Time could talk more about it later. Well,
Yes,
it's
it's
honestly 2
because
o'clock.
people have left us alone, and we're basically just nice people. The key to that is
Wakanda.
no. Wakanda is Wakandans are jacks. I was looking for a nice word for it.
I didn't know you read
Yeah.
comic books, Tan.
T'Challa's a jerk. You're right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I just a bit. But I'm more into anime and manga and stuff. But
Yeah, she's a
what
nerd.
are assholes. These people have something good, they have something that they create, and what do they do with other Africans? They say, no, we're not going to help any of you. Forget you. I don't care about the isolationist policy, with whoever, but there in Africa, everyone else in Africa is suffering. These people choose to live in their noble, blah, blah, blah paradise while everyone else is suffering. But God, anyway, the reason why East Africa is succeeding is because, Kenya has said that we want peace. Our motto is amani, upendo, amani, peace, love, and unity. So we try to practice that in our country. Try, that's the main thing. We try, that's the goal. Even if it's not always achieved, that's the goal. So we have not had, many coups. We have not had many, much violence, even elections. I think the worst one was the 2017 one. And people after that, it was like, it's better to give up power than to bring on war. So, if you lose an election, if things don't go your way, you just accept it and you continue with life. And business is more important than, politics sometimes. So another thing that Kenya has also done, like I said, is that we accept our neighbors. Kenya is always a place where we try to be at peace with ourselves and we try to be at peace with our neighbors. Now, this new attitude, I don't know, increasingly it has become more, interventionist, which, it's also the AU, which is another, shadow government, which is AU is not, AU might as well be called the American Union. Let's just say that. So, Kenya has been taking some very interesting steps in the last, few years, more militaristic. But we're still accepting refugees. We're still a peaceful country, so we're playing both ends of the, of the game. But business, politics, and peace. You know, that's the Kenyan strategy, and it's both with the people and with the leadership as well. You know, people want to Ruto, actually, the current president, he won on the hustlers. That's his he was that was his motto. You know, he was running for the hustlers, and I guess, you know, he's a hustler. He was a businessman before, you know, as well as politicians, but he's a very, very wealthy man, very wealthy. Just look him up. He was wealthy even before he got, you know, he became president. But yeah, so he's always been a very, you know, ambitious man. Yeah, so yeah, I leave it there.
All right. The real black gentleman didn't respond. Carl answered. Only it's on you.
All right, so I'll try to be quick because I know Lero got a bedtime, young lady.
I
But
know, right?
no. But you know, the thing about Sudan. So there's two things about Sudan. Now I don't know too much about this conflict, but what I can say about Sudan is one, South Sudan already broke off. So I like, you know, the black folk in South Sudan was like, nah, you Arabs is fucked up, and that was it. So my whole thing is like, I don't even care about Sudan per se. But why I would care is this. Allegedly, the conflict is around this. The Sudanese government was like, yeah, we, you know, the Russians can, you know, have a port in Sudan, right? That's fine. But the Americans were like, if you deal with the Russians, we're gonna deal with you, you know? And so, you know, the deal went through for the Russians. And so the Americans got some soldiers and are now trying to attack um um you know, like essentially the actual legitimate government. Um Now again, I don't know if they're all Arabs or not. I don't know. But you know, that was my understanding once upon a time. All the same, you know, if this president is standing up and saying, you know, uh don't, like it's saying, nah, we ain't with this American cool shit, right? That's good. You know what I'm saying? Because that's actually, if we look back at it, that's one of the problems that we have as a people, is that we like you do want to be interfering in your neighbors at this point. You know, you do want to say, look, America can't stand up. Like America can't just decide who's going to be the president based off of, oh, we're going to give these motherfuckers guns, right? Because that's not good. You know, the thing, there's a show, and I'll try to be quick. There's a show where it goes, there's this comedy where these white boys are all in like skull uniforms, and they start thinking, they're like, are we the baddies, right? Are we the bad guys? And it's like that. Like, I want Americans to know that that is America. America is the global bad guys, the terrorists around the world, the worst. You know, and anytime anybody, whether it's Africa, you know, any African country, whether it's Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, whatever, any country, right? South Africa recently with that motherfucking, you know, apparently he's also Black American, but motherfucking ambassador talking shit, right? But whether it's China, Russia, Cuba, whatever, any country standing up to America, that's fine by me. Like, I ain't gonna go there. I ain't gonna, support them monetarily, individually. But like any country going against, no, I wouldn't say I wouldn't support them monetarily, but still, any country going against America, that's a good thing, because realistically, we, like, this country is the bad guy, and I think in the heart of the Sudanese conflict is America doing fuck shit as usual and getting away with it because people are so afraid. But now it's like, nah, we're taking a stand, and I actually appreciate. I don't know this news, but I appreciate this brother for saying, you know what, let's take a stand against this American cool shit, because that's old. But that's all I'm gonna say.
Appreciate it, Oni. I think the last person I need to get to is Lero. I know Lero's been patiently waiting, but usually I put the person who posts the prompt, I put them last to anchor it all. Lero, I think you're the last person. What say you?
Okay. um First, I want to say, I feel like I be sounding a little dumb because I feel like, I struggle to put my thoughts to words sometimes. So I'm just trying to be,
I
cohesive
do
with
too.
this.
Don't worry about it.
But I'm not going to act like I know everything about the conflict in Sudan. I think there's a plethora um, of factors that come into play. But like Oni had just mentioned, with the recent agreement with Russia to establish the naval base in Sudan, of course, warranted some backlash from America and whatnot. When it comes to Kenya's role in this, I think it's fair to mention that Kenya has kind of always had like a pro-Israel stance, but when it came to like UN like resolutions and whatnot, they've kind of remained neutral. Like most times, they just kind of do like the absenteeism, like they don't vote. They kind of play neutral in that. But recently, there was a resolution about whether the Israeli practices were being oppressive towards the human rights of the Palestinian people. And they voted against this, which is like new for them because, they normally just are neutral. But now they're kind of like on the side of, of Israel. I believe Ruto just took a trip over to Israel and whatnot to like they reestablished some like direct flights between Kenya and Israel that had been discontinued for a period of time. And so the reason why I ask is this Pan-Africanism is because when he said that, we're not going to stand for military rule, he didn't say, Kenya is not going to stand. He said the continent. So the entire African continent isn't going to stand for the military rule that's going on in Sudan or at all, period, of any state. In the African continent. And to me, with these recent, dealings with Israel, and of course Israel's ties to NATO, it just seems to me like this is he trying to be a stooge and supply his military, and host maybe Israeli and NATO military members to come and help fight Russia, against, this instability going on in regards to this naval base. I think that now Kenya does have a pretty decent military. They have one of the best militaries on the continent. But as far as it just screams Western governance to me, per se, because democracy is not an African concept at all. And when we talk about revolutionary change, a lot of people say, state seizure is important. I want to know, outside of like, military intervention, what form of state seizure are you going to be doing? It's not going to be through reforms. You know what I mean? And I think, people have this sense of like, oh, coups are inherently bad and are inherently, and that's not to say that that's what's going on in Sudan. Like I said, I believe that this is just a proxy war, and it's just instability of Russia and America fighting for their interests at the expense of the Sudanese people, unfortunately. And you got a lot of leftists who kind of won't call that out, on Russia's part per se, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, F the West, we're with the East, we rather deal with the East, but that doesn't mean you blindly deal with anyone, I definitely don't think Africans should be forced to develop their nations independently. I mean, I really kind of don't think that's even possible, really, we do need these investments, but, you got to be careful when it comes to establishing, military bases, on your land, that's directly impacting your sovereignty, whether you have good rapport with these nations or not. Things change. And if you give someone the power to do something, whether they act on it or not, kind of reflection of our situation in America, you know what I mean? Just because, white folks aren't necessarily directly acting upon certain things don't mean they don't have the capability of doing so. But back to like when it comes to military rule, it brings me to mind of the Mali and Burkina Faso situation and how, you know, they wouldn't have amended their constitution through, reform. People talk about democracy in these elections, but these elections are openly rigged. You know what I mean? It's not even a secret that your election is rigged. It's openly known that these are rigged. It's on video, it's on everything. And there's, little consequences from the masses. One, due to the fact that, a lot of these states kind of already exist under a military rule. They kind of dress it up nice, but if you can have if you have armed members going out and rigging your elections and burning votes and repressing the people, militarily, is that not military rule? You know what I mean? When has democracy ever worked for Africans? I don't think it has. And while we talk about democracy not being, African, I think it's fair to mention that some people disagree, but the political economy is not African. You know what I mean? And so in these nation states that are functioning, that's the game like we kind of have to play, as nationalists, people who support a nationalistic endeavor. Like we kind of have to play that game, unfortunately. And that's not to say that we can't we don't have to mimic everything that like the West does, or even the East, really, but we can pick and learn from certain dynamics and how they function in nation states. But unfortunately, we are in a current nation game, you know what I mean? And I think, back to Mali and Burkina Faso, when they did their coup and they, kicked out the French and they changed their media and they changed their national language and amended some like crazy colonial type amendments that they had in their constitution, they were sanctioned by ECOWAS, unfortunately by their fellow Africans, you know what I mean? And so what does this say to those, if someone were to come, like, let's say, just for an example, hypothetical, if Nigeria, someone were to come and oust Buhari, or the Tinubu, who just won the election, they come and oust him, are they going to be sanctioned by their fellow neighboring nations? Even in this, we don't even know if this new rule coming in has good or bad intentions, you know what I mean? It's just it wasn't democratic, you know what I mean? You didn't come through elections and didn't come through reforms. But I think we have, these nation states been independent, quote unquote, for how many decades now, and we've seen a lot of stagnation or like regression from most of them. Not all, but most of them we have. And so when it comes to revolutionary change, I don't think reform is revolutionary. Now, I don't think reform can't be progressive. It absolutely can. But some of the just direct functionality of these states getting like federations, the Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea Federation that is kind of coming up, it didn't come about through getting an election, you know what I mean? And so I think Africans really have to be careful. And when they talk about all this, democracy, democracy is never worked for us. And it's not us necessarily, like others, like we're mentioning in the chat, like the other forms of governance that we have like experienced in the past, or even like of the East and how they operate things. And so I think the reason why I called out like Pan-Africanism is because now he's speaking in this kind of continental language. And that's what we kind of notice. Like Kagame, he does the same thing too, kind of preaches this big, like, oh, we're all Africans, and then kind of has some sus dealings with other African nations, you know what I mean? And it really needs to define like what Pan-Africanism is. But I just overall, I don't want to rant too long, but I overall think it's concerning to me that with the recent dealings with Israel that Kenya has, and them wanting to intervene and send their military, or potentially host other militaries, to aid them in settling this conflict in Sudan, it gives like stooge, it gives neo-colonial, it gives puppet, you know what I mean? And I think we need to be careful in how we like investigate truly the intentions of leaders, because words are one thing. Somebody can say something, but if we look and really like interrogate, what are the motives behind this? Well, where did this come from? And I just think it's important overall, and that's kind of all I really got to say on it.
Lero, I want to thank you. I know you waited a long time to get to this topic, but as you see, I like to have the person who posts the topic be the anchor of the topic. So I thank you for hanging in with us. I think this is the first time you've been with us at the beginning and at the end. Anyone who has a comment to what Lero had to say, take your time, speak it now. We're over to 2 a.m. point, so let's take our time and finish it
Okay,
out. Go ahead.
I'll try to be brief. Well, the first thing is the reason when you're a small player, you have to be very deft in how you play the game. You have to be, report to your people, and you have to report to the people above you. So you have to play this dance where you're constantly, both the leader and the servant. So it's not easy being an African leader. It's not easy being, the president of a country, because not only are you dealing with internal strife and struggles, but you also and at the beck and call of certain parties. You're dealing with the West. You're dealing with not just one West. You're dealing with several Wests. You're dealing with America. You're dealing with Europe. You have Asia, the tiger rising up. You have and Japan has obviously is aligning itself with the Western powers, as it always does against its Asian brothers. So it's a very difficult thing to do, to be that guy. And one of the reasons why, yes, I am a proud Kenyan nationalist, because Kenya is one of the successes of Africa. It's one of the few places that people can go. It's peaceful enough. The people are they're conducting business. But when it comes to the military, yes, we have a good military. Unfortunately, it was not zamani tulikuwa number 4, but we didn't always have a good military because we believed in peace. But increasingly, as we realized the need for it, especially what made the turnaround was the Westgate, the Westgate bombing, the Al-Shabaab thing, that shocked a lot of Kenyans, because we had not had that. That was like our 9/11, when people just came in and killed people for no reason, and it was a concerted attack. It took days.
I remember that.
Yeah, that place is, when you pass by it's still called just bomb blast. Oh, hapa ni wapi? Oh, huko bomb blast. When we first came back, at huko ni wapi? Where is that? Oh, hapa ni bomb blast. That's the bomb blast. Yeah, a lot of people died. I think it was like 180, something like that. Early morning, we had never seen that. And then the second thing was the Garissa massacre. The students, just going to school, these people came in with guns and started firing and killing people for no reason. But to conclude it, Kenya had to ramp up its security, and good things come with bad. And do you know who got Kenya to up to those standards? It was actually, unfortunately, both AU and the Israeli. The Israelis are the ones who went and trained them and got them, the guns, got them prepared, showed them some of the tactics. I'm not sure they're up to Mossad standards, but that's what they got them into. And now that's why Kenya is increasingly militaristic and intervening. Kenya was not an interventionist state. We were open state, but not interventionist. So we allowed people to, enter our borders, but we did not really go into theirs. We allowed other people to do their thing. So this whole interventionist thing is a little bit alarming for me. A little bit, I'm not. I wouldn't criticize our dear leader, because he does everything, in the rightest possible manner. Well,
our dear leader. You hear that? You know, our dear leader.
I'm just glad she looked at it.
Yeah, she said our dear leader. That's interesting. But let me say, Tom, will you finish?
No, but
okay. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Yes. Just remember the thought. So, yeah. part of the reason why we are where we are is because we have to make certain deals with certain people. And, Israel is one of them, America is one of them. We have, all kinds of people. Kenya is an open country, not just to other Africans, but also to other people, who are not. So this welcoming thing, yeah, that's just challenge there. Open. But it is that which makes us both great and weak at the same time. So there are internal things that are that happen that people turn a blind eye to. That's also another very good Kenyan trait. We do not say what everyone already knows. So if you know it, you just let it be. And it's not Pan-Africanism. It's not it's politics. It's doing what you need to do. And if these people really want to create this so-called revolution or something, then do what they did in the 60s, where they had what was it? Every African country said that was when there was Pan-Africanism. When people said no, whatever happens in every other country is happening to us. So if South Africa is not free, Africa is not free. And we all banded together and we said, Amandla, put our hands in the air. We were behind every single struggle. Started with Ghana and it went on Kenya in 63, I think Tanzania in 62. Everybody got their chance at independence. That's when we were free. And then after that, we went the African way, where we said, everyone, mind your own business. We won't interfere with you. You won't interfere with us. We respect your privacy. And I think that's also an African thing to do. Just let everybody do their own thing. If people are doing things in the and it's terrible. I don't mean to digress, but in Africa, if people are having a disagreement in the house, rarely will either the cops be called or neighbors interfere. Like if people find out that it's a family matter, they will leave it alone. If something is happening between you and your husband, you and your sister, you and your mother, people do not want to get involved, like even the law, even other people. So the same thing with other African countries. When things happen to other people, we don't even know. I don't even, and I'm sorry to say, but I don't even know what's going on in South Sudan. I mean, in Sudan, yeah, that Sudan, that other Sudan, that mean Sudan. They're the horrible guys, But South Sudanese people are the coolest East Africans ever. I'll just say that, the coolest and the darkest and the most beautiful East Africans ever. So South Sudan, I'm cool with. But other countries, I don't know what's going on and I don't care to find out. I think that, people should, respect each other enough to leave each other alone. And I don't like this thing of us saying, making a stance on somebody else's, affairs. Let us stick to our own. We will help the people who need help, but I don't think that it's a wise decision to go, taking such, because we just don't know. But if they come to us and say we our government is oppressive and we're doing this and that, yes, it's our duty to help. But just going in and taking sides and saying we are right and we're going to take this one side, no, I don't think that is a very prudent decision. So, but I'm sure he's doing what he feels is the correct thing to do. So no criticism. I'm sure he's doing the best thing.
Let's get more Kenyan topics on Shoot the Breeze, because this is the most I've heard Tan
Yeah,
talk.
she is going on. She's going on.
This message brought to you by the Kenyan of 777 tourism.
She's on speed tonight. She's on Kenyan speed.
For that, so
she's on Kenyan speed.
Cocaine is one hell of a drug, man. Like what?
Yeah, that cocaine will have her all night. But let me lastly say, I appreciate. Tom, we messing with you, man. We messing with you. I appreciate Lero.
I love my country.
And we love you. And we love you.
No problem. No problem.
I appreciate Lero. I appreciate Lero's commentary, because Lero is, and she is as an American person, she is talking about international affairs, and you don't get much of that. I think that
sometimes sometimes my brother Kyle does it. He veers into international affairs. I love when I hear Americans talk about international affairs because sometimes Americans can be so American centric. Of course, Oni does it, but he's a Jamaican tether, so he understands it a little bit. He understands it a little bit differently.
Big
But
Kappa.
when I hear my American brothers and sisters do it, I applaud them because they have a stake in a greater stake in international affairs more than they know, being Black Americans. So I like when they delve into international affairs and international politics. And her version of the events that's occurring on the continent itself, it was very clear and concise, and I appreciate it very much, very much. And I really would like to see more of it going forward. Of course, Tan, my sister, my good, beautiful. I need to see Tan to see if she's beautiful to call her beautiful. But of course, Tan is going to talk about Kenya in the way she knows how to, and she did a historical and synopsis on what's going on in the country, and it's very clear and concise. But of course, you know, she on Kenyon's finest, so she's going to talk differently. But needless to say, I appreciate the comments tonight, man, and I'm gonna just sit back and listen. Only go ahead, brother.
No, before Oni goes, because Oni's
Wait, who said I was going? I don't understand.
First, hey, it is a pleasure to have Oni, not Oni, sorry, Lero on the show. And yes, she is very, very knowledgeable, which is something that is, it's shocking to me for an American. Like, are you really an American? I'm starting to doubt you, because Americans, like Nigerians, are very ignorant of other places other than their own. Like, they just have a very focused Nigerians. When you meet them, this Nigerian, he said, oh, he learned about the Rwandan genocide through the movie. You know that movie? Like, how are you so ignorant from the continent? So okay, sorry, I have to say this. I'm sorry I said so much today. But yeah, sometimes, you guys talk a lot more about the things that you care about, and I do care about those things as well. But sometimes it just leaves me not knowing, what to say. I can't really speak much on Black American topics because I'll always be sounding like, oh, that African, or so and so. So I have to be very careful. But when it comes to Africa, yeah, I'll go all out. So
before you be so judgmental on my Nigerian brothers, before you know about the Caribbean, you thought we was a bunch of dope smoking people who didn't take care of our children. Just calm that right down. Just calm that down.
We're Africans too, man. We are West Africans, man. Believe it or not, we are West Africans.
You are, though. There's so many similarities between, Nigerians, Jamaicans, and Black Americans. So many.
Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, man, this has been the 100th episode of Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank Oni, Buana, Tan, Lero, Carl for sure. My boy Erzuli, who I saw earlier today when I was coming in to do this show. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank Trigger Happy. I want to thank Jargon Mulu, Bobby Wright. I think I mentioned Carl Hezekiah before. Everyone, Sister Raw, Forecast, Brother Bakari, Consider it Cheek. Everyone who's on KWAZ Radio, everyone
gas them up.
Gas them up. Even though gas them up, doing some funny style stuff today. I still like gas, to be honest. I still like gas. Just tone it down in the chat for me, please. Jose, I didn't see Jose today. Like Jose, real black gentleman. I have to thank him. You guys throw out other names. I mentioned
KW Don 7.
KW Don 7. My God, I have to thank him. He's
Carl
been
Hezekiah.
Of course, Carl.
Ezuli.
Any other names you could think of? D Webb from the Hostra.
Yana B was here.
Marcus Garvey is the way.
Marcus Garvey is the way. Yana B.
Bobby E. Wright.
Bobby E. Wright. Without you guys, there's no Shoot the Breeze. Shoot the Breeze was a Saturday night show that didn't really know what it was doing until I decided to do a Ask Me Anything type show, which is what Shoot the Breeze is. And that's when it became a thing. And I gotta I gotta give special thanks to Oni. He's here every Saturday night, pretty much, and does a show at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the morning on Sundays. I gotta thank Buana. Buana for a long time was the guy who was making most of the posts. Gotta thank you guys. Gotta thank Trigger Happy for his long expositions of a prompt, but I love it still. Trigger Happy, one of these days we gotta go to Ghana for real. We gotta go to Ghana for real, for real. Thank all you guys. Hey, let me ask you guys to do a shout out who on the panel. Lero, what do you want to shout out this week if you're still here? Is Lero still here?
Yeah, I'm
Lero's
still here.
Go ahead.
I want to shout out myself, because I'm finna go on vacation.
Where you going?
To Europe.
Europe, nice.
Did everything go quiet?
Yeah, I mean, that's all I really had to say. So, yeah. But, congrats on your 100th episode, Koku. I'm rocking with you the long way.
Yeah, I think his microphone went quiet. I don't know. Y'all gave out your shout outs, man. So
all right, well, I'm gonna shout out Tan. I don't usually, but I'm gonna shout out Tan because she taking that good stuff today, and I didn't understand it, but I know she OD'd, so I'm gonna shout out Tan. Coco might ask me what I'm gonna have tomorrow. I'm just gonna talk more about a book I'm thinking about, but beyond that, yeah, Tan, you stay off of that stuff, okay?
shout out to everyone who contributed tonight. Only I'm probably gonna be late tomorrow and coming. I'm gonna come, man. But I'm on this Appleton, so I'm probably gonna have a hangover. Shout out to my good sisters tonight. Lero, he did a yeoman's job with the international politics game. Love it. Shout out to my sister Tan, even though she came late. I understand. And congratulations once again to Koku for trying to create something and build something internationally. You get the Americans in the chat, you get the Caribbean people in the chat, you get the you get the continental Africans in the chat. If this ain't Pan-Africanism, or at least trying to build and establish something, what is? So shout out to all the brothers and sisters who contributed and made this thing possible, man. I'll leave it there. Salute. I don't know if Okoku can come back on, but good night, everyone. It's 2:35. Y'all don't gotta wait, man. We could just cut out.
All right. Well, peace, fam. Have a nice one, and deuces.
Yeah, that's a strange one. All right, 100th episodes, weird things happen. But yes, I guess we'll soldier on. Shout out to Lero, and yes, you came in strong, sister, and yes, you that was very good commentary on African politics. So yeah, are you guys having a program tomorrow, Lero?
I don't know. I have to talk to D-Web.
Oh.
We'll see. Possibly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so shout out to you and Hash Reality Podcast. Tune in tomorrow, possibly. But yes, it was a wonderful topic, conversation. Oh, the S cut out. Okay, so yeah, Tezi, you should have been here talking about what Ruto doing over here. You should have been here, for the reinforcement, for the Kenyan reinforcement. How are you coming in when everybody is going out? Man, this is coming late to a party. So Tezi, kesho next time ukuje on time, usikuje hapa ati mnasema nini na sisi tunatoka. Anyway, ati Ruto majiweka kwa hapana. Anyway, sorry, I apologize. It's just Kenyans doing what Kenyans do. If you bring up, Kenyanism to Kenyans, this is what happens, unfortunately. So
And by the way, Tan, I love Kenya. I definitely plan to visit one day. I do. I really
Oh,
do.
you did not. You are sounding so hateful. Like, look at these Kenyans, this fake fake pan nonsense. Oh man,
It's just the leadership. Just the leadership. I love Kenyans. You know, I got some Kenyan Ken folk. You know what I mean?
Man, okay. Look, we also have to do the dance and the play and all that. You know, we also have to say, you know, just let it go. Let it go. Usa, you know, just let it. We know these things, you know. So yeah, but Tezi would come and tell you better than I would how Kenyans speak in public. We don't say everything, and we say it very nicely. So yeah, but that was a good you know. And we don't like when people know us too much. Like, you know, no. You guys are supposed to be dancing to rap music and you know, doing what you do. You're not supposed to be knowing our stuff. That's but anyway, I hope you guys have a program tomorrow. I hope I'll be able to, you know, join in. So yeah, all right. It's been a good one. I hope Coco is back in, hopefully. Oh man, I don't know. I'll try if I can. If not, you know, I've sort of, anyway. Yeah, we'll see. I'm unpredictable, but you know, so is Hash Reality Podcast. Yeah. All right. So that's it for me. Anyone else? Go on, Lero. It's on you, I think. Hello? Am I in the twilight zone? Hello? Why is everything quiet? Okay, peace, I guess. Peace. All right.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.